Madam President, esteemed colleagues, viewers in the gallery, those viewing and listening virtually, good morning.
Good morning.
I rise in this honorable house to support the bill, Nevis Appropriation Bill 2024. Madam President, within every generation, certain sayings arise, and some stand the test of time while others die out. Those that are able to stand the test of time are undoubtedly filled with some level of truth that we must accept. Madam President, one such saying is that the health of a nation is the wealth of a nation, and that has stood the test of time. With that statement accepted as an almost universal fact, it is fair to conclude that the Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs, and Social Empowerment is the bedrock of a resilient and sustainable economy. As we construct the framework for the way forward, Madam President, it is imperative that we recognize the interplay between these sectors and our economic fabric. Our efforts to fortify health systems, champion gender equality, and foster social empowerment are not merely ethical imperatives. They are strategic investments, and they underpin the foundation of our nation's prosperity. Madam President, I come before you as a mere servant of the Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs, and Social Empowerment. I will endeavor to provide the public with some insight as to where we are, where we're going, and some aspects of how we intend to get there. The theme this year that we are guided by is investing for growth, building a framework to support a resilient and sustainable economy. And we will focus, I will focus on the key terms of investing. That means your time, your money, your effort. Resilient, that means you're able to withstand shocks and recover appropriately. Sustainability, as the United Nations would explain it, is that the current generation can benefit from what there is while securing the same benefits for future generations to come. Notice that although my background is in history, I'm not focusing on the past, Madam President. This is intentional, as quite often when we focus on the past, we get stuck in a cycle of this is how it's always been, that's how we always do it. And that, Madam President, is not the appropriate mindset as we move forward with growth in mind. At this juncture, Madam President, I want us to bear that mindset in mind, growth moving forward. So, I'm going to begin with where we are. Within the Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs, and Social Empowerment. But before I continue, Madam President, I want to take this opportunity to give appreciation to those employees who have helped to get us to where we are, but are retiring in this year or have already retired in this year. It's important to pay this homage to these individuals. So within the social empowerment head, we have staff. Swain Evelyn would have transferred. Retiring, we have Mr. Elfane Warner, Cordelia Brown, Veronica Brandy, Esther Jeffers, Elrose Atherton, Miriam Richards, Gloria Morton, Glenroy Skeet, Anthony Browring, Alfonso Blake, and Maurice Burke. Madam President, without their years of service, we would not have been able to get to where we are today. Within the Ministry of Health and Gender Affairs, we also have several individuals who would have contributed and are on their way out or have already retired for the year. And this list is a bit longer, but if you'll indulge me, Madam President, as this recognition is valuable. Derek Liebert, Christine Richards, Veron Brooks, Daniel Motel Jr., Valerie Phillip, Jeanette Byron, Francil Otterton, Jean Otterton, Heather Otterton, Shirley Hanley, Gillian Lapsey, Tessa Parry, Leslie Maynard Jeffers, Ornette William Daniel, Felissa John, Dr. Chandy Jacobs, Norel Daniel, Kerenia Perry Silva, Jervain Matigbe, Lena Powell, Hortense Sutton, Maybelline Cabaluna, Donna Hill, Dahlia Simmons, Lester Richards, Stephen Mead, Madhu Joshi, Kenisha Isaac, Deborah Powell, Victoria Forrester, Jermaine Irish, Gladys Dorr, Euclid Liebert, Marcella Webb, Anton Hicks, and Donna Bartlett. Madam President, if inadvertently a name was missed, we also extend our appreciation to them. The circle of life is such, however, that when you lose something, you often gain something else in return. And so within the ministry, we have also gained quite a number of staff in social empowerment. We have Patrick Howell joining us as the Senior Communications Officer. We have Karen Brandy Ward and Julene Manners joining us as social caseworkers, and Shanice Richardson joining as one of our RISE officers. In health, we also have the addition of an OBGYN, anesthesiologist, a radiologist, and an additional surgeon to our staff. Madam President, I must note at this point that at this time we have 3 surgeons at the Alexandra Hospital, the first ever in our history. Madam President, as you can see, these additions are strategic in nature, as we understand that for growth, we must invest in our human resource capabilities. Gone are the days when general practitioners had to do everything and anything within the Ministry of Health. We understand that we now need specialized and technical expertise in different areas in order to be sustainable. While we still experience some shortage in key areas, we continue to encourage our locals and nationals to target these areas, go off, specialize, and come back qualified to be able to serve the Nevisian public. Madam President, at this time we anxiously await the return of one of our dental students studying in Cuba. He's set to return in the upcoming year. And Madam President, often we encourage our locals to go off and specialize and study, but we accept within the ministry that, as the old adage goes, money talks. So you can't expect individuals to be able to, every individual to be able to afford these ventures. And so the ministry has made it its mission to be able to facilitate an environment where we can support those who are willing and ready to make this step. As such, we have 2 medical doctors who are specializing in Cuba currently in anesthesia and ophthalmology. We have 1 doctor in the US who's pursuing planning and policy in emergency health. We have various individuals enrolled in the nursing programs at CFBC, and a nurse anesthetist due to return next year from Jamaica. Madam President, we also facilitated our annual MUA-NIA scholarship, where we award 2 individuals annually. And this year's recipients are Raquel Burke, who received a scholarship to pursue counseling, and Shania Liebert, who received a scholarship to pursue nutrition and dietetics. We also have 1 doctor and 1 nurse who are benefiting from a 6 weeks training course in Taiwan at no cost to them. Again, Madam Moderator, Madam President. So, Madam President, yesterday the honorable member for Nevis 4 would have mentioned that we have to offer assistance to these practitioners who may want to specialize. But I'm here to reiterate, as I would have done in the last budget cycle, that we are offering this assistance. Our nursing students in CFBC and otherwise are receiving financial support from this government monthly. And the case was previously, Madam President, that in the case of our doctors, those who did not yet qualify for the standard study leave, they were left to fend for themselves. But in the early stages of this year, I would have assessed that and realized that if we are to truly try to reach the goal that we say we want to reach, we have to support these individuals as well. And so a policy was implemented where we're now providing financial support, monthly financial support, to these doctors who are off specializing and have not qualified for the initial ordinary study leave. Currently, we have 3 such doctors benefiting from this. So I guess I can take that as an endorsement from the honorable member for number 4 that we are in fact doing a good job and have the best policies in place. Madam President, on the local front, we continue to offer a variety of training and technical opportunities to develop your skills within the Ministry of Health and through some of our developmental partners. Madam President, at this time, I want to point out that while we continue to encourage people to go into these areas, we also recognize that quite often their services are undervalued and underappreciated by members of the public. You can often feel disillusioned and demotivated. But we want to re-emphasize that we appreciate these individuals who make the sacrifice to go into these fields. We know that we focus a lot within the Ministry of Health on recruitment to be able to fill a lot of our gaps, especially nursing and specialist areas, but that is simply unsustainable as we are competing with major global powers such as Canada, the US, the UK, who are actively recruiting these same individuals and are able, with larger income pools, to be able to attract these individuals. So we must continue to encourage those locally to go into these positions. And at this time, while we encourage them to go into these, I want to be able to reference one individual who would have publicly, expressed their gratitude and awe of these individuals, just as a reminder that it's not everyone out there who is underappreciative. So I'm going to read a post that was made quite publicly on social media, just so that the House and the general public can appreciate and possibly reconsider themselves if they ever underappreciate our medical personnel. So yesterday, while picking up a few things in Ram's supermarket with my sister, we witnessed a patron having a serious medical emergency. I sincerely pray that he pulls through and has a speedy recovery. I'm really hoping to hear of a good outcome. In the midst of the panic and fright, I also witnessed a real-life superhero in action. After quickly realizing the situation, our assistant matron, Miss Golden, who was in the checkout line, sprung into action without hesitation. Let me tell you, she worked and worked on that patient until the ambulance arrived, and she worked some more with the EMTs after that. But through it all, she remained calm, and even with a large crowd around her, and even while some patrons continued to shop, not realizing what was unfolding, she was meticulous and persistent. Me nah lie, I was very scared and in total shock, but I couldn't help but watch in awe as she put her experience and training into play. Even tonight, I am still very rattled but Miss Golden simply took a few minutes to collect herself, and she gracefully walked out of the supermarket after the ambulance left, as if she did not just throw down some greatness. Miss Golden, you are an inspiration and proof that there is still good people among us. Nevis, our healthcare professionals are the real MVPs, and we can certainly do more to show them the appreciation and respect that they deserve. Thank you for all that you do. P.S. I don't personally know the young lady, and I don't know if she knows me, but I just really wanted to applaud her. So, Madam President, the comments under that post were also supportive of the theme. Other individuals would have recognized some of the greatness within our healthcare services. And I think it's important sometimes. We always complain very publicly about the bad and the challenges and that you had to wait 30 minutes instead of 5 minutes. But it's important to be able to recognize the actual work that our healthcare providers put in. Madam President, go back to some of the local training that our staff continues to receive. I can highlight that this year our environmental health department officers would have experienced some training from our CAFA consultants, and those training would have helped to strengthen their surveillance capacity through the use of the GIS system, and they are definitely putting that training into use when it comes to vector control management. And currently we are seeing a rise in dengue cases, and they're actively putting those skills to use to be able to survey the areas that are most populated by these mosquitoes and help to curb the issues. We also had some first responder training this year, which focused on life-saving pre-hospital care facilitated by the Red Cross and the Four Seasons Homeowners Association. And so that training, Madam President, would help other individuals. In the case of the supermarket incident, other individuals would be able to jump in and lend assistance and provide that necessary and critical care until the health professionals arrive on the scene. We also had some training in crisis intervention training for our first responders, because there are times this was specifically around those dealing with mental health issues, because sometimes even our first responders, they don't have that very specific training to deal with individuals who are suffering from mental health issues. And so this training facilitated by PAHO would have helped with de-escalation strategies, so that the police, EMTs, anyone interacting with these individuals firsthand, before you have the psychologists or counselors on the scene, they're able to do so in a humane and effective manner. So 28 participants would have benefited from that training. Madam President, the Health Promotion Unit officers also took part in a risk communication training in St. Kitts. And this training was also facilitated through PAHO, and they were able to gain expertise in key areas of emergency response and identifying certain health threats. A 3-day HIV and syphilis master training virtual course also commenced this year, and some of our staff from the Health Promotion Unit were also able to benefit from this training, which will help to improve access and increase testing. And this will link to early detection, which can help to save lives, Madam President. Madam President, to give a more complete visual of where we are, please indulge me while I outline some of the many activities and achievements and some shortfalls that we would have experienced throughout the year in the different departments that fall under my ministry. Within the Ministry of Health, we begin with some of our accomplishments that we were able to achieve through partnerships. And we continue to underscore how important these partnerships are to the development and sustainability of the island and the health sector. So through these partnerships, we were able to acquire a 128 slice CT scan machine, as I would have outlined in the last budget presentation. And since then, Madam President, we would have been able to commission this machine, and divisions are now accessing the service at the radiology department at the hospital. To date, at the end of November, 235 divisions would have benefited from this service that would have otherwise required them to journey over to St. Kitts. To complement this life-saving tool, Madam President, we also realized that we needed to update our picture archiving and communication system. So to that end, this year we actively pursued acquiring what is commonly called the PAC system. And this system represents a value of over $78,000 US. Madam President, 69,000 of those dollars were made available to us thanks to the kind donation of the Patrick and Lena Drahi Foundation. The NIA was able to top up the balance of $9,000 and invest in that PAC system. And that system, Madam President, allows for more effective storage of scans within the radiology department, from the CT scan, the X-rays, the mammogram. Through this system, you're also able to collaborate more easily with professionals overseas, as it's easy to share the images and access them electronically, thus able to provide the best care for individuals at a time when time is critical. Every minute counts. And so this system helps to be able to speed up that situation. It also boosts, while we're on the theme of sustainability and resilience, due to the very nature of the system, the data is stored virtually in an off-site server. So it's near impossible to lose all that data. So in previous cases where you might have been storing the physical file at the hospital, in the case of a fire, all that data would be lost. Globally, it's reported that approximately 20% of such scans are misfiled or misplaced or cannot be accessed generally when filed in the old-fashioned method. So this system now helps to increase sustainability and resilience. As certain disasters, you're still able to access those critical health data. Madam President, we have also benefited from various medical supplies made available through us from the St. Kitts and Nevis Circle of Care, Canada, and the Division Association of Washington, D.C., from our Pediatric Assistance League pals, who would have donated cribs and bedside tables to the maternity ward, from the Nevis Cooperative Credit Union, who donated a laptop to our radiology department, from monetary donations made from private and corporate citizens and businesses. We recently received a monetary donation of $10,000 US from the Swiss Embassy towards the purchase of a shower trolley for the Flamboyant Nursing Home. So that should be acquired shortly, Madam President, and that would enable us to provide better care to our residents there at the nursing home, particularly those who are immobile. It allows the healthcare professionals to be able to give them an effective shower if they are not able to maneuver themselves. Madam President, we also received from the Republic of China, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing this, the Cao Zhangji Foundation, Republic of China, Taiwan, my correction, and mobility devices were received from them, including wheelchairs, walkers, canes, folding commodes, etc., for our seniors who are dealing with disabilities. The Republic of China, Taiwan government also made a donation of US $30,000 towards the purchase of 3 state-of-the-art dental chairs, and we have now commissioned those, and they are in action, 1 at the Gingerland Dental Unit and 2 at the Charlestown Dental Unit. Madam President, at this point we express our profound thanks to our partners, because without you we simply would not be able to achieve as much as quickly. And so we are appreciative of the continued partnership as we move towards creating a sustainable health space. Madam President, as the elders will tell you, one hand can't clap. And thus the government must also make some investments itself as we seek to partner with those who help to assist us. To complement the major medical equipment such as the $230,000 US mammogram machine and the 61,000 chemistry analyzer highlighted in the 2023 budget, we have continued our internal investment, and to that end we have added a portable or telecataract 3 phacoemulsification system, and in other words, we're not technical professionals, so that's a cataract machine, Madam President, and this represented a cost of $40,000 US. We also acquired an additional operating bed at the hospital for our theater, representing an investment of $56,236.54 EC dollars. A new sterilizer machine representing an investment of $93,439.05 EC, Madam President. Madam President, beyond equipment within the Ministry of Health, great focus was also placed on improving facilities and services. So as such, outpatient clinics, a critical component of the hospital service, Madam President, were resumed after a hiatus during the COVID-19 pandemic. So on Mondays, you can, with a doctor's referral of course, attend the pediatric clinic at the Alexandra Hospital on Mondays at 10 a.m. On Tuesdays at 10 a.m., we have internal medicine for new patients. On Wednesdays at 11 a.m., we have the orthopedic clinic. On Thursdays at 10 a.m., we have the internal medicine follow-up clinic. And on Fridays at 10 a.m., we have obstetrics and gynecology. And these all must be referred by a physician, but it's providing that critical access to our general public to these services. We also have some new service hours at the hospital for the pharmacy and radiology departments, who have extended their hours to opening earlier at 7:30. We understand that oftentimes if everyone opens at 8:30, when individuals have to be at work, you're not able to get that necessary time to access critical services, and so these opening hours would help to better cater to those needs of the public. The visiting hours for inpatients at the hospital also increased to twice per day, and you can now visit from 11:30 to 12:50 and 4 to 6 p.m. There are 2 days, Madam President, where those are not visiting days, but I don't want to misquote, I don't have them here with me. But you can get that information at the Alexandra Hospital. We also saw the relocation of the Charlestown Health Center and Dental Unit to the Wards building, and this is to be able to better serve the public, Madam President, in order of general safety and security of the building and the safety of the health of the staff as well, general ambience, space, and ability to better deliver service as we work towards a redesign of the Charlestown Charlestown Health Center and dental unit for the coming years. New services were introduced at the hospital in the form of the mammogram services, and these were made available as of May this year. Madam President, I'll try to, speak a little slow at this point because I'm very passionate about this aspect. The mammogram services, after intense discussion in Cabinet, it was critical. We wanted to keep this service affordable as we understand that it is a life-saving preventative measure that we want as many individuals to access on a regular basis as possible. So after intense discussion and research as to the prices around whether on circuits or regionally, we arrived at the low cost of $200 for the service. But Madam President, we did not stop there. We said some individuals may still not necessarily be able to find that at the given time. So we wanted on this initial rollout to give everyone the opportunity to access the service. And as such, we implemented a policy where from May to December 31st of 2023, we made that service free of cost, that is free, F-R-E-E, free of cost to the general public. So we continue to encourage our women in particular to take up this opportunity. There's still a few weeks left in 2023, Madam President. So we encourage our women, especially those over 40, to be able to access this screening tool. Madam President, this tool required the referral of a doctor to be able to access it. So some individuals in the public would have explained that, even though the service is free, they still can't find the $100 or $150 to go see a medical doctor to be able to gain that referral note. And so we went back to the drawing board, Madam President. We had discussions with our doctors within the public health sector who are placed on the district within our health centers. And we were able to agree that during those doctors' days at the various health centers, along with regular doctor visits, individuals who had an interest in getting that referral could access the doctors at these centers and gain that referral free of cost. So on Mondays, you can access a doctor at the Butler's Health Center from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. On Tuesdays, the Brown Hill Health Center from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. On Wednesdays at the Gingerland and Cotton Ground Health Center from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. On Thursdays at the Charlestown Health Center from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. On Friday at the Combermere Health Center from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Madam President, that is island-wide access. There is no excuse at this point for not accessing this service if you are in need. Thus far, Madam President, we have serviced 313 patients since May of this year to the end of November. If we look at that in terms of numbers, valued at one screening is valued at $200. If we look at that, Madam President, that is a $62,600 investment, $62,600 investment in our people. That is money that we could have collected, but we opted to sacrifice as an administration in order to ensure that individuals are able to access this life-saving tool. While there was some slowness on the initial uptake, Madam President. I was advised by the staff within the radiology unit that now it's picking up and we're doing up to 6 to 8 per day sometimes. And I'm happy to report that in November alone, out of the 313 patients from May to November, in November alone, 101 scans were done. So that indicates that at least 1/3 of the individuals accessed it in November, and I'm hoping that the pattern continues for December and that the numbers keep going up and maybe we can reach a 500 target mark. So just to reiterate, please get screened with our free mammogram services at the Alexandra Hospital. You can make your appointments through the radiology unit. Just call the hospital and make your appointment. Along the same vein, Madam President, we have made CT scans available to the general public as of January 2023. And again, we ensure that the cost was significantly lower than what was previously incurred by individuals who had to hire an ambulance sometimes, pay both fees, and then pay for service when they access that service on St. Kitts. So as of November, as I would have mentioned earlier, 235 individuals would have benefited from CT scans. Madam President, as we bear sustainability in mind, there are certain groups who are sometimes exempted from certain payments at the hospital. But we realize that for certain specialized services such as this CT scan, in order to capitalize on the investment, we had to ensure that all groups were able to pay for this service. So there are no exemption categories for this service. Of course, individuals who are living in extreme poverty can access assistance through different means such as social services or our medical assistance. But the service itself has a cost to everyone within the Federation. So this service, this machine was valued at over $800,000, and thus those fees will help to contribute towards maintenance and repairs over the years, and eventually, Madam President, this machine will have to be replaced by a newer machine, and we have to ensure that our future generations can also benefit from such service. So we are encouraging the public to, pay for the service when it is necessary. Madam President, within the public health and primary health care services, we operate under the mindset of an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. And as such, we have made great strides in this arena in terms of screening activities, many of those done in collaboration with Taiwan ICDF, the Health Promotion Unit, and public and private entities. So we have a number of NCD screenings which would have taken place throughout the year. I'm sure I was screened at least 5 times throughout this year. Madam President, they keep appearing shocked that my blood pressure is still low given the new position. But we have these screenings available free of cost to the public. So when you see a pop-up screening, please access them and know your numbers. It helps to inform, and it can inform you early to make a shift in your lifestyle before a disease develops. In January of this year, thanks to Urology and Associates, who held their annual prostate free screening, 726 men, a record high, Madam President, would have accessed this free service. So I take a moment to reflect on those numbers versus the numbers of women who are accessing the service, the mammogram service, Madam President. And I have a theory. It's grounded in some facts, some theory, I think that our women are encouraging our men to, take better care of themselves. And so our women are encouraging our men to go and get their prostate checked. I don't know if our men are necessarily actively doing the same for our women. So, I'm sounding the call, gentlemen. Please encourage the women in your life. Ask your wife, ask your mother, have you taken advantage of the mammogram screening service yet at the hospital? Because trust me, your wife will tell you when to go and get your prostate checked. I mentioned at the last sit-in, Madam President, that married men tend to live longer. And that is according to those information, Madam President, I drew from a Harvard Health study, which would have indicated that married men statistically live longer than their single counterparts. So, member for Nevis 3, I don't know, member for Senator, you might want to. But, Madam President, in addition to that, also did some additional reading, and it turns out that married men, when a study was done between married men and married women who lost their spouses, it turned out that 30% of the men also passed away relatively shortly, compared to only 50% of women who would have lost their spouses. Hence, men, your wives are helping to keep you alive, and so, yes. So encourage them to get checked so that you can also benefit and live longer. I'm doing the Lord's work here, Madam President. Amen. If you ask why I'm not married myself, the research actually shows that it's not the same in reverse. I digress. Madam President, let me get back from that detour. In terms of our mental health sector, we've also introduced quite a number of screening activities in that sector. So recently, during our World AIDS Day screening held on December 1st, our mental health department would have also began doing some screenings of some of those individuals. They ask you certain questions to test your stress level so that they're able to see whether you might be suffering or at risk for mental health issues. At that last screening, 19 individuals would have access that screening. So that will become more popular in the upcoming year, Madam President. So I want to encourage our general public to be open to those forms of screening as well. We recently, for our World AIDS Day, as I mentioned just now, had a mass screening drive. We have our regular testing done at HPU for HIV and AIDS. But for World AIDS Day, we had a mass screening activity where 66 individuals were able to access testing for HIV, and 60 individuals accessed testing for syphilis and hepatitis B. So at this time, I'll put a plug in for the Health Promotion Unit. It's still within the period of recognizing World AIDS Day. And so tomorrow night at the Zanzibar rooftop, they're having what they've dubbed the Adult Games Night, where they use certain games to sensitize you about healthy sex practices, HIV and AIDS, and other information that is free, it's fun. It's at Zanzibar tomorrow night from 8 to 11. So please come out, get educated in a fun adult atmosphere. We continue to offer free pap smears for cervical cancer through our community nursing team. And our health promotion unit continues to pursue education, awareness campaigns, organizing physical activities, walks, runs, yoga, hikes, you name it. Our environmental health department are also doing some strong sensitization on food safety, and vector-borne diseases such as dengue fever. Madam President, we also have a robust eye care program here under the direction of Dr. Raymond Hubie, and it offers screening, medication, updated equipment, new state-of-the-art procedures, all within that program. Madam President, notice that these areas just mentioned are under our public health sector, which means that although they come at a cost to the Nevis Island administration, they do not come at a cost for the citizens who access services through that public health from our health centers and our eye care program and screenings at the health promotion unit. Other notable achievements and activities within the Ministry of Health include our launch of our blood donor drive by the Alexandra Hospital Lab, and registration for this is ongoing. Individuals might ask why we don't just have a blood donation drive, but it is not the most efficient method, as there is only a finite amount of storage space, and also the supply does not necessarily last for an extended period of time. You can't use the blood after a certain period of time. So it's better for us to have a database of individuals who have already been screened, who have consented and are willing to be donors when we need a donation for that specific blood type. So you go, you register, you get screened, they add you to the list, and in the event that they need a donation for that blood type, they'll be able to go through their roster and call upon individuals to come in and make that donation. This would help to move away from individual families needing to make social media posts, etc., asking for blood donation. On Mental Health Day, which was recognized on October 10th, we recognized 3 individuals for their work with persons with mental illnesses, and those included Ms. Trudy Prentice, Inspector Alonzo Carty, and Ms. Carla Glasgow. We extend our appreciation, and thus they were recognized for their often above and beyond services. SKN Moves also celebrated their 5th anniversary with a full island walk on October 7th, where scores of participants were able to join the full island walk. Some made it all the way. Some had shoe problems. Some jumped in our Red Cross bus. And some, like myself, joined in at the last leg, Madam President. But this activity helped to mark a number of activities that SKN Moves have done throughout the year and will continue to do to promote an active lifestyle so that individuals can keep moving and reduce the risk for NCDs. Madam President, we also had the launch of our health center spaces conducive to the advancement of physical, social, and cognitive development. And this is in its pilot stages at our Brownhill and Combermere centers. This, Madam President, would allow for active engagement during toddler and infant clinics, where you have the children, instead of just children and parents waiting absent-mindedly, you are able to engage the children in a holistic way where they're able to learn and develop through play, and you're also able to provide information and sessions to some of the waiting parents on some of the developmental milestones. This is a project that was made possible thanks to our developmental partner, UNICEF, and so we express our thanks there as well. In the Department of Gender Affairs, Madam President, a number of activities were done throughout the year as we advocate for gender equality, gender equity, as we celebrate our men, we celebrate our women, we celebrate our boys, we celebrate our girls for the uniqueness of all of us and how we can better live together and appreciate our differences as complementary rather than competitive. So this year we had our boys, and on International Day of the Boy Child and International Day of the Girl Child, celebrated on May 16th and October 12th respectively, we had what we've dubbed the Boy of Excellence Awards and the Girls of Excellence Awards. And these were presented to one boy and one girl from each of the primary and secondary schools on the island. So allow me to just list the awardees, because it's important to recognize our youths at an early age, because this is the most critical stage of their lives that shape the path that they are going to go in the future. So for our Boys of Excellence, we had, and forgive me for any mispronunciations, we had Cameron Forbes, Nyanja Liebert, Zaire Jeffers, Kian Blake, Julio Gonzalez, Zuri Wade, Naikosane Hanley, Jordan Liebert, Mayor Daswani, Aiden Gager, Abhijit Shiriz Vasan, thank you. I would not attempt to repeat that at this moment. Thank you. Hildreth Truss, Nahum Polius, Dejon Philip. And our Girls of Excellence, Madam President, we had Decoy Liebert, Jacoya Francis, Shermia Thompson, Emily Solomon, Jaylin Nisbet, Zoe Gilbert, Belinda Subramani, Rashawn Sia Chapman, Alana Otherton, Celine Gums, Kaijin Nisbet, Shakesia Hobson, Zion Hardin, Kyla Williams. And we celebrate you for your excellence at such a young age. On October 19th, the department conducted a one-day seminar on money and financial wellness, overcoming financial challenges. And you might ask why the Department of Gender Affairs is dealing with money and financial literacy, but oftentimes we know that financial issues form some of the bedrock of challenges between the sexes, to put it that way. It's also an important tool, financial literacy, to be able to help individuals to elevate out of certain circumstances that their gender makes particularly challenging, such as you might have a lot of single mothers, as we know, on island. To help them become more financially literate, we help them to advance further within our society. The Ministry of within Gender Affairs, we also culminated the pilot phase of the Boys Mentorship Program, and we say a special thank you to the Nevis International Secondary School, where the boys would have come from, and Bonnie, who would have been one of the key sponsors for this program. Within the Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs and Social Empowerment, we also partnered with the Nevis CBR Advocates, and we provided a donation of $5,000 towards the staging of the first ever Empowerment Summer Camp for persons with disabilities in Nevis. And Madam President, I know a lot of questions were raised regarding our support for individuals with disabilities, so I just want to reiterate that we do make provisions for our individuals with disabilities, or who we often refer to as differently abled. On International Women's Day, we celebrated that in March, and that was celebrated with an I Am Visioning workshop in collaboration with Women of Worth, and 60 women were able to benefit from that workshop. In the afternoon, we saw an innovative session of our first instance of Women Can, and this was a plumb her competition. So 3 women were charged with the task of setting up a sink and all the drain pipes and the faucets, and from that, and they were able to do that on the spot with a crowd watching, Madam President. The winners were Ms. Keyshawn Williams, Kitana Blijen, and Nelisa Pemberton. On International Women's Day, we had an award ceremony where several women were awarded, and we had Dr. Kamari Louisi awarded for science, Diana Brown in the digital economy, Melissa Allen in the blue economy, Kenisha Lewis for the green economy, Tamesia Lestrade for the orange economy, and Kimberly Lazarus for women in non-traditional roles. We also had Ms. Deslyn Williams-Johnson, who was awarded for her work in the protection and empowerment of women and families. Of course, we cannot have an International Women's Day celebration without later having an International Men's Day celebration. And Men's Month is celebrated in November, so that has recently concluded. It was celebrated under the theme, Men's Health Matters. Again, get married, it helps your health. Marked by a number of timely activities, including podcasts, awareness, and sensitization activities. We culminated with the first ever joint federal award ceremony held here in Nevis on November 25th at the Malcolm Gishard Recreational Park. Oftentimes, Nevis would have an award ceremony and St. Kitts would have its own award ceremony. But as we move towards greater cooperation and sustainability and streamlining to create efficiencies, Madam President, we saw this as an opportunity, one of many to come, where we can streamline and come together to have one ceremony. So this year it was held in Nevis, and you had 10 men being awarded in Nevis and 9 from St. Kitts coming over, along with a cohort of supporters. And next year, it will be in reverse as we journey over to celebrate with our Kittitian counterparts. And so the 10 men awarded on the Nevisian side were Dunford Wilkinson for community activism, Orville Starrett for creative economy, Brian Dyer, first response, Jevon Williams, sustainable development, Lawrence Richards, education, Michael Morton, entrepreneurship, and I must mention that he also designed the department's of Gender Affairs' new logo for this year, so he's quite accomplished. William Perkins in Health and Human Services, Oscar Astro Brown for our Legacy Award, Sterling Heiliger received the Premier's Award, McLevin Trust received the first of its kind regional award for Nevis. 9 men were also awarded from St. Kitts. Madam President, allow me to switch gears. Yesterday, Madam President, the Honorable Member for Nevis 4 referenced the need for more social safety nets. I will speak more to that later. And spoke specifically of the need to create, and I quote, "A small business can be established to help take care of children while the mothers work." Madam President, I think what the Honorable Member was describing is what we commonly refer to as daycares and nurseries. There are currently approximately 14 or more such businesses operating on the little island of Nevis. Madam President, with an already finite customer base, I certainly hope it was not a recommendation that we compete with said businesses. Especially after, Madam President, we have already put in place a program to help not only our single mothers, but all low-income parents and guardians, because, of course, in gender affairs, we like to be gender inclusive. So, Madam President, it was only in September of this year that the Department of Gender Affairs launched what is dubbed the action plan. And that stands for Assisted Child Care for Toddlers and Infants on Nevis. This, Madam President, is a daycare voucher assistance scheme. So it seeks not to compete with those existing small businesses providing nursery and daycare services, but it helps to work with them while providing that critical support for low-income parents and guardians. So under this program, Madam President, we support guardians and parents earning $2,000 or less, and we cover up to $300 per child. And the average cost of daycare on the island is approximately $400 per month. So that represents a 75% coverage of the monthly cost of daycare for these individuals. Low-income parents benefit from this safety net, Madam President. Daycares benefit from this program, Madam President, as payments are consistent and we can potentially increase their customer base, as individuals who would not have been able to afford daycare before can now possibly access it through this program. This program is open, Madam President, as birth happens continually. So this program is open and we encourage parents within that threshold to register. You can contact the Department of Gender Affairs for additional information at 469-5521, extension 6750. To date, 28 families, Madam President, are benefiting monthly. To date, Madam President, 10 daycare providers have our clients enrolled, Madam President. Madam President, do you see what innovative thinking can help us to achieve? Programs that have real impact. Madam President, I like to quote individuals, not just say, I spoke to someone on the street. So we had one individual in particular who accessed this program. Actually, she was an advocate. She was the driving force for such a program. She would have advocated for months prior the need to be able to get some assistance for parents who are trying desperately to meet the cost of daycare needs. So her name, I'm going to say it because she would have posted this publicly, so I don't think she would mind, Africa Wilkes. So she would have contributed to advocating for a program to be put in place to assist parents in this way. And Madam President, this is a post that she also made publicly. I would like to extend a hearty thank you to you, Premier Mark Brantley, and the Nevis Island Administration. I also would like to thank the Gender Affairs Department and all daycare providers on the beautiful island of Nevis. I've cried to the Honorable Mark Brantley of my day-to-day struggles on paying for daycare. He promised me change, and I've seen tremendous change with the action plan. I've received my voucher for $300 per month in assistance with daycare fees. Thank you, Premier Mark Brantley, for listening to my cries and taking action for struggling parents on the island of Nevis. Madam President, that is a real person, a real voice, a real impact. Madam President, still within the Department of Gender Affairs, the department is currently spearheading a number of activities in recognition of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. And this runs from November 25th to December 10th, recognized as Human Rights Day. Major activities include podcasts, a legal panel presentation for victims about knowing their rights, endorsements and advocacy videos, emotional intelligence seminars for men, a darkroom video montage on the experiences of victims, a Wear Orange Day, which was celebrated previously, and another will be done tomorrow, Friday, the 8th of December, so please wear orange in support and in recognition of the 16 days of activism. And it culminates on December 10th with a paint and sip and sensitization session with our boys and girls of excellence. And this, Madam President, is to be able to train a child up in the way that he or she should go. Sometimes it's harder to reshape the mindset of adults, but we can definitely impact the minds of children. So we want to extend thanks as well to Seawell, who is coming on board as a partner to help sponsor that event. I move to social empowerment, Madam President. The list is quite long. Quite a number of activities and achievements were achieved by this sector of the ministry. So one of the priority goals under the Social Services Department would have been to improve disaster response readiness for vulnerable clients of the department. And as such, they partnered with disaster management to be able to hold a disaster planning training workshop for 108 of their clients. So they were also in conjunction with that able to provide over 150 clients with much needed disaster and first aid kits. To further strengthen their efforts to prepare for responding to shocks, resiliency, Madam President, they also are working to create and document an internal disaster plan based on recommendations from the SEDIMA model. Madam President, Social Services Department also carried out workshops and facilitated health sessions for over 72 clients on social assistance program. We are focused within the ministry, Madam President, on empowering, not just giving a handout. So it's not just take this voucher, take this money and go. We're providing holistic support to clients of the department. So some of these sessions focused on NCD awareness and prevention. The department also upscaled its green food voucher program. And we know that the department provides food vouchers generally to supermarkets for lower income individuals to be able to access food supplies. But what they've also done is to partner with local producers so that families can access locally grown and healthy alternatives from the market and from these individuals for consumption. To that end, Madam President, 601 vouchers were distributed from March 2022 to June 2023, and 198 to be distributed from July to October, and 90 from November to December under the new RISE program. So a total of 889 is expected by December 2023, which we are in currently. Madam President, we also launched our fourth two-year cycle of the RISE program. And this was launched in August 2023. And when it's fully completed, we expect and project to impact 30 families under this program. And it is a conditional program that, again, not simply handout, but it's a holistic program where individuals are expected to engage in conditional activities such as disaster preparedness training, health and wellness programs, educational advancement, skills training, parenting training, family dynamics, and it touches the lives of everyone within the household, from the children to the parents. Beneficiaries have started CXC classes, health and disaster preparedness sessions, and caseworkers are working with individuals to plan out their life goals. And this would eventually minimize their need, Madam President, to access other social safety nets, because we're empowering them to be able to support not only themselves, but their families, and hopefully break that cycle of poverty that we see too often moving from generation to generation. For World Foster Day, Madam President, celebrated on May 31st, a number of activities were done to educate the public about the foster program that is run by the Department of Social Services. Quite often, social services get a bad reputation because they don't brag about the work that they do. It's not a bragging job. So the support that they're providing to individuals, the interventions that they're making to remove children from dangerous situations, those are not made public, Madam President. So it is confidential, so you have individuals who might go out and spin a narrative that is often false, but the social services will not come out and add any information or defend itself rightfully. But it's just to emphasize to the public that there is significant work taking place at the department. And you know, you can visit the department and even consider becoming a foster parent. There are different tiers, so it's not necessarily that you might have a child with you long term. You can possibly be a temporary foster parent where for immediate need, they might need a place for a child to stay for 1 night or 2 nights rather than an extended period of time. And you may be able to provide that service. So we encourage individuals who think they have that capacity and capability to visit the Department of Social Services, get more information about the program, and get involved in being part of the solution rather than simply criticizing from the outside. Madam President, our seniors program is quite possibly one of the best, if not the best, in the region.
The best.
The best. I stand corrected. Right. Is the best.
Right.
In the region, Madam President. Our seniors continue to benefit from a number of programs and services and exciting activities within the department. One area in particular that we focus on within this division is celebrating significant birthday milestones of our seniors, and particularly recognizing our centenarians. So, this year we celebrated with Miss Leontine Clark, Nevis' latest centenarian, on September 21st. This marked her 100th birthday. We also celebrated this year with Miss Eliza Jeffers Liebert of Hamilton, who would have made 104 on the 30th of November. She is now the oldest individual in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and she's quite a feisty one. So I believe she will be with us for some time, Madam President. We also have Mr. Clarence Hendrickson, and he was celebrated for 101 in September. Madam President, I must also recognize the loss and express our condolences for the loss of 2 of our centenarians this year. Mrs. Mary Brown, the previously oldest in the Federation. So we lost Miss Mary Brown just a few weeks short of her 107th birthday. She was laid to rest on her birthday, and so it was a celebration of life, Madam President. We also lost Mr. Bertram Roach earlier this year, and we extend condolences to their families, and we truly appreciate their contributions that they would have made to Nevis, and it was a joy to be able to interact with them. Madam President, in 2023, we also celebrated International Day of Older Persons, and the activities were plenty. They were so plenty, Madam President, that they rolled over from October, which was a month for older persons, well into November. From church services to radio discussions to beachniks, marches, sports day. Sports day was quite exciting, Madam President. There was something for everyone. You had the carrying the bucket of water on your head. You had a word find puzzle for those who weren't physically able. We had the thread the needle, Madam President. Had the cricket ball toss. It was an array of activities, and the atmosphere was quite one to witness. Our elocution contest, that, Madam President, was iconic. If you weren't there, be sure to be there. Next edition. We also had the first ever 70s dance, and that was extended to the general public. And the seniors had a grand time, and the not-so-seniors had a grand time and came to work crying for their knees the next day, Madam President. So, perhaps, no, that does not include me. I knew my limits. I knew not to test the boundaries of my limits. Others know better for next time. Have some guilty members in the gallery, Madam President. The ministry also records its profound thanks to the main sponsors and supporters. The main sponsors who came on board with the NIA to realize these activities this year were Trident Trust Company and National Bank, and we extend our heartiest thank yous to both these institutions. Madam President, to complement our already first-class seniors program, we had a recent donation of a laptop and 6 tablets from PAHO intended to immerse our seniors in the digital world and help them to stay connected to family and friends, Madam President. I shift over to the Sustainable Development Unit, and within this unit, their focus lies within promotion and bringing to fruition the Sustainable Development Goals. And as such, one of the programs that they would have implemented this year would have been a program instituted in the second quarter of 2023, and the introductory program would have given the history of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and other episodes would focus on Goal 6, such as clean water, sanitation, and water management, and Goal 1, no poverty, featuring representatives from social services. Also Goal 2, zero hunger, featuring representatives from the department. This program aims to showcase what is being done within Nevis or within the ministry to achieve some of the different social sustainable development goals. The department extends their thanks to the Nevis Television for collaborating on this program. The unit will also be introducing a tool to assist with monitoring and tracking the process made by Nevis in achieving the targets of Sustainable Development Goals. The tools will give insight into challenges, methodologies employed to combat these challenges to move Nevis forward in attainment of the goals by the target 2030. The unit also continues its work with the World Heritage Committee as they work for the inscription of certain sites, heritage sites across Nevis, to become UNESCO marked heritage sites, World Heritage Sites. Within the Department of Community Development, also quite a number of activities and achievements. There would have been the launch of the Gifted Games Club in Barnes Gut, recognizing the need to inspire and engage students and children meaningfully in games, sportsmanship, tolerance, etc. We also saw the launch of our Community Advancement Program of April this year, and this is a collaborative effort between the department and the Charlestown Police Station, where there's a shared commitment to empowering the community, and it fosters growth among the youth by instilling values, life skills through activities such as games, lectures, etc. So over 150 youths form the pool for that program, and they are part of 12 individual already established groups within the islands. There was also the launch of our unsung heroes, recognizing our unsung heroes activity. And this was held in conjunction with the celebrations of our 40th anniversary of independence in September, where we recognize unsung heroes within our communities, our 5 parishes, and inducted them into what will become the Hall of Fame for years to come. So for St. John's, you had Alicia Brown, St. Thomas's, Sandrine Caesar, St. Paul's, Conrad Smithen, St. George's Parish, Joyce Movin, St. James, Leighton, Shuckle, Bryant. And the event also inspired a sense of community appreciation, Madam President. There was also a recently concluded Stonewall building workshop, and this helped to pass on to approximately 6 individuals the art of Stonewall construction. This provides an avenue for these young individuals to earn a living, Madam President, while gaining mastery at such a technical skill. And I can attest, Madam President, that the cost of constructing these walls are quite significant. I got a quotation once, and let's just say I don't have a stone wall. So I encourage these individuals to utilize the skills that they've gained thanks to Mr. Anthony Rodman Williams, and use them to be able to elevate themselves to become economically independent. We also hosted, thanks to community development, our Camp Refresh.
Remember, you have about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Our Camp Refresh activity, where 98 children would have participated during that camp in a number of activities: arts and crafts, public speaking, performing arts, health, character building, and more, Madam President. Madam President, the communications unit, sometimes we forget those behind the scenes. They're the ones who bring us a lot of the content that happens that you would have otherwise not been privy to. So our communications unit records all of our activities within particularly social empowerment, but they expand beyond that. So our seniors' birthday activities, you would have them on site. The intergenerational exchanges that takes place between our seniors and children at primary schools, some of the activities hosted by the Department of Gender Affairs. You have activities such as the summer camps and Easter camps hosted by community development. Those are captured by our communications unit. They assist with the sports department in their coverage of a wide range of activities, as well as the health department in some of their promotional activities. As of September 1st, they came under the new leadership of Mr. Patrick Howell, and some new initiatives have been added to enhance the modus operandi, and that included, starting a Facebook page for the unit, having a weekly prayer session segment online where you offer prayers and positive messages to inspire those within the community, a weekly word of encouragement catered to the youth from local artists and celebrities. This adds a sense of virtual mentorship in a way. Team members are being trained in additional areas such as video editing and production. They've acquired a teleprompter so that we can record public addresses better to deliver to the public. They've begun repairing a number of damaged equipment, sustainability and resilience, Madam President. We might not be able to always afford new ones, but they're attempting to repair a lot of the damaged equipment before we spend unnecessarily, Madam President. So in the new year, they hope to, of course, expand further their reach and I commend them on their work thus far. So where do we want to go now, Madam President? We know where we are. We see what we're doing. Where do we want to go, and how do we intend to achieve it? Madam President, I will begin with the much discussed Alexandria Hospital expansion. Madam President, to say that the delays on this project are unfortunate is generally accepted across the board. Unfortunately, the global pandemic dealt the first severe blow to this project, rendering it relatively stagnant as critical resources were diverted elsewhere. Madam President, when charged with the choice between using limited resources to expand the physical structure or use limited resources to obtain necessary life-saving vaccines, PPEs, medical supplies, and critical testing, this government rightly chose its people, staying true to the mandate that people matter more. Madam President, as our economy showed signs of rebounding in 2022, the government again rightly reaffirmed its commitment to the completion of this project by allocating a capital expenditure amount of $10 million towards its in the 2023 budget. This funding, however, remained largely untouched, Madam President, as we face another hurdle in obtaining a necessary bill of quantities to guide the completion of the interior. The exterior is, for the most part, complete, but because it is a technical medical space, Madam President, you cannot simply just put beds and equipment any and everywhere. So it must be properly guided, and thus a bill of quantities is required for that. We contracted a local quantity surveyor in St. Kitts. However, they have at this time failed to deliver such that would allow us to move the project to the final stages. Madam President, this matter, failure to deliver, is now in the hands of our legal department, and we have taken steps to move forward with the project actively. So we have since contracted the medical design consultants to provide the necessary bill of quantities, and we have signed the agreement with them on November 1st of this year with a delivery timeline of 6 to 8 weeks for said bill of quantities. I've reached out earlier this week to the point person, and I was assured that we are still well on schedule for delivery. So in the upcoming weeks, we shall have that in hand, and in the first quarter, we can actively, vigorously begin work on the interior of this much-awaited expansion with the earmarked capital expenditure in this budget of $8 million. Madam President, against that backdrop, I return to the honorable member from Nevis IV's quite frankly slanderous comment from yesterday, where it was asserted that people's lives are deliberately put at risk. Madam President, you cannot even find evidence to show that people's lives are inadvertently put at risk, let alone a baseless assertion that individuals' lives are being placed deliberately at risk. Such commentary has no place in this House, Madam President. Madam President, when completed, the new wing will house on the ground floor the laboratory, radiology, physiotherapy, pharmacy, operating theater. The upper floor will house surgical ward, maternity ward, private beds, conference room, medical records, and on-call room for staff. Madam President, currently our radiology department is thriving. I would have noted the CT scans earlier, the mammograms, the PAC machine, X-rays. Madam President, our lab is extending its tests and services. Madam President, our pharmacy continues to service our people, expanding its hours. Madam President, we just added a new operating bed to upgrade our already functional operating theater. Our patients continue to receive physiotherapy. Madam President, again, I marvel at the fictitious assertion that the expansion project is somehow preventing us from providing healthcare services to our patients. All the services listed in the new wing, Madam President, are currently still being accessed at the highest level by individuals on the island of Nevis. Madam President, Madam President, I seek your indulgence for an additional 30 minutes.
30 minutes?
Yes.
The question is that the member be granted an additional 30 minutes to wrap up the presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam President, as I was saying, all services that will be provided in the new wing are currently being provided at the highest level at our current Alexandria Hospital. While the expansion is we're well awaiting the completion of the expansion, a nicer infrastructure, Madam President. This infrastructure is aimed at improving the working environment and the general workflow and layout of the hospital, Madam President. So currently, no services are being withheld from the Nevision public due to its incompletion at this time. In fact, the services have improved. I've listed numerous services that we have added to our healthcare. So we're not sitting around waiting to service our people, Madam President. Madam President, while I take this opportunity, again, to say kudos to our healthcare professionals, because they continue to provide this quality service within our hospital space and our general health space, and every individual who accesses that hospital for care can feel the care and passion of our healthcare workers every single day. I pray that those who doubt the quality of care being provided at this hospital never have an opportunity to be proven wrong, Madam President. The team at the Alexandria Hospital do not need a hashtag to show that they care, Madam President. Their work speaks for themselves. And if their work doesn't speak loud enough, Madam President, allow me to quote again another individual. I love social media, Madam President. Individuals are able to share. We focus too much on the negative, but individuals are also able to share many of the positives. And so you have individuals sometimes sharing their experiences within the health space. So I quote another individual, Madam President, today is National Doctor Day. And I want to join in wishing these doctors at the Alexandria Hospital a happy Doctor's Day. During my time there recently, I had the good fortune of being tended to by a number of them, and they were all extraordinary. Of course, though, I have reason to single out Dr. Duana Pemberton Jeffers, who went above and beyond, and then some to ensure my recovery. She wasn't just a doctor, but a guardian angel. And today I just want to let you know how grateful I am, and that you were employed at the Alexandria Hospital when I was a patient. You are the real MVP. Thank you is such a poor vehicle to express my appreciation. Again, massive props to all the doctors as well. I actually had a good time and got to know new people that I had never met. May God continue to give you the necessary strength and strategies as you continue to care for the people of Nevis. Of course, these aren't all the doctors, as some are missing. I want to thank the missing ones too. You all make a great team. Madam President, the same individual had quite a number of different posts, lauding the services of the hospital, recognizing from the nurses to the orderlies to the EMTs, the doctors, and the general staff for the quality care that they received and how invested these individuals were in ensuring that they recovered effectively and efficiently. So for someone to have the audacity, Madam President, to claim that Nevisians' lives are being put at risk in our hospital with these capable, caring professionals who we have on staff, Madam President, it's unthinkable. It's in an attempt to attack us politically, they have attacked these individuals who are lauded as heroes, MVPs, providing selfless service, and we can never compensate them to the level that they deserve to be, Madam President. So the least we can do as a public is to appreciate them and not make baseless, inaccurate, scandalous statements. Madam President, in addition to that expansion project, we will also begin the initial phase of the Charlestown Health Center in terms of its planning and design. We also intend in 2024 to roll out the emergency dispatch system. We have been updated that 90% of the equipment should be on Nevis by year end, and thus the training of dispatchers will be set to begin shortly. The full implementation of the project will be in 2024, and this project will help to build resilience, help to communicate in times of disaster, improve response time and efficiency, and streamline emergency response. We will continue to build out our blood donor drive. We will, at the lab, Madam President, the same laboratory that we spoke of, we will introduce new hepatitis B, PSA, thyroid function tests, Madam President. Additional services being added to cater to the needs of our people, Madam President. Improvement to our dietary services at the hospital with the opening of the brand new kitchen, and we will also be seeking qualified professionals. We want to be able to provide top-tier service. We will, of course, continue with having cooks, but we want an individual who have that specialized chef-type skill to be able to guide that process. We'll also see the rehabilitation of the laundry services at the hospital and a development of a central sterilization services for infection control and prevention at the hospital. I mentioned earlier the investment in the new sterilization machine, and we have already begun working on internal protocols, so that should be rolled out in 2024. We will also see the launch of a new Taiwan ICDF mental health project, and that project will last for approximately 3 years and will focus on mental health screening, promotion, and support throughout the island. In the Gender Affairs Department, we intend to pilot the Girls Mentorship Program and hopefully see the full rollout of the Boys Mentorship Program in 2024. Along with several other initiatives. In social services, Madam President, we intend to build out our household registry. This will enable us to get a better, more comprehensive database of the vulnerable individuals residing in Nevis who need our assistance. It can better inform allocation of scarce resources and separate the wants from the needs. Some individuals, Madam President, they might have a regular 9-to-5 job making $3,000, but they may come to social services asking for windows and doors to put into the extended part of the house that they're trying to build. Madam President, that is a want. There are individuals living in spaces where they have no access to indoor bathroom. Those are the types of cases we're trying to focus on, Madam President. So this household registry will help to reduce waste and prevent redundancies of individuals who made a habit sometimes of accessing support across ministries, across departments, without the consistency of knowing the complete package of what they are receiving. We also intend to repackage and launch a comprehensive seniors program. Currently, our seniors program is already the best. We already have many scattered benefits. We have benefits within the Ministry of Health, some within the Ministry of Social Service. We plan to package a comprehensive seniors program where we can outline clearly the benefits to our elderly seniors on the island. But Madam President, we cannot continue with a one-size-fits-all approach. That is not a sustainable model, and we will seek to redress that going forward. We will continue to engage all of our seniors in our activities, our birthday celebrations, our training, and general interaction, Madam President. But we recognize that not every single senior requires every single form of assistance. There are individuals receiving pensions from overseas. Their retirement packages are quite significant. They're living quite comfortably with complete familial support and quite a number of access. And so they may not be the ones who require utility assistance, for example. So we plan to tailor different packages, and based on our assessment of the individual seniors, we can show you the level and what services you can access in that form. This, Madam President, ensures sustainability of our program and our ability to provide more comprehensive benefits to those who really, really need them, Madam President. In terms of community development, we are also intending to upgrade some of our community centers structurally and to improve accessibility and inclusivity. At the Cotton Ground Community Center, we would have implemented a temporary ramp to allow for wheelchair access. We plan to make that permanent, as well as at the Bath Community Center, we've begun making that accessible for persons with disabilities as well. We also hope to move to making them more energy efficient and implement more additional community-based programs. We will continue our capacity building training workshops, such as the stone wall building workshop. Madam President, the framework to achieve this level of sustainability and resilience will require us to make certain changes, such as with the seniors program, Madam President. Within health, we will also see marginal increases in our current fee structure. Madam President, our fee structure comparatively throughout the region is woefully low. And increasing the fees marginally is not an attempt to make it inaccessible for those with lower incomes. We will continue to have certain safety nets in place through our medical assistance program, through social services, to be able to identify the critical groups who need additional support. But Madam President, the average individual, many government workers, private individuals, we have insurance and we can cover those costs. So if we look at the numbers in 2022 for the hospital, the actual expenditure was $10,889,835, whereas the actual revenue was $1,160,000. Madam President, that disparity cannot continue. We have to be able to not make a profit, not even break even, but at least cover some of those costs. We also intend to ramp up collection policies and aggressively pursue individuals who have outstanding balances at the Alexandra Hospital. We will continue with safety nets, as I mentioned, such as the medical assistance of up to $10,000 EC for urgent medical care. To date, in 2023, we have provided support to the tune of $392,098.58. Madam President, we will also continue to, throughout the ministry, have a closer relationship with social services so that we can better identify and assess vulnerable groups to see where we can provide additional support. We will continue to seek out internal and external training activities for staff, have active recruitment of skilled healthcare professionals. And we will continue to encourage and provide that support for our locals to pursue specialist training and pursue areas where we are understaffed. In social services, as I mentioned, there will be an increased focus on means testing and registering individuals to see the level of need that they may have. Madam President, our approach will remain nuanced and adaptive. We'll aim not only to invest in the facilities and technology, but we will attempt to cultivate an ecosystem where individuals and communities can thrive by prioritizing healthcare accessibility, gender equality, and social empowerment. We will lay the foundation for a future where everyone can flourish. The allocation is not only a representation of our present legacy, but of the prosperity of future generations to come. So we hope to achieve that resiliently and sustainably. Madam President, before I move to close, I wanted to come back briefly to the need for more social safety nets as expressed by the Honorable Member for number 4 yesterday. Madam President, we have a comprehensive social safety net package, and I've outlined it in the previous budget. It's outlined again, but for repetition's sake and for information's sake, we will outline quickly some of them. We have a safety net in terms of a public assistance cash bank, Madam President. 145 individuals are able to benefit from this, Madam President, in 2023. We offer home health care services, Madam President. 3 individuals are benefiting from that. Rent payments in extreme circumstances where you know it's immediate and there's a real present danger and need, that is being offered to 1 person. Food vouchers, Madam President, 41 individuals. Uniform, Madam President, 75 individuals. Subsidized electricity, Madam President, 187 individuals. Subsidized lunch for school children, 10 individuals. Seniors hot meals, 76 individuals. The poverty alleviation program, 661 individuals. The RISE program, 60 individuals. Teen Mothers program, 9 individuals. Madam President, more social safety nets than that, and I really cannot comprehend. And I didn't even mention as the daycare assistance program that we provide through our Gender Affairs Department. All it takes is a visit to our Social Services Department to gain actual knowledge of what is going on. They will not boast about the services that they're providing, but they are providing that critical help to the Nevisian public. So to make the public claim that we need more social assistance is uninformed, Madam President. Madam President, as I draw near to my closure, I will just touch quickly on, the budget allocation for this year for the Ministry of Health. This year's budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Health in terms of the recurrent expenditure is $33,942,300. And that, Madam President, represents 16.28% of the total expenditures. But Madam President, it's not enough to just focus on, the percentage and looking at who has what percentage of the pie and some theoretical threshold that it should be 25, 18, whatever percentage you want to suggest, Madam President. Looking critically at the number, that is an increase from the $32,240,300 budgeted last year. So, Madam President, the budget allocation in terms of numbers has increased. And when reviewing the recurrent expenditure or spending for the year 2023 within the ministry, I got a printout, I reviewed our expenses for the year, and under no head have we exceeded the budgeted amount for 2023. So there have been proper fiscal management. We are well under what was budgeted, and so to simply carry up the percentage to carry it up safe is not sustainable or practical, Madam President. And thus the amount allocated this year is well within what the needs of the Health, Gender Affairs and Social Empowerment Ministry, and will continue to use it efficiently and effectively to provide a resilient and sustainable future for all individuals in Nevis. Madam President, I want to just take this opportunity to express my thank you to, it's been just about 1 year since I have taken up this post, and I want to say thank you to not only my colleagues, but especially the technical team and staff within the Ministry of Health, Gender Affairs and Social Empowerment. They have been the backbone of the ministry and continue to provide critical support in keeping the ministry functioning and serving the people of Nevis. Madam President, there's always a narrative that government workers don't do enough, but in healthcare, in gender affairs and social empowerment, I can definitely see evidence of hard-working individuals that significantly outnumber any who might not be operating optimally, Madam President. Madam President, next year I hope to have great engagement with the ministries and plan the way forward. It has been a learning year and we have not made any significant changes, but we want to plan the way forward intentionally and to create a sustainable and resilient future, and that is my intention. So at this juncture, I want to take the opportunity to once again say thank you, wish everyone a happy, enjoyable holiday season with your friends, families, and before I close, throw in one last reminder to wear that orange tomorrow in recognition of the 16 days of activism, and Support the World is the initiative tomorrow by the Health Promotion Unit at the Zanzibar rooftop, where they have their adult games night to sensitize on sexual health and HIV and AIDS. Madam President, with that, I thank your indulgence and wish this bill a safe passage through this honorable House.
Thank you. Thank you. Members of the gallery, just a note to conduct yourselves appropriately in the House. Personal grooming and applause during presentations is not permitted. So please be guided accordingly. Thank you. I recognize the nominated member. Library.
Madam President, I rise to give my support to the bill before this Honorable House, the Nevis Appropriations 2024 Ordinance 2023. Let me say a pleasant good day to all. I think it's still morning. We're getting a little bit of the last few minutes of the morning. So a pleasant good morning to you, Madam President, to all of the members on this side, the members in the gallery, the clerk, Sergeant at Arms, member opposite. Happy that the member opposite has come in. Madam President, I want to wholeheartedly support the bill as presented by the mover, the Honorable Premier, and the Minister of Finance. And I want to congratulate the mover of the bill on a superb delivery on Tuesday. Madam President, the bill seeks to provide sums in the amount of $282,706,900 for the functioning of the Nevis Island Administration for 2024. Of that sum, just about $200 million is recurrent expenditure. That's to deal with all the payment of salaries and those type of things that occur regularly. And just about 74 million is intended to go towards capital expenditure. Madam President, over the past years, I think we have come a long way in Nevis. I remember when I came to the Honorable House the first time, just about 10 years ago or so, the budget we didn't reach the $280 million. That means that we have continued to grow the economy. The economy in Nevis has grown steadily under the hand of the concerned citizens movement, Madam President. Off the bat, worthy of note, and I think I'll probably say it a couple of times, but worthy of note in this budget is that the public servants on Nevis will receive the final tranche of what is a 15% salary increase over the last 3 years, Madam President. And 15%, if you look at the other countries in the region, nobody else is approaching 15% salary increase. But that 15%, Madam President, is only over the past 2 years, because if you go back a bit further, for those of us who have been following the running of government in Nevis and in the Federation for a little while longer, if you go back a bit further to about, say, 2013, you would realize that back then we had another 10% increase in salaries. I think it was given, how was it, 4% one year, 3% the next year, and then 3% the following year. And Madam President, the increase is compounded. So while we say 4, 3, and 3, it's actually 4, then 3 point a little bit, because it's 3 on top of the 4 that you got before, and then another 3 again, so it's another 3 point something again. So that would have come closer to 11% than 10% actually. But let's stick with the straight numbers so that it's easier to understand. So from 2013 until now, public servants in Nevis, all told together, have had about a 25% increase in salary. And I think it's important to point that out at the onset. 25% increase in salary under a CCM-led Nevis Island administration.
Yes.
Madam President, the people of Nevis, Madam President, I think that people of Nevis can be very confident, and the people of Nevis can feel good to know that we have a government that cares, that we have good, solid leadership, that there can be hope for a bright future for our children, Madam President, under the leadership of a concerned citizens movement-led government. Madam President, before I go any further, before I get too deep into what I really want to say, let me at the onset say a big heartfelt thank you to Mr. Kevin Barrett, who is the former permanent secretary in the ministry that I lead, Ministry of Education, Sports, et al., long ministry. And Mr. Barrett is now heading up the Ministry of Human Resources. And I want to say thank you to Mr. Barrett. He has worked hard over the years. He has really been there. He has made things easy for me because he's somebody who is very, very efficient, very dedicated, very kind-hearted, somebody who really understands leadership and leads with a gentle hand. So I want to wish him all the very best as he takes up his new role as permanent secretary in Human Resources. So wherever you are, Mr. Barrett, thank you. Equally, I want to congratulate Ms. Zanella Claxton, who now takes up the role as permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education, et al. Madam President, Ms. Claxton, by any measure, is a remarkable young leader. She's a champion of excellence and is a true embodiment of the civil servant spirit. And I want to commend her for the hard work that she has done over the years, and I think she is a very deserving person of the promotion that she has just gotten. Madam President, as we welcome Ms. Claxton to her new role, I think it is important that we note that her appointment is testimony to the continued commitment of this government to promote young people, to promote young women to serve at the highest level. I think it's very important, Madam President, to note that this government is committed to giving young people opportunity. This government is committed to gender equity. We are committed to giving women opportunities, Madam President. And so I want to again congratulate Ms. Claxton, and I want to wish Mr. Barrett all the best in his new role. Madam President, and you know, we have some additional persons, Madam President, within the ministry and the department who have transitioned to retirement, and I want to wish them all the very best. Mrs. Avril Elliott from the Department of Education, Mr. Shefton Libert also from the Department of Education. Mrs. Jasmine Doe, the immediate past principal of the Charlestown Secondary School. Ms. Norlene Smithen, the immediate past principal of the St. Thomas's Primary School. I want to wish them all the very best in their future endeavors. We also had some persons within the ministry who have gotten transfers, have been placed in different places within the ministry. We have some persons who were leading some of our schools who have now been asked to take up different roles. Mrs. Shea Wilkin, who is the immediate past principal of the VOJN Primary, she is now assigned to the Nevis Public Library as librarian. Miss Danielle Wallace, the immediate past principal of the St. James Primary School, she is now assigned to the Department of Education as the educational coordinator for UE. We also have Miss Felicia Walters, who is the immediate past deputy principal of the Gingerland Secondary School, who has resigned. Madam President, since we have people leaving positions, then naturally we would have people coming into these positions. So I want to single out those who have been appointed to their new roles as principals. We have Mrs. Nicola Huggins Paris, who is now the principal of the Charlestown Secondary School. We have Miss Diana Brown, who has been appointed the deputy principal of the Charlestown Secondary School. We have Miss Chrislyn Jeffers, who is now the principal of the VOJN Primary School. We have Miss Catherine Seabrooks, who is now the principal of the St. James Primary School. We have Mrs. Jerose Walters, who is now the principal of the St. Thomas's Primary School. And we have Mrs. Dion Hanley, who has been reassigned as the deputy principal of the Gingerland Secondary School. I think everybody who I spoke about are women. So again, Madam President, yes, all of them. Again, Madam President, this is a government that is promoting women, Madam President. And so I'm very, very happy to say this, Madam President. Madam President, my ministry is a very large ministry, and I don't propose to detail everything that we have done over the past year. I think we try our best to put things out there on YouTube, put things out there in social media. We try to utilize NTV a lot to get things that we're doing out there. So I would just want to, this afternoon, highlight a few things. If I try to speak about everything, Madam President, then, I would exhaust all of the time, and then I still would be asking for more. Because we do a lot of things in education, in sports, in youth, IT. We do quite a lot of things. Education itself, you have stuff happening at the department level, and you have quite a lot of things happening at every single school around the island, from early childhood all the way up to sixth form. So I'm only going to pick out a few of the things, Madam President. I will say, Madam President, that education is probably the most important thing in a country. See, Madam President, if you imagine a small nation, vibrant with culture, but facing limited resources, how does that nation compete in a globalized world? And the answer is through education. Education is the most potent weapon that we have against poverty, against violence, against all of those things. Because the more knowledge that young people have, the better decisions that they are going to make. Madam President. And it is through education that we can lift ourselves as a nation to become that model small island state that people like to talk about so much. It is through education that we can do all of these things. And this government certainly takes education very, very seriously. Madam President, while I'm talking about taking education seriously, this is graduation season for our secondary schools, and I think it's very important that I highlight some of the persons who have done really, really well at graduations. Over the past few weeks, I've been to all of the graduations. I went to NISS graduation a few weeks ago. I went to the graduation at Gingerland Secondary School, I think that was last week. And just on Tuesday, we had the graduation for the Charlestown Secondary School. That was in the morning. I caught a little piece of it, but then I had to leave to come here to the house. And then the Nevis Sixth Form College, they had their graduation in the afternoon. And so, Madam President, being at these graduations, you get to see a lot of things and you get to hear a lot of things. Graduation is a feel-good time. So at NISS, Madam President, I'm happy to announce that NISS, of all the subjects that the students at NISS did, they had a 92.3% pass rate for 2023, Madam President. That's extremely good. That means that the subjects that the students sat, that they passed almost all of their subjects. So for their graduation, we had Mr. Mayor Daswani, who had 8 subjects with 3 grade 1s. We had Mr. Dylan Theron, and he was the valedictorian. He had 7 subject passes with 5 grade 1s. And we had Miss Dejanel Truss, who had 4 subject passes with 4 grade 1s, Madam President. So everything she did, she got grade 1s, Madam President. At the Charlestown Secondary School, Charlestown Secondary is a huge school, our biggest school here on Nevis. They had an overall passing rate of 84%, Madam President. 84% passing rate. And at Charlestown Secondary School, Madam President, we had 1 student getting 11 subjects. That's Mr. Jaden Libert, who had 11 subjects with 5 grade 1 passes. We had 3 students getting 10 subject passes, Madam President. We had Aidan Libert with 10 subject passes and 8 distinctions, and I think he was a salutatorian. We had Jaron Webb with 10 subject passes with 7 distinctions. We had Lachelle Herbert with 10 subject passes and 7 distinctions. We had Imogen Archibald with 9 subject passes and 8 distinctions, and I believe she was the valedictorian, Madam President. Overall, Madam President, we had 11 students at the Charlestown Secondary School with 9 subject passes. That's incredible. Madam President, we continue. We had an additional 11 students, Madam President, with 8 subject passes. And then we had 13 students, Madam President, with 7 subject passes. And then an additional 9 students with 6 subject passes. If my math is correct, that's 48 students achieving 6 subject passes or more, Madam President. 48 students. at the Gingerland Secondary School, Madam President, Gingerland Secondary School had an overall percent pass rate of 84.7%. And I'm happy that the member for Nevis 3 is back in the house because we're talking about Gingerland. 84.7% pass rate, Madam President. At Gingerland, we had one student who passed 10 subjects. That's Ayana Brown. We also had an additional 7 students, Madam President, who passed 9 subjects. Let me speak about the valedictorian first. The valedictorian was at the Gingerland Secondary School, Miss Shaniel Evelyn, who had Shanae. Correction. Shanae Evelyn, who had 9 subject passes with 6 grade 1s. And we had the salutatorian, Mr. Udell Wisdom, who passed 9 subjects with 4 distinctions. And, you know, I recall being at the graduation, and the member for Nevis 3 was there. And the mom for the salutatorian, a very nice lady from Rollins, we were there and we were talking and we said, you know, today is your day. We're very, very happy for you. And, you know, that lady said something and a kind of chill came over me, Madam President, because these students, they work hard, you know, and some of these parents, they don't have a lot, but they invest all that they have into their children. And this mother, what she said, Madam President, was, I am so proud today because my son has come from nothing to something. Madam President, these are the reasons why it's easy to get up to come to work every morning. This is why it's easy to get up to come to work, because we know that we are doing a good work for the young people, Madam President. I tell you, a chill came over me, and it's coming over me again right now, just speaking about it. To hear that mother say, I have it here. To hear that mother say how proud she is of her son. He has come from nothing and has made something of himself and has made all of his family proud. And we can see that all around the landscape of Nevis. I continue at Gingerland Secondary, 7 students with 9 subjects. With 8 subjects, we have 3 students, 5 students with 7 subjects, 11 students with 6 subjects. So at the Gingerland Secondary School, Madam President, we had 27 students who passed 6 subjects or better. Now, Madam President, I'm a little bit older than you. Some people like to tell me I'm young. But I remember as a youngster growing up, you used to hear about Tom or you used to hear about Dick or Harry, who were bright people back in the day. And they used to have 4 subjects. You understand, Madam President? That's true. And everybody used to say, so-and-so is a bright person, or so-and-so is a bright person because they went to school. In those days, Madam President, school, I think you had to go to town to get to high school and so on. There was no high school in Gingerland. But people used to say, if you got 4 subjects and 5 subjects, you're bright people. And Madam President, 27 and 48, I can't really do the maths here, but 27 and 48 is a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'm getting the help from behind here. That's what we do. We help each other. 75 students, Madam President, with 6 subjects, or greater. We have a lot of bright young people in Nevis, Madam President, and we should celebrate them. On to the Nevis Sixth Form College now, because that graduation was on Tuesday. And I was at the graduation. I sat next to the member for Nevis 1 and his lovely wife. And we were there, and as we listened to the students coming up to get their awards and their prizes, I looked over at the member for Nevis 1. And at the same time, I was looking over to the member for Nevis 1. The member for Nevis 1 was looking over at me. And why was this the case? Madam President, you see, we had, let me make sure I get it right, and I work with the program for this one. We had 53 young persons graduating from the Nevis Sixth Form College, Madam President. 53. That is remarkable, but even more remarkable than that, Madam President, is that out of the 53, 50 students were receiving the Premier's Award. 50 receiving the Premier's Award for passing 6 CAPE units or more. I made the comment to the member for Nevis 1, and I said, well, boss, if the Premier is putting a little money in that Premier's Award, then the Premier is going to be broke. If the Premier puts a little money into that Premier's Award, he's going to be broke right now. So if you all see the Premier walking around the street during the Christmas season, you all give him a little handout. He needs it because his 6 farmers, they have taken it away from him. And I'm very, very happy for that, Madam President. That warmed my heart being at that graduation. Madam President, let me single out from the Nevis Sixth Form College, the valedictorian, Miss Jakelia Barrett. Do I have the pronunciation correct, Mr. Barrett? What's the pronunciation? Jakelia. Miss Jakelia Barrett. And she gave a brilliant valedictory speech. We have some really, really brilliant young people around. And the salutatorian, Miss Sarai Archibald. I think both of them are from the same area, the Craddock Road area. You can't claim this one member for Nevis Street. Claim it, Nevis 1. Madam President, Madam President, these are the things that we come out to work for. This makes everybody feel good. 50 out of 53 graduates receiving the Premier's Award. Let me continue with education, Madam President. Every day there's something happening in the Department of Education. I want to talk about the Black History Month elocution contest. I think that was a wonderful event. The theme was Calypso culture. I think the students recited a song, Calypso song. We chose a song and they recited it. In the individual round, the winner was the Charlestown Secondary School, represented by Kajni Keynes. So she was the winner of the individual rounds. You know, and these names are so difficult to pronounce nowadays. I used to thought that I had a name that was hard to pronounce, but these young people are now beating me. Madam President, in the group choral speaking round, the winners were the St. Thomas's Primary School. And overall, the winner was the Charlestown Primary School, St. Thomas's placed second, and the VOJN Primary School, they placed third. Madam President, in the high school section, Charlestown Secondary School won, and they were represented by Rondre Daniel. Madam President, the annual Interscholastic Spelling Bee, sponsored by the Lornette Mills Charitable Fund in collaboration with the Nevis Association of South Florida and HarperCollins Publishers. This took place in May. In the primary competition, the Ivor Walters Primary School came out the winners. The Nevis Academy placed second, and the Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School were third. The best speller was Shrivala, oh my, Shrivala Adu. And I tell you about these names, Madam President. In the first federal, in May, Madam President, we had our first ever STEM Expo. STEM, of course, is science, technology, engineering, and math. And we've spoken before about going into a lot of STEM activities. So in May, we had our first ever STEM Expo and our STEM Challenge, which was sponsored by First Federal Credit Union. The STEM Expo overall was sponsored by the Embassy of the Republic of China on Taiwan. So for the STEM Challenge, the winners in the primary competition were the Ivor Walters Primary School. The St. Thomas's Primary placed second, and the Maud Cross Preparatory School placed third. In the secondary competition, the Charlestown Secondary School was first, and the Gingerland Primary School was second. For the STEM Expo competition, the Gingerland Secondary School placed first, the St. Thomas's Primary School placed second, and the Joycelyn Libert Primary School placed third. And while we're on STEM, Madam President, just in September, a group from the ministry was able to take a learning trip to Estonia. I think the Premier would have spoken about it in the budget. This team was led by now Permanent Secretary Zanella Claxton, also Mr. Jevon Claxton, the Deputy Director of IT, and Mr. John Williams from the Department of Education, and they were accompanied by Minister Councillor Elsa Wilkin Brister from our diplomatic corps. And they went to Estonia on a fact-finding mission. They went to see what places like Estonia are doing in terms of integrating STEM, integrating IT into their schools, and not just into their schools, but into their government and into their society as a whole. We got a whole report from the team that went, and I think it was an eye-opening experience. When they came back, they did a presentation for us, and some of the things that they're doing in Estonia, the things are just remarkable. And so we will be looking to partner with Estonia to bring some of those things here to Nevis, Madam President. So we are very, very happy, Madam President, to incorporate as much technology as we can into our education system, Madam President. I think I would have said earlier in the year that the ministry was the recipient of a generous donation of 250 tablets from the Winsong Foundation. These tablets are already in use in our schools, and in 2024, Madam President, we will see the further rollout of these tablets in our schools. One of the things that our team learned when they went to Estonia is the way that Estonia is deploying their devices in their schools and in terms of the society in general. So we will be trying to mirror some of what we learned from what Estonia is doing. You see, Madam President, places like Estonia, they are the world leaders in what we call e-government. Everything that they do, they have their e-pass and all of those type of things. Everything that they do is technology driven. And so they would have started down that road of technology and computerizing everything since the 90s. So they have years and years of trial and error. And we are going to be the beneficiaries of learning from all that they have done, Madam President. So in 2024, we will continue to roll out the use of these devices. Also, Madam President, I think just this week, we were able to take delivery of a shipment of devices. These would be laptops and tablets from a project that we would have started as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This project was called the Continuity of Learning Project. This is a project that we embarked on in conjunction with the federal government. So it is a Sink It's Nevis project. And we have just received some devices from this project. Some devices are for the use of the children, and some of the devices are for the use of the staff in the schools, Madam President. So this is something that when COVID hit, we knew what our shortcomings were, and so we started to plan. So this is the fruits of the things that we did when COVID came, coming to bear now, Madam President. We were able to think quickly, and we were able to get going on things. So here now in 2023, we see the fruits of that labor coming. Madam President, talk a little bit about the Gulf Insurance Bank of Nevis International Limited Primary Schools Championships, or the Mini Olympics, as we would say here in Nevis. And I want to welcome the Bank of Nevis International and thank them for their generous sponsorship. We are happy to partner with them, Madam President. And of course, we also thank Gulf, our long-standing sponsors. They have been with us from the very beginning, and we look forward to continuing with them, Madam President. This year, Madam President, for the first time, the meet was a gold medal-based meet. And from all of the reviews, I think everybody are now happy with the fact that we have moved from the traditional points scoring system to the gold medal system. I think it's less confusion at the end of the day to go to the gold medal system. And so it's working well. All of the schools are happy with it, and so we will continue to push forward with it. From the inter-primary championships for this year, Madam President, we saw the Charlestown Primary School coming out on top. The St. Thomas's Primary School was second, and the Joycelyn Liebert Primary School, they would have placed third, Madam President. Talk a bit about primary school cricket. The TDC sponsored Winarko Morton Nevis Primary Schools Championships, and I'm kind of jumping ahead into sports, because this cricket and the inter-primary, they are partnership between education and sports. So I'm going a little bit back and forth here, because I think it was a good thing to marry education and sports, because so many of the things that they do overlap. So the cricket tournament, of course, a partnership between education and sports. The winners of that tournament were the VOJN Primary School, and in second place we had the Charlestown Primary School, Madam President. Sticking on the theme of being in both education and sports, I want to move now to the Nevis Primary Schools Football Championships. And you know that I didn't name a sponsor up front, so let me take the opportunity to say that we are looking for a title sponsor. So I'm speaking to all of the good corporate entities out there in Nevis and in the Federation that we're looking for a sponsor for the primary school football championships. And Madam President, this one was just concluded, I think, last weekend. And leading up to the conclusion of the football, there was a little bit of controversy, a little bit of top, but I think we got all of it sorted out, and we ended up having a wonderful, wonderful tournament. We had a wonderful final four, third and fourth place game, and first place and second place game on Saturday night. And I must say, Madam President, that with the exception of inter-primary and probably maybe parade of troops, the park was extremely full, Madam President. So I'm very, very happy that football is on the rise here in Nevis. And of course, as I said, this is a partnership between sports and education. The fourth place team was the St. James Primary. The Joycelyn Liebert Primary was the third place team. In second place, we had the St. Thomas's Primary School, and the winners, the Charlestown Primary School. And Madam President, I must tell you that if you weren't at the game, don't miss the football final next year. This year we had a nail-biter. The game came down to penalty kicks, and I had people next to me pulling, literally pulling on my shirt, how nervous they were at the end of the game. It means that the public is now invested in the football, and that's important. It's always good that the young people, that the children see that the public, that the adults are out there to support them. And Madam President, on this one, I want to single out a few people for some commendation. Of course, we have the Director of Sports, who is in the gallery, Mr. Jamir Claxton. But there are some young persons who I want to single them out on this. Miss Nicola Fraser, Mr. Algen Newton, Mr. Kimball Ward. Of course, they would have had a lot of support to bring the tournament together, but they were the ones at the forefront doing the planning. And not just that, Madam President. You see, it's good to give young people opportunities, because I've been around the Ministry of Education for quite some time now, and I'll tell you that before now, primary school football happened. It happened, and it was over, and that was it. You didn't hear anything about it. There wasn't any vibe. There wasn't anything big about it. But that's not the case now. And the reason for this, Madam President, is because we brought some young people on board, and we told them, you go out and run this thing. And they made some subtle changes. Before time, the football used to happen at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and so on. People didn't have time to, people at work, they couldn't come out and enjoy the game. And so the suggestion came from these young persons, why not switch the game to a little bit later in the afternoon so that parents and supporters could get to come to the games. We did that, and it has been a revelation, Madam President. The park was full. You can go on Facebook, you can look at all of the pictures, and all of the, some of the student athletes have come up to me and they have told me, I'm celebrity. That's what they're saying. Because they see their pictures on Facebook, they're seeing themselves on the internet, on the live stream, and they feel good. So they're telling me that they are now superstars because that opportunity has been given to them. And so I want to say kudos to those young people for bringing fresh ideas to the fore. And that's why it's always important, Madam President, to empower young people, because they come with new ideas and new innovative thinking. So it's not just the same old all the time. So, Madam President, we've already transitioned into sports. And the outlook for sports on Nevis is very positive. Very, very positive one, Madam President. of course, cricket, football, track and field, netball, basketball, tennis, swimming. I didn't even know swimming was a big thing in Nevis. We are surrounded by water, but I didn't know swimming was such a big thing. Recently, we had something at the swimming center there at Wally, and the turnout was, I did not know, Madam President, so much people into swimming. I feel bad about it and all. I won't say the reason why, but, but Madam President, I feel a little bad about it. But nonetheless, maybe next year when I come back to talk, I can feel good talking about swimming, because I hear they have accommodations for people like me. So, Madam President, early in the year, we were happy to support an initiative by the Nevis Cricket Association. They held a dinner in honor of the 50th anniversary of Mr. Elcomido Willett becoming the first person from the Leeward Islands to make the West Indies team. And the ministry, of course, was delighted to assist to the tune of some $50,000. And that dinner took place sometime in March, Madam President. I was there, and it was a wonderful, wonderful dinner. And we look forward, Madam President, to partnering with the Nevis Cricket Association going forward. I think there is a camp that is being worked on right now as we speak. There's supposed to be a camp that's going to happen over the Christmas vacation. And of course, we are partnering with the Nevis Cricket Association to assist as much as we can. Madam President, the ministry has been providing a lot of support over the year for all sports. Football, we of course assist our football teams from Nevis who are participating in the Premiership League and in the First Division League that are primarily based over on St. Kitts, with the SKN Football Association being the main driver behind that. But we have been supporting our teams to participate. So much so, Madam President, that some of the boat fees and so on that the ministry has been paying, it's been a significant sum, Madam President. For this year, 2023 alone, so far we have already exceeded over $100,000 in support to our sports teams going over to St. Kitts. That's a significant contribution, Madam President, by the Ministry of Sports to our young people in Nevis who are interested in playing football. Madam President, I am delighted, however, to say that this year we were able to host Premiership and Division I games right here on Nevis for the first time in a really, really long time. We were able to host games on Nevis. So our teams, they were able to play their home games at the Nevis Athletic Stadium, what we call the Mondo Track, Madam President. And, you know, I'm smiling when I'm saying this, because the reason why we were able to play these games, we were able to facilitate these games in Nevis, Madam President, is because sometime early up in the year, we constructed a little building at the Mondo Track to facilitate this very same thing. So, Madam President, while yesterday morning I was here in the house, somewhere between falling asleep and trying to stay awake, trying to pay attention, I heard the member opposite say that, oh, we're wasting money, and we built this VIP at the Mondo Track with no plans, just because we wanted to give some of our friends some work, Madam President. That is what I heard somewhere halfway between sleep and wake, fighting to stay awake, you know, trying to listen to what somebody WhatsApp me and referred to as an extempo, Madam President. An extempo, a freestyle, that's where you get up with no plan and you just start to talk. And so you go around and around and around and around. Extempo, Madam President. And somewhere between doing that, what we heard was that somehow we decided to build a VIP at the Mondo track with no plan, hurriedly, because we wanted to give some friends some work. And Madam President, I will be plain and tell you that I take exception to that. Because, Madam President, the plan was there. You know what was at the Mondo track before that? And let me roll back to the beginning. I know that time is of the essence, but this one is worthy of note. It's worth it for me to say this. Because at the Mondo track, when it was completed, the very first time we wanted to have inter-primary day, the track was just finished, but it was only the track. We needed to hold inter-primary, so we needed a few little places for NTV to set up, for the radio stations to set up, for all of the media people to set up. So we built some little huts back then. The weather sort of did its work on them because those were done hurriedly. Those were done quickly to facilitate inter-primary at the time, Madam President. Some of them had been blown over by storms, and so we had to do something to replace them. And so, Madam President, what we did was we thought about what we needed to do. We knew that we needed to have some place to house all of these media people and so on, but we knew we wanted football too. So we knew we needed the dressing rooms and so on. For football, I remember consulting the director of sports and the deputy director of sports and so on. And the director already spoke about this on the radio, you know, and he was very eloquent in speaking about it. So to come into the house now and to hear somebody come into the house to try to cast aspersions on this, I felt really bad about it. And so, Madam President, it was built with a plan. And it is the same building that is now facilitating the playing of football over there. Madam President, I don't know if you have gone to watch any of the matches, but the matches are exciting. I think I have gone to somewhere around 10 matches over there. Over the summer, there were matches almost every week. Almost every week we were hosting matches. Football, well, not we, but the Football Association was hosting games at the Mondo track. And that was made possible because we built the building that they refer to as a VIP. And there was no excessive expenditure, Madam President. There was not any excessive expenditure at all on that building, in getting that building done, Madam President, built for the benefit of the young people. And you know, I want to say something too, because part of what was said is that maybe we wanted to give some work to some friends. And I take exception to that. So because a contractor from Rollins gets a job, it's a problem. A job for about 80,000. And got to hire about 10 guys to get the work done. That's a problem. Because a plumber from Brownhill gets a job. That is a problem. Because an electrician from Bath gets a job. That is a problem. A job that's worth maybe about 15,000, 20,000. That's a big problem. There's something sinister about that. Madam President, when the bigwigs and the fat cats and the consultants are getting their jobs and they're charging 100,000+, oh no, there's no problem there. There's nothing sinister there. Those are our fees. You understand? And our fees should be respected. But whenever, Madam President, it is the poor people, whenever it is the poor people who's supposed to be getting a little job, it is a big problem. And the poor people, they got to hire people to do the work. They got to work out there and toil in the sun, Madam President. And you know what? They got to pay their taxes. They got to pay social security for those who working for them. But it's a big problem whenever the poor people have to get a little job. And that's one of the reasons why I believe, people got to listen when they hear people talking. That's why, Madam President, the people of Nevis know that they're safe. They're in safe hands with the Concerned Citizens Movement, because we are always looking out for the smaller man. We don't believe that the smaller man should just come to us with a handout and say, well, please give me this and please give me that. We believe in empowering people. That is what we are about. So when the small contractor from Rollins, or the small electrician from Bath, or the small plumber from Brownhill, or wherever across Nevis they are from, get a job, it's not anything sinister. It is that we are looking to empower our people. And if anybody has a problem with that, Madam President, well then that's their problem. I'm not going to worry about that. But I think that it was worthy of note. Also worthy of note, Madam President, is that the member opposite, should have had more time, coming at lunchtime. Madam President, also worthy of note, is that the member opposite was reading from the auditor's report. And me personally, I found that very amusing, Madam President, especially when you consider that for the years that the NRP spent in government, the 5 years and the 18 null and void months, that they did not produce a single solitary audited report. Not one, Madam President. Not one did they produce, Madam President. And so I find it really laughable, Madam President, that the member opposite could feel justified to smile and open the audited report, to read from the audited report that this CCM government, we ensure that every year we produce, Madam President.
Governance. As required by
You want to talk about hypocrisy? That is it right there. And Madam President, you know the thing about it, when you're going to cast aspersions, you should cast them good, because maybe when you read the audited report, you don't read all. So I went to look to see what the audited report said when it comes to the area that I was looking at, because I understand that we're trying to give jobs just because we want to give them to a friend. So I went to look and I checked page 30, which speaks about education under the recurrent budget. On page 30, Madam President. And you know what it says about Ministry of Education, Library Services, yada, yada, yada? The Ministry of Education and Library Services incurred 26.5 million in actual expenditure for the year 2022, which provided a net savings of 1.66 million from the budgeted amount. When compared to the previous financial year, the ministry incurred 24.5 million from its budget of 27.39 million. In the 2 years, the ministry has realized slight savings each year, from 2.89 million in 2021 to 1.66 million in 2022. Madam President, that means we were within the budget, Madam President. And if you go to page 34, which speaks about the capital budget, Madam President, reading again from the audited report commissioned by this CCM government, it says the Ministry of Education had a budget of, from its budget allocation of 5.5 million, the Ministry of Education incurred a total of 4.06 million in projects, such as upgrade and refurbishment of schools, school meals program, computerization of schools, and TVET enhancement. That again, Madam President. So we had 5.5 million budgeted, and we spent 4.06. Again, Madam President, there was no wastage, according to the audited report. So, I mean, before you come to cast aspersions, and especially on poor people, if you're going to quote from the audited report, then go through the whole thing, read everything for us. Let us know, well, how we actually did. So, Madam President, I took real exception to that. And I think that the people of Nevis should also take exception to the fact that whenever poor people supposed to get anything, that is a problem for some people. You see, some people believe that poor people don't have money. Poor people can't count money. So if they get a little job, it got to be something sinister about it. It got to be somebody else's job, because those poor people, they don't have more money. You see, but when the bigwigs and the fat cats and the consultants and all of those type of people, they won't go out in the sun. You see them with the umbrella, and if they have to go out somewhere, they got on their nice shoes and they step in because they don't want to go in the mud. But when they charge their money, it's their fee. And when it's twice as much or 3 times as much, there's no problem with it. You know why? Because they understand money. And I think poor people need to listen carefully when they hear people talking, Madam President. I continue. Madam President, sports, well, let me talk about netball, because just recently we had a St. Kitts Nevis netball team that went to Antigua. They did very well in a tournament. Shortly after that, they came back and they went to St. Martin and they won that whole tournament. And netball is looking up in St. Kitts and Nevis, and the Ministry of Sports is happy, Madam President, to partner with netball, Madam President. We continue to invest in our young people. And just in October, Madam President, we were able to collaborate with SKN Athletics to facilitate a training session for coaches in the Federation, both St. Kitts and Nevis. There was one day on St. Kitts and another day over here on Nevis for the training sessions. And the facilitator for this training session was the world-renowned coach, Glenn Mills. And Madam President, you know who Glenn Mills is? Glenn Mills, Madam President, is the former coach of the great sprinter Usain Bolt. World record holder in the 100 meter, world record holder in the 200 meter. Caribbean man, Jamaican, and a great man. Glenn Mills, Madam President, also coached St. Kitts and Nevis' very own treasure, Kim Collins, for a while, Madam President. And so we were able to partner with SKN Athletics to bring Glenn Mills here for a 2-day workshop with our coaches, Madam President. We are trying to invest in our young people, Madam President, and we have gone for the very best. We're not settling for less. So we have brought Glenn Mills. I had conversations with Mr. Mills, and Mr. Mills has said that he would be happy to come back, and he would be happy to offer any advice that he can to our coaches and so on, Madam President. So these are the ways that we are trying to help to improve the level of coaching, the level of teaching that we have for our young athletes, Madam President. So we continue to push forward. So that, I think, was a wonderful initiative, Madam President. I think this year the Department of Sports also had a 2020 cricket tournament, right? Women's 2020 cricket tournament. First time ever, right? First time ever hosted by the Department of Sports. Women's cricket, Madam President. So we continue to invest. I'm going to jump off of sports just now because I want to make time. But before I come off of sports, let me end on a positive note on sports. And I want to thank Mr. Carl Claxton of Reliable Motors and Claxton Services for a generous donation that he gave to the ministry recently, Madam President. Mr. Claxton would have donated 100 hurdles, Madam President. So we were very, very delighted to take delivery of those hurdles, Madam President. And so I want to thank Mr. Claxton, certainly from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of the ministry and on behalf of the entire government for his tangible contribution to the young people of Nevis. And I want to encourage other corporate citizens out there to take, a page out of the book of Mr. Claxton. Make Mr. Claxton a model and come forward and donate to the young people, to the future of the young people. You see, the future of the young people is the future of the country. So again, thanks to Mr. Claxton for that tangible donation that he made. Madam President, on to the Department of Youth. Department of Youth is small, but they're very powerful, Madam President. And each year they do a lot of things around Nevis. I want to talk about the Easter camp that they hosted this past Easter. They had over 100 children at the Easter camp. It was a wonderful camp. I popped in for a few days, a few times to talk to the young people. They had many creative activities for the young people, field trips all around Nevis to historical places and so on. They taught the young people how to do tie-dye, with the shirts and so on. And, one of the things that I really, really liked about it, I'm a little bit partial, is that there was a kite-making workshop for our young people. And each and every one of those children was able to get a kite. We engaged some persons from the community to come in for 2 days to teach the young people how to make kites. And then at the end of the 2 days, all of the children went to the Mondo track again, and they were able to fly their kites there. And so I felt very, very good. We had a fun day there. I felt very good seeing those children flying the kites that they made, and I'm hopeful that going forward that they will stick with it. And, kite making in Nevis is a really, really good thing. Another big initiative for the Department of Youth, of course, is the Youth Impact 12 Award. And this year, I think we honored 9 students. But from this Youth Impact 12 that is done at the Department of Youth, the awardees, they have the opportunity to get some sponsorship to put on different programs, Madam President. And one of the programs that has come out of it is a girls mentoring program, and it's called Girls Can Play Football. It's an initiative that they go to the Bath playing field on Saturday mornings, and they have the young ladies there engaging in football and other life lessons. There's also another wonderful initiative called Lessons with Class, where they're inviting young people and they teach them proper etiquette, how to eat, how to set the table and eat with a knife and fork and all of those things. Good old-fashioned mannerisms, Madam President. So that's another initiative of the Department of Youth. Also, last month in November, the Department of Youth partnered with the United Nations and Premier's Ministry to host what they call a mega youth summit. And that was under the theme, Youth of the Future. What can we do to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals? I know the member opposite would love that because she's an environmentalist. So the Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the good things about this is that they invited all of the ministers. So we were able to go there and sit with the youths and share with the youths. We were all there except for the youngest minister. She was off island, of course, on other government work, but I think she still, registers with the youth. But the rest of us who are more elderly, we were there to sit with the youth and to speak with them and to share some knowledge. Senior. So, Madam President, another initiative is being a part of the 25 Most Remarkable Teens initiative. And just this year, we had 5 persons from Nevis being honored as part of the 25 Most Remarkable Teens. 6? Oh, I only have 5 names here, so then I will be very careful and not mention the names, Madam President. So I'll move on from that. We also had the World Poetry Day, poetry writing competition. And this again is another initiative where we saw partnership. It was the Department of Youth partnering with the Nevis Public Library, and I think partnership is the name of the game. Also, Madam President, we have the Summer Job Attachment Program, SJAB, as it is called. SJAP, sorry, as it is called. And that is another wonderful initiative. I was at the opening ceremony and I popped in a bit for the for that initiative, and they basically teach the young people how to do their resumes, and they have professional training and development workshops with them. Another wonderful initiative. Okay. So the 6 names for the most remarkable teens. We have Kalia Huggins Simmons in academics and leadership, Tiana Williams, spiritual commitment, Jaden Liebert, academics and volunteerism, Maya Dashwani, academics, Dylan Theron, academics, and Brianny Chapman in leadership and volunteerism. I think it's important that we recognize them, Madam President. And so thank you, member for Nevis 3. My list would have omitted one of the names, and that would have been a tragedy. Madam President, moving on to the Nevis Public Library, and oddly enough, the longest list of things that I have here is from the library. So the library would have had the Black History Month exhibition, and this exhibition was dubbed The Father, Son, and the Offsprings, the history of cricket on Nevis, Madam President. The library continues to partner with Education USA to provide classes for the SAT exams, preparation classes for the SAT exams. Of course, I spoke about World Poetry Day just a while ago under youth. Of course, we had a competition that was a partnership between the library and the Department of Youth. Of course, the annual summer library program, normally when our schools go off for the summer, parents need to have some place for their children to go to keep them occupied, and the library summer program is one such place. I'm always happy to be a part of that. That is some place that I went as a youngster. I can still remember my days at the library summer program. We used to go all over Nevis. We used to learn the most amazing things. Some of the things that I know about Nevis historically, I learned them at these library summer programs. So we continue with the library summer programs, and we had over 100 participants this year. Madam President, the library also had an independence display which highlighted the the history of the Nevis Symphonic Band. And for those who don't know, the Symphonic Band, that's the band that plays when we have our Independence Parade and when we have our Remembrance Day Parade and so on. So they highlighted the 40-year existence of the Nevis Symphonic Band. Also, Madam President, the library continues with our after-school programs, and of course, we also have our biannual craft program that they are continuing with, Madam President. So moving a bit forward to information technology, because I'm trying to get us to lunchtime, I'm being urged. Madam President, the government recognizes the importance of information technology. I don't think I need to belabor the point about information technology being important. That is where the world is heading now. Everybody is trying to incorporate as much information technology as possible into the things that they are doing. So we've put internet in our schools, and we're trying to, as we say, deploy more devices in a very useful way in our schools to enhance the educational delivery. And so all of these are being facilitated, Madam President, through information technology. Of course, we continue to run fiber all around the island of Nevis, and that's the information technology department doing that. Of course, Madam President, you would be aware, and we all would be aware, that in January of this year, that the NIA would have been the victim of a targeted malicious cyber attack that happened January 27th. Madam President, I'm very happy to report that the good folks at IT, that we were able to restore, all of our services, and our IT infrastructure is a lot more robust now than it was before. And so I want to say kudos to the director, David, and the rest of the staff at the IT department. They have been doing very, very good work, Madam President. I won't get into all the details about how we have made the system more robust, but just know, Madam President, that we have been taking this very, very seriously, and we have done quite a lot. We have secured our emails. We have now gone to using the Microsoft platform. Before, we use a platform where we house our emails in-house, but now we have gone to use a more robust and a more secure mechanism for dealing with our emails, Madam President. While I'm on that, somebody sent me an article that one of the pundits put out, they like to put out on Facebook, because there is a local person who is here in Nevis who would have suffered a similar cyber attack. And oddly enough, one of the papers that was recovered from that cyber attack, here we have a pundit going out on Facebook and trying to make politics out of this same article. So we have to be very careful, Madam President, Well, I don't really want to cast aspersions, but, I mean, you have a cyber attack, and then all of a sudden you have some papers coming out, and papers getting into the hands of certain people, and they're now using it on Facebook to talk about, the government and what the government is doing and so on. So we have to be very, very careful around here. I thought it was important that I noted that, Madam President. But, of course, we have done our best to make the system as robust as possible, and we will continue, Madam President, to move with the trend of technology and to incorporate as much technology as we can, Madam President. Madam President, close to the end, right? I just want to make some general comments, just about another 5 minutes, hopefully. And I started off by saying, Madam President, that in the years that CCM has been here at the helm of government in Nevis, that we have grown the economy in Nevis. We have heard those on the other side, Madam President, try to put out this narrative that, oh, nothing is happening in Nevis. But, Madam President, we all live here, and we all know that that is nothing but fake news, and that is a false narrative. And I don't think the people of Nevis have been gravitating toward that narrative, Madam President, because a lot has been happening for the people of Nevis. We put Nevis first. I started off by saying that over the past 3 years, under this present government, we have given 15% salary increase. And I pointed out that in the years before that, certainly since CCM has been in here, there was another 10%. 10% plus increments. And so, Madam President, if we were not able to grow the economy and we were not able to move Nevis forward, well, how are we then able to pay these salaries? How are we then able to continue to keep the island running? Because some people have short memories, but I don't really have a short memory, you know, Madam President, because I recall shortly before CCM got in, that the then permanent secretary in finance would have made a statement, and he said that after paying salaries, there was hardly any money to do anything else. In fact, he said that the country was broke, Madam President. And I think it was the premier at the time who then came on and tried to save face, and he said, oh, the country is not broke. The country is not broke. That was a very famous thing. People had it taped, and they were playing it over and over and over again. Madam President, our salaries have increased a whopping 25% plus from those days until now. And we continue to keep the ship of state going on an even keel, Madam President. So if we had not been performing, we would not be able to do that, Madam President. So it's clear to see, Madam President, that under this government, we have been doing good things. I want to support the member for Nevis on one thing. I think this is very important because he spoke about the water rates, you know, and I wanted to give him a little bit of support because over the years from 2013 until now, a significant amount of money, Madam President, has gone into the upgrade of our water systems here on Nevis. When we got into government in 2013, a large amount of our main pipes were still, what you call them? Cast iron pipes, Madam President. And you know the problems they're having now in the Virgin Islands with cast iron pipes. So it was this government, Madam President, who replaced all of those old pipes, Madam President. We did a project, the CDB water project, that installed pipes, new mains, all around the island of Nevis, Madam President. And those would have come at significant cost to the government. I think we had a loan with the Caribbean Development Bank, Madam President. CDB water project, they called it at the time. I think there's still work being done on that. The member for number 1 would have spoken about all of the pipes that they had been laying. And in spite of all of this, Madam President, the increase in water that was spoken about, $13 per thousand, right? For the average man, they're not going to be having any increase at all. No increase at all, because the increase only kicks in after you have used 2,000 gallons. And after you've used 2,000 gallons, between 2,000 and 4,000 gallons, it only goes up to $18 per 1,000 gallons, Madam President. Madam President, one of these costs $1. And this is how much? One of these costs about $1. $5? Oh, Lord. Sorry. I shop wholesale. I shop wholesale. When you go out, Madam President, one of these costs $5. And this is only 16.9 ounces, Madam President. So imagine that water department is providing a whole 1,000 gallons for $13. Madam President, the water is cheap. What we are trying to do, Madam President, is to get people to conserve, to get people to not turn on the shower and stay on the phone for half an hour before you go into the shower, and then take an additional half an hour in the shower. We are asking people to be prudent, Madam President. So if people are prudent, then we wouldn't have any problem. They wouldn't be feeling any increase at all. And I know the member for Nevis 4 would be happy with that, because when she started her discourse, she spoke a lot about climate change and climate action and the value of the natural environment. I think she said we should budget more, towards climate change, Madam President. But that's something to talk about another time. I have a lot of things that I wanted to say about climate change, but I'm going to wrap up, Madam President. I want to thank you for the time, and I want to thank everybody who came to listen. Of course, my colleagues on this side for the support, Madam President, and I want to reserve my opportunity to speak on the adjournment. So let me just take the opportunity to wish this bill safe passage through this honorable House. May it please you, Madam President.
Madam President, I rise to move a motion for the adjournment of the House until 3:30 this afternoon.
Madam President, I rise to support the motion for the adjournment of the House.
The question is that the House be adjourned until 3:30 p.m. this afternoon to facilitate lunch break. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. So the House stands adjourned. afternoon. You may be seated. House now resumes its sitting. I recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, good afternoon. Let me say good afternoon to everyone who is here in this honorable house, to my colleagues on this side, to the member opposite, to all of us who are here and those in the gallery as well, and of course those who are joining us via the media. Madam President, I rise this afternoon to support the bill before this honorable house. And Madam President, I would also like to commend very highly the mover of the bill, who I think, in my estimation, did an extraordinary job in bringing the budget address on Tuesday. Madam President, I believe that this bill before this honorable house, it provides some degree of hope. It's very comprehensive. And I believe it provides some degree of hope and comfort to not only all of us on the island of Nevis, but to an economy that is bouncing back well from the COVID-19 pandemic. And in that regard, I rise in full support. I rise to wholeheartedly support the bill and, of course, the budget presentation. Madam President, I'm also here to give an account of my stewardship as a member of the Nevis Island Administration. And of course, persons would know that I'm responsible for a number of portfolios. They include agriculture, lands, housing, cooperatives, marine resources, natural resources, and culture. And of course, Madam President, we know that when the address was presented on Tuesday, the budget address is presented under the theme, Investing for Growth, Building the Framework to Support a Resilient and Sustainable Economy. And I believe, Madam President, based on what I will present this afternoon, in terms of my stewardship, in terms of what we are doing in my ministry, and what we intend to do, they totally embody the theme for this presentation. And because we are doing so much in this ministry, I have decided to caption my little presentation this afternoon under the theme, Moving in the Right Direction. And Madam President, it's because we are moving in the right direction why my ministry, Madam President, will definitely embody the theme of this budget address. And just to put things into perspective, Madam President, this afternoon, as I make my presentation and as I assert that my ministry, and by extension the government, and by extension the island of Nevis, is moving in the right direction, just to put things into perspective, I just want to say from the onset that you will be hearing much about achieving food security, food sovereignty, food sustainability. We will be hearing about our increased production on the island of Nevis. We'll be hearing about the improvement in our extension and outreach services. We'll be hearing about the increase and improvement in technology, very important. We'll be hearing about several initiatives in the departments that I represent. We'll be hearing about the improvement in the standard and the quality of the activities that we host. And of course, we'll be hearing about the strengthening of our relationship with our allied agencies. We will also be hearing about the increased collaboration, because my ministry is a ministry that thrives on partnerships and collaboration. And we'll be hearing about the increased collaboration that we've developed and continue to develop and continue to forge with other government departments as well as other agencies. We'll be hearing about improvement in greenhouse technology, Madam President. We'll be hearing about the increased availability of agricultural products and inputs at the Lawrence and Parry Depot. And of course, very importantly as well, something I'm very, very proud of, we'll be hearing about the recognition that we have received from some of our neighboring islands. And of course, Madam President, I'm very proud to say as well that we'll be hearing much about the revolutionizing of agriculture and housing on the island of Nevis. Madam President, let me start with the area of extension and crop production. And of course, Madam President, I am very happy that I am back in agriculture because I spent practically all of my work life in that ministry and that department. And I was trained in agriculture as well, so that is my background. And so I am happy that I am back. And extension is dear to me. Crop production is dear to me because there is where I started my career in agriculture. I started in the field. I started to work with farmers. And so I am very, very happy that I'm given this opportunity once again to be within and amongst farmers and amongst technicians in agriculture. Now, Madam President, we have come a very long way in agriculture. We've come a very long way in production, food production. And as I said, once I develop this afternoon, you will hear a lot more about what we are doing. But I just want to say that over the years, every year we have seen increases in many of our crops on the island of Nevis. And that is evident on what we are seeing in the supermarkets. It is evident what we are seeing at the hotels, what the hotels are using. It is evident what we're seeing at the public market. And Madam President, I have to say that I'm proud of the work that is being done in the Department of Agriculture. Madam President, we have seen significant increases, and I want to highlight banana and plantain, because when I worked in the Department of Agriculture, we waited with bated breath every month, every week, I think, for the boats to come from Dominica and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. No more, Madam President, do we have to wait on the producers or the farmers in Dominica or St. Vincent and the Grenadines for us to consume bananas and plantains. And that is a major, major accomplishment. And so we've had a significant increase in banana and plantain production. I think over the past year we've seen an increase of at least 2 acres of green bananas. And generally, we are practically self-sufficient in green bananas, Madam President. Almost every week you hear the Lawrence and Parry have green bananas for sale. And we are getting there where planting is concerned as well. Madam President, very proud of what is being accomplished in the area of lettuce production. Because I did a tour recently, Madam President, of some of the shade houses, and I was blown away. I was amazed at the level of production and the level of the quality that we are getting from our lettuce producers. And Madam President, the lettuce production has skyrocketed over the past couple of years. And it would be interesting to note that I think there's only one variety of lettuce that is being imported into Nevis right now. So when we go to the supermarkets, most of the lettuce that we see on the supermarket shelves are produced right here on the island of Nevis. And when I say lettuce, I mean good quality lettuce as well. Gone are the days when we thought that we couldn't even produce romaine lettuce, but it's being produced here. And it is just as good as any romaine lettuce that's coming from overseas. And so we should be proud, not only us who are in agriculture, in the business of agriculture, but as Nevisians and residents, and all of us should be proud of that accomplishment. From the figures, it is estimated that over 47,630 pounds of lettuce has been produced already for the year. Madam President, we've had excellent production of things like watermelon, honeydew, cucumber, tomatoes, and of course we would have seen that at the open day as well. I also have to say, Madam President, that the work that we would have done at Indian Castle to establish that fruit orchard, Madam President, speaks volumes to what we are doing here on the island of Nevis. And very soon, as a matter of fact, not very soon, but we have already been harvesting products from our fruit orchard. We have bananas, we have plantain, we have all the fruits you can think about down there, Madam President. And of course, our signature crop is coconuts. Over 5,000 coconut plants planted there. And we have been harvesting the other crops, and very soon we will be harvesting coconuts as well. And so, Madam President, we are moving in the right direction where production of products, agricultural products are concerned, and the consumption of those products, which are much healthier than what we get from overseas. Madam President, I was just speaking about the lettuce, and I have here now to just segue into shade house production, because this is something that we have accomplished much with regards to. I am proud to say that Nevis is the leader in shade house technology and shade house production in the Windward and the Leeward Islands. Let me say that again. We are the leaders in shade house production and shade house technology in the Windward, I didn't say the Leewards, I said the Windward and the Leeward Islands. And when I listen to persons like the gentleman, the regional officer in charge of AICA, Mr. Greg Rollins, and when he comes to Nevis, he marvels. He marvels at what we are able to do. The last time he was here, he said, when I go to places like St. Lucia and St. Vincent, they're trying, they can't get it right. We have gotten it right, Madam President, because we have stuck to the task and we are committed to doing it. Madam President, we on the island of Nevis, we have 24 shade houses in production. And you know, when the mover of the bill presented the address on Tuesday, and he said that we had 24 shade houses, I had to back check with the department, you know, because I said, I don't want to give any wrong information, and I ain't sure if we have 24. But I was told, yes, we have 24 shade houses in production, Madam President. That is why we can produce so much lettuce. That is why we can produce so much cucumber. That is why we can produce so many sweet pepper varieties. That is why we can produce thyme and herbs and even cabbage. We are getting into that as well. Madam President, the shade house technology has taken off so well. We are doing so extraordinarily well that the shade houses are contributing at least about 50% of the short-term crops here on the island of Nevis. I think right about now, we are practically experts in the production of things like tomato and lettuce and sweet pepper and cucumber. And, you know, when we started, because we have come such a long way, when we started this shade house thing, because it started when I was in agriculture, we were just experimenting with things like sweet pepper and tomato. Little did we know that we'll get to the point we will be growing so many crops in the shade houses and become so proficient, not only growing, but become so proficient, Madam President. And I'm very proud. We are also going to get into cabbage. Madam President, in shade house technology, we are certainly moving in the right direction. That is why we are investing for growth, building the framework to support a resilient and a sustainable economy. Madam President, we just don't grow, but at the Ministry and the Department of Agriculture, we also do our best to assist our farmers in marketing what they grow. Because over the years, farmers have always complained, we grow a lot and we can't get our things sold. Gone are those days, Madam President. In this era of agriculture, we are now providing the avenue through which our farmers, once they've done the hard work, once the crops have been produced, we now facilitate the marketing of those products. And so, up to November 2023, a total of 95,485 pounds of food crop were processed at the Lawrence and Parry Agricultural Depot. Madam President, it is important to note that this is only what was processed there. We have not taken into account all of the products that the farmers have marketed on their own to hotels, to supermarkets, to market vendors, to persons who just want a few pounds to buy. And so this is just a fraction of what is being produced here on the island of Nevis. Madam President, because of the excellent work we are doing in assisting our farmers, I can tell you, and I can tell this Honorable House, that the farmers' payout has increased by 31.8% in 2023. So the value moved from $178,090.32 to $235,895.26, Madam President. If that doesn't say we are moving in the right direction, something wrong. Madam President, of course, because of the fact that we are marketing the products for the farmers, we have tried to tell our farmers, listen, we want good quality products. And the farmers have risen to the challenge. And so the products that we are marketing and they are marketing, the quality is exceptional. And of course, because of the fact that we as a department, as a ministry, and as the marketing unit, because we want to reach more people with more healthy food, apart from the fact that they are available there at the marketing unit, at the Lawrence and Parry Depot in Prospect, we have also organized a number of sales throughout the year to reach persons. So if persons can't come there, sometimes we come into Charlestown, and so many more persons are being reached, so at least persons can take advantage of our fresh, healthy products that are available here on the island of Nevis. Madam President, I have a lot to say, so I'll be skipping over some of this stuff. But I want people to get the gist of what we're doing. Let's go quickly to livestock production, Madam President. Madam President, livestock production is also very important to us. And we as a department, we want to lead and we want to try as much as possible to encourage our farmers to step up. We have encouraged them to step up. They have stepped up big time in terms of shade house technology. And of course, we know that almost all of the farmers now have drip irrigation. People have stepped up over the years. And we now want our livestock farmers to step up as well. We want to bring everyone along. We want to ensure that agriculture moves to another level. Madam President, because we want to lead from the front, we have decided, well, listen, we want to do a small ruminant breeding unit over in the Maddens area. And so we would have invested some money there. And what we are trying to do there is to try to have a demonstration unit for persons who are doing small ruminants. And when I say small ruminants, I mean sheep and goats. Because of course we know that they are always in high demand. Mutton is always in high demand. And over the years we have realized that a lot of our farmers, they may not be as scientific or business-minded as they should be. And so we are trying to lead them in that direction, Madam President. And also the fact that land is getting very scarce on the island of Nevis. We know that. especially where the department is concerned. The department don't have a lot of land now. And because land is scarce, that is why we're encouraging livestock farmers to get into intensive production. And so we want to do we're doing a demonstration unit there at Madden's, teaching farmers what to do so that they can take the lead and also come on board. We are also at 90% completion of a pig breeding unit, because pork is something that is normally in high demand as well. When you have people like the member for Nevis too, pork has to be in high demand, right? And so, because we realize pork is normally in high demand, we have also decided to do a pig breeding unit at Madden's. Once again, we want to lead the pork producers to stepping up, Madam President. Gone are the days when I was growing up, everybody used to have a pig under a tree. We ain't seen that now. People have stepped up. And so we are asking them to step up, and we are leading. Madam President, we would have also done over the past year the fencing of at least 50 acres for pasture development over in the Madden's area and other areas. I want to say here though, Madam President, our livestock farmers, they work hard. And it is very disheartening when, especially the small ruminant producers, when persons allow their dogs to devastate persons' flocks. I mean, my heart broke, I think it was only last week, when a young lady told me that one of her friends who is a farmer lost over 40 animals due to dog attack. And what we have been realizing, and I know that is happening down in the Hanley's Road area, it seems as though that persons sometimes take their dogs to fight, and then they just let the dogs loose. We saw what happened with the donkey. Why we have such a donkey problem, people just let them loose. We find now a lot of dog owners just let their dogs loose. And for whatever reason, I don't know why many of them have brought them down to Dirty Hanley's Road, Indian Castle area. And so the dogs are loose, and because the dogs are loose, they're attacking the livestock. And so I want to make a special appeal to those of you who have dogs and you cannot feed them. Please ask the police officer or the vet to put them down. Please, I am begging you. Please, we don't want them for adoption either, because maybe some people who adopt them can't feed them either. So please, if you have dogs, because you know nowadays dog food is expensive, eh? Dog food is expensive. And I was shocked and amazed when we were campaigning last year. I didn't know Nevis had so many dogs. I am serious. Almost every household have 4 and 5 dogs. And as I said, people seem not to be able to feed them now. And so they decided they're going to let them loose, and then let them loose on people's livestock. Please, dog owners, we're asking you, please work with the farmers and stop allowing your dogs to devour the hard work of the folks who are doing livestock farming. Madam President, let's shift gears to go to what has been happening at the abattoir. Madam President, our meat processing capability continues to be lauded. Continues to be lauded by hotels, by supermarkets, by everyone who have access to the services of that institution, and especially with regards to the value-added products. Now, I can boldly state, and I'm sure persons who would have tasted and consumed the value-added products at the abattoir would agree with me that the products there are tastier, they are more appetizing, they are healthier than what you get from overseas, and that is why the flood goes there sometimes for persons wanting products from there. Madam President, up to November 2023, a total of 55,177 pounds of meat and meat products were processed at the abattoir. And Madam President, it will be surprising to note, the mover did mention it, that this represents only 10% of what is demanded locally. let's take a little look, a quick look at the slaughter figures from the abattoir for 2023 compared to 2022. I don't like to bring bad news, but I have to bring the mix. I have to bring the good and the bad. We had a decrease in beef in terms of slaughtering by 11%. And you know why there's a reduction there? Because animals are not available. Because animals are not available. So it went down, it went from 25,887 in 2022 to 22,799. There was a 0.1% decrease in pork. In terms of chicken, local chicken, that increased by 12.2% from 12,460 pounds, 0.6 pounds, to 13,981.46 pounds. There was a slight decrease in mutton again, and here again, we are not getting the mutton or the sheep and goats that we demand. And so there was a 1.2% decrease. Madam President, in terms of farmers' payout, that increased by 1%. So, in 2022, the farmers' payout from the abattoir was $479,066, as opposed to 2023, $483,453. And, Madam President, I like to bring the figures, I like to bring the facts, because nobody can say that once I would have made this presentation, I made up anything. I bring facts, and that is what everybody on this side brings. We bring the facts, and we bring the figures to back up the facts. Madam President, I was just talking about the processed products, the value-added products from the abattoir. And Madam President, for this year, or for last year, we had an increase of smoked ham by 30%. 30%, from 1,941.7 pounds to 2,593 pounds. And of course, we know that this is the season for ham. And so those of you, I believe that the time is up now to order. But if you're lucky, you might still be able to get a local ham, because the orders keep going up and up and up every year. Madam President, hear this. Hear this. For smoked chicken at the abattoir, it increased by 568%, from 243.8 pounds to 1,631 pounds. Madam President, people love this stuff at the abattoir. Oh yes, it increased by 568%, right? When on people say nothing happened, Nevis, from 243.8 to 1,631. Madam President, things are happening, and good things are happening. And I would say as well that many of our products from the abattoir, Madam President, are now on the supermarket shelves. They are now being served by our hotels, including the Four Seasons Resort. And of course, they are being served at our restaurants as well. And here again, we ought to be proud, because it's local we're talking about. Locally produced, locally processed, better than anything you can get from overseas, Madam President. Madam President, let me shift to poultry production. And here again, we need to blow our trumpet and blow our horn, because Nevis is now self-sufficient in egg production, in eggs, for 11 months of the year. 11 out of 12 months. The only month that we import eggs is in December. And of course, we all know why. Because December is when everybody is baking and so on. Everybody is home for Christmas, so you need more eggs. So apart from December, we are self-sufficient. And not only that, Madam President, I must say here as well that this friendly government, this caring administration, this caring Department of and Ministry of Agriculture, we have made it easier for our poultry farmers. Because what we have done, in December, when eggs have to be imported, we don't even allow the supermarkets to import. Only the poultry farmers can get a license to import eggs. Only the poultry farmers, and so we are facilitating our farmers as well. And that is why we as an administration and we as a department, we are working so efficiently and diligently with all of our farmers. Madam President, I know we have heard a lot about our thrust, what we are trying to do in terms of broiler production. And this will be a watershed moment when it comes to fruition, Madam President, because many other islands in the sub-region are trying to get involved in poultry production, broiler. But I believe we have a jump start, and I want the day to come when Nevis goes ahead of all the others. There's broiler production being done in places like Barbados and Trinidad and Guyana and Jamaica, but not much is being done in the sub-region. In the Leewards, I don't think anything is being done in the Leewards, and not much in the Windward Islands either. And so here again, Madam President, this is foresight here, and I have to give commendation to the former Minister, the Honorable Alexis Jeffers. And so because we are serious about this thing, Madam President, we have gone ahead, and yes, we have gotten some leaks and saying that we shouldn't have ordered the equipment before we have everything in place, but it shows that we are serious. And because we are serious about this thing, that is why we went ahead and ordered equipment at a cost of US $286,000, Madam President. 773,000 EC dollars. We're serious about agriculture in this place, and we're serious about broiler production. We are trying our utmost. We are still having discussions in terms of getting the land where we can lease to farmers. I am very happy that IECA, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation in Agriculture, is on board with us. And because IECA saw this as such an excellent opportunity, they decided, well, listen, we are coming on board with you. They have been a good partner. And so they, at short notice, they were able to get a consultant from Trinidad and Tobago who was here earlier this year and did some training, not only in Nevis, but in St. Kitts as well, for some of our prospective broiler farmers. IECA also sponsored one of our technicians from the department, Mr. Floyd Leiber, to go to Trinidad for a week to look at what is happening down there. It shows, Madam President, that we are serious about broiler production. Because you know why we have to be so serious, Madam President? Because Nevis imports an average of $3 million worth of chicken annually. $3 million worth of chicken annually. And so we can see the opportunity that is there for the production of local chicken. And that is why we have decided we are going to invest in this thing. And I want to commend the many, many persons who have shown interest. The last training we had a meeting at the Red Cross some time back. Over 50 people attended. We had a training over disaster management recently. Over 50 people attended as well. People are interested in agriculture. They see what we are doing. Madam President, let's go to agro-processing. And this here again, Madam President, this is an area where we have made tremendous strides. And when I say tremendous, I mean tremendous strides in agro-processing. Madam President, for this year, the pulp sales, and when I say pulp, we normally pulp a lot of our fruits so that at least we can have it when the fruits are out of season. For example, things like mango and soursop and so on. We do the pulping when they are in, so at least we can have them to sell to supermarkets and hotels when the fruits are out of season. And so our pulp sales would have increased by 135% in 2023 as compared to 2022. So it moved from 2,144.37 pounds to 5,054.36 pounds. And that's because we have gotten some new markets as well. And I have to say here, Madam President, that the pulp thing has really taken off. And a lot of our supermarkets and so on are now actually purchasing the pulp. I have to say here that the department normally supplies the pulp for the Mango Festival, hosted by the Nevis Tourism Authority. And unfortunately, we almost ran out of pulp this year because of the fact that so many persons are now gravitating to the agro-processing center and purchasing the good quality pulp that we have there. Guava cheese decreased by 0.1% from 2176 to 2172 units. I have to say as well that we are doing well with regards to our concentrates. And so the concentrates increased by 38.1%, 1,442 in 2022 to 1,991 bottles in 2023. Madam President, our payout to farmers and other persons, because normally when we purchase things at the agro-processing center, it's not only farmers alone, because like when you have the mango season, you have people from all over bringing mangoes, people from all over bringing soursop, you know, and we purchase from a lot of persons, not specifically farmers alone. And so the payout for raw products would have increased by 8.5%. from 48,043 to 52,148, Madam President. So here again, Madam President, we just heard about the poultry production, what we're trying to do. Now we're hearing about agro-processing. Madam President, we are moving in the right direction. And of course, we are moving towards sustainability of our economy. Madam President, I cannot bring this report this afternoon to the public unless I talk about what is happening in our schools where agriculture is concerned. Madam President, practically all of our primary schools on the island now have active school gardens. And when I say active, I mean active. They're doing a lot of work. Madam President, it's good to note that a lot of our school children and teachers at these institutions, these learning institutions, are now consuming what they produce themselves. Yes, the school feeding program. And so here again, the opportunity was there to save some money in the Ministry of Education. So, Senator, you have to applaud the Department of Agriculture for working with you. And we saw the opportunity to save some money. And so the Department of Agriculture has been working closely with our schools. Because, Madam President, this thing called food security is serious, you know. And we can't just wait for the adults to do it. We have to inculcate that into our school children as well. That is what we have been doing, and they are on board. I remember the days when I was in extension, when we used to go around to the schools, we had to do all the work. We had to do all the work, we had to go, we had to prepare the land, we had to plant. The only thing the teachers and students wanted to do was to harvest. Nothing else. But that has changed, and it has changed dramatically for the better. And so, we now have students and teachers who are actually excited about farming. You know, Madam President? They are excited. And the good thing about it is that they are not only producing food for use in the kitchen, but some of them are now selling. So they're making some money as well that they can use to programs in the school. You know? And Madam President, I have to say, and I have to say it on the record here, that I was totally impressed and blown away earlier this year, I think it was in September or October, when I made a visit to the schools to see what they are doing, Madam President, and I couldn't believe that so much is happening in our schools where agriculture is concerned. And it's because we have gotten that interest. We have that enthusiasm from our students and our teachers, why the Department of Agriculture was able to organize the second annual competition called the School Agro Competition. And Madam President, you don't want to see how excited those students were. I mean, when we visited the schools, the gardens were clean, crops were looking good. They have taken pictures of everything. They have what is called a scrapbook. They document everything. And I have to hand it to you. Principals, teachers, students, you all did a marvelous, marvelous job. And Madam President, during that competition, we had 9 primary schools that took part. And I have to congratulate here the winner of the outdoor category, the Maud Cross Preparatory, and for the Shade House category, the Cicely Brown Integrated School, who did it 2 years in a row. And you know, Madam President, another proud moment took place. Was it last week, Minister Leiber, Senator, at the EPPS? Very, very proud moment, Madam President, where, because there's such a surge in interest in agriculture in the schools, the Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School was able to secure a donation of a shade house. Remember earlier I spoke about shade house and how it has taken off. And you know, I was so heartened because during the competition, the folks at the EPPS were saying, Lord, the monkey's doing us too bad. But here comes a donation of a shade house. And you know what is so significant about this, Madam President? And why we need to speak about it, Madam President, and why we need to be proud of it, Madam President? Because the Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School got the donation from an organization in St. Lucia, you know. In St. Lucia called Helen's Daughters. And that's not all. The Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School in little 36 square mile Nevis was the first school to benefit from such a donation from that organization. Yeah, they see what we're doing. And I have to give kudos to Mr. Mackie McLevin Truss. He's associated with Helen's Daughters, and he made a plea, and they came forward and decided they're going to make the donation. Because that organization is primarily concerned with women and the development of rural women. But they saw it fit to make that donation to the Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School. And so, with that donation, it gave a massive boost to agriculture in the schools and Nevis. They're all very proud. We were there for the commissioning of that facility, and you don't want to see the students and the teachers were all smiles. All smiles, Madam President. And as I said, they see what we are doing here on the island of Nevis, and so they have decided to assist us. Madam President, let's move to fisheries. And this is another area, Madam President, where we're placing a lot of emphasis on, because there is so much potential in the blue economy. A lot of potential in the blue economy, Madam President. And so we at the department and the ministry, the Department of Marine Resources, that is called, we have been given a lot of assistance to our officials. And I am proud to say, from the onset here, as I start this little section on fisheries, because a lot of the times, people like to bring bad information and wrong information to the public and suggest that we are not supporting persons who are involved in certain businesses here on the island. And let me say that during 2023, we had 59 applications to the tune of $457,616.23 contents that were processed for duty-free concession. You hear that? 457,000, Madam President, for duty-free concession. Madam President, such concessions included vehicles, boats, engine parts, boat supplies, fishing gear, and equipment. That's what? No discrimination, Madam President. We are helping our farmers, and we must help our fishers as well, because they are hard-working people. And so this caring administration, we are here to say that we are with our fisher folk as well. And we are with you all the way. All the way. Madam President, I don't think there's any island in the region where our farmers and our fishers got the support that we provided, this CCM-led Nevis Island administration supported during the COVID-19 pandemic. If anybody can bring evidence and tell me which island in the region gave the support to our farmers and fishermen, bring it. Bring it, and let's compare notes. This is an administration that is working for the people. That's what we are here for. People matter most. Yes. And everything we do, that is embodied there. People matter most, and that includes our farmers and our fishermen. Madam President, during the past year, our Department of Marine Resources, we have worked very closely with the department in St. Kitts. Of course, we know that the structure is different now, where we have a director in St. Kitts and a deputy director on the island of Nevis. And so things are different. Previously, we used to have a director for Nevis and a director for St. Kitts. That has changed. And so we've been working very, very closely with our counterparts in St. Kitts. The Department of Marine Resources would have done quite a lot of work. They would have assisted in the staging of the 3rd annual Fish Festival, Madam President, held right here in Charlestown. And I have to say that the department, as well as the folks at the Nevis Fishermen and Supply Cooperative there in Charlestown, did an outstanding job in bringing the fish and the fish products to the people, making people more aware of what is available and what we can make from our fish and marine products. And they did an outstanding job. Madam President, here in Charlestown, where we have the Nevis Fishermen and Supply Cooperatives as well, we have been doing a lot of work in terms of getting more byproducts, and thankfully we are getting more persons and more customers to come to the fisheries complex now as well. Madam President, we know that fishing is a very risky business. Very, very risky. And when our fishermen ply their trade, when they go out to sea, sometimes we don't know whether or not they're going to come back, especially when the weather is bad. And that is why we have to continue to pray for our fisher folk. And it's because they're in such a risky business, the Department of Marine Resources decide, well, listen, we need to continue to train our fishermen. They need to be kept abreast of especially the safety measures and so on, and what they need to do if they are on sea and something happens. And so we would have had over 80 fishers who attended a safety at sea training. And of course, that is allowing them to be more equipped when they go to sea. Madam President, we know that we live in a very small island. And over the years, we have seen a lot of coastal erosion. A lot of coastal erosion, Madam President. And to combat that, the department was also involved in the planting of mangrove seedlings and in an attempt for us to continue to protect our coastline. I know the member opposite will be very happy when she hears this. I know she's an environmentalist. And so we were involved in planting mangrove seedlings. Madam President, earlier this year as well, we would have collaborated with the Department of Gender Affairs. And we hosted a fish pot making workshop. And I was pleasantly surprised, Madam President, as to so many persons and young persons and women as well who were involved in that training exercise. Because, Madam President, we realize that people are becoming more health conscious and people want to eat more fish. People want to eat more stuff from the sea, from the ocean. And fish pot making is a big business, you know. And unfortunately, a lot of our fishermen, they don't make their own pots. And so they have to depend on people to make the fish pots for them. And so, Madam President, we had this fish pot making workshop. And as I said, women were there. And we had over 20 fishers who are now trained, who, with a little more training probably and a little bit more experience, can start now having that as a business. A business that's a business venture for some persons who went to the training who can actually go into and make serious money. Madam President, only this morning before I came to the House, I attended a workshop at Disaster Management Conference Room. And here again, I have to give kudos to the Department of Marine Resources, as well as JICA, the Japan International Cooperation Agency, because they collaborated, Madam President, and they hosted a workshop for women in fisheries. We know that women on Nevis have broken a lot of barriers. Women are now in construction. They are operating heavy equipment, and I know the lady minister would love what I'm saying here. And they have broken so many barriers. And we, on this side, this administration, we are all about empowering people. Empowering women, empowering men, empowering youth, empowering our seniors, empowering everyone, Madam President. We are better together, of course. And so we want to leave no one behind. And because there are so many opportunities there in the blue economy, the Department of Marine Resources thought it fit for them to bring some women together who just might be interested in fishing. When I travel on the boats, whether it's from Charlestown or from Orly, I see ladies working on the boats. You have females working in the department in Nevis and in St. Kitts. And so there is no reason why females can't go out on the sea either. I know in many Caribbean islands, the women are involved because they are the ones who normally sell the fish once their spouses go out and catch the fish. I don't see that happening much here. But the opportunity is there with the increased demand for fish for our females to get involved in fishing. And we are telling our females, if you are interested, this Department of Marine Resources will hold your hand. We will give you the necessary expertise. We will give you the necessary training. Whatever support you need, we are willing to provide that support, that expertise to you, so you can become just as proficient as the men. And so JICA saw it fit as a part of a project to come and do some training. And I want to commend JICA and commend the Department of Marine Resources as well. Madam President, during the year as well, we would have had staff who would have acquired their reef check certifications. I know the member opposite spoke yesterday about the reefs and so on. We are very concerned about the reefs. So I want to let you know, Madam Member opposite, that, yes, Madam President, I want to let the member opposite know that we are working hard to ensure that our coral reefs are healthy. Because if they are not healthy, we cannot have fish. And I am proud to say as well that because, Madam President, because we value our fishermen. 2 weeks ago was International Fisheries Day, and we had a number of activities to commemorate the occasion. And 2 weeks ago, we would have honored 6 of our retired fishermen. And I have to say, Madam President, those retired fishermen, they welcomed us. We were very well received. They were happy with the honor. And we just want to continue to tell our fishermen that we value what you did. We value your contribution, and you will not be forgotten. We normally do it for agriculture as well, for our farmers. We normally do it for some of our retired workers. And we have to continue to value the work that persons who have gone off the scene would have done. Madam President, we are moving in the right direction. Madam President, let me shift gears now and talk about the Agri-Expo, because this is something that is dear to my heart. The open day started when I was at the Department of Agriculture, some 27 years ago. And it started off very small. Started off right up there at Prospect, where the Department of Agriculture is situated. Very, very small. And this is something, this is our signature event. Something that all the staff, all of them are proud of. And I have to say, I have to pause here and say, I'm so happy to see so many members of my staff here this afternoon. I am happy because the the open day started up there very small. Then we grew. Then we came to the villa for the 10th anniversary. And then we outgrew Prospect. Then we outgrew the villa. And now we are at the ETW Park. And Madam President, it is all because of the hard work of the staff, the hard work of the farmers, the hard work of all the stakeholders, the agro-processors, all the stakeholders in agriculture. And so for this year, we changed the name from Open Day to AgriFest. And I'm proud to say that it was the biggest event ever in the 27-year history of the event. Biggest ever. It was held on March the 30th and the 31st. And it was held under the theme Together for Food Sovereignty, Agri-Expo 2023. And our patron was a fisher, Mr. Colin Huggins from right there in Bath Village. Madam President, for this year we had record number of booths and participants. Record number. By far, it is the largest we've had. And Madam President, because this thing is so good, and it has developed such a reputation, we are now attracting people from overseas as well, you know, Madam President. Are we aware that for this year, that over 150 persons came from Statia? Over 150 persons came from Statia to witness something that is being held on Nevis. We had persons from other neighboring islands. I understand we had people from Antigua as well, and from Saba. But every year for the past couple of years, we've had contingents from Statia, but never have we had such a large contingent. And you know what was even more pleasing to me, Madam President? Because on the afternoon when they were leaving, because we had some officials here as well who came in the part of the delegation, I traveled down to the pier, and little did I know that the transportation for those persons who came from Statia was being provided from right here in the Federation, you know. Right here in the Federation, you know. They chartered boats from St. Kitts and Nevis to go down to Statia to pick them up, bring them to the open day, and to take them back. And so we realize that our Agri-Expo, spearheaded by the Department and the Ministry of Agriculture, also injected more money into the economy. The boat owners were able to make some money. And Madam President, I don't think we realize how much money turns around in Nevis when we have this function, you know. I don't think we realize. The farmers go home smiling. The vendors go home smiling. The persons who are selling agro-processed items go home smiling. Persons who are selling plants go home smiling, Madam President. They smile all the way to the bank. And it's because we have developed this Agri-Fest to the point where people come People look forward to it. People make money and serious dollars too. That is something that we ought to be proud of, Madam President. And then we hear, not Nakipa Nevis. Where would this be? Oh, Lord. Madam President, I'm also proud to report that we continue to host our Agriculture Awareness Month. Because, you know, the department is always very busy, right? Very busy. So we come out of AgriFest in March, the ending of March. And, you know, we have to start preparation since the year before, you know. And so we come out of AgriFest the ending of March, the last Thursday and Friday of March. And then by May, we are hosting Agriculture Awareness Month. And that is why, Madam President, that is why agriculture has taken off like that in Nevis. Because we are leading from the front. And so, this year we hosted our 10th anniversary. And you know why I'm so extra proud of this? This started under me and the former Minister Jeffers. When I was the PS, we started this hosting of the Agriculture Awareness Month. And so we had a number of activities again here. And the highlight, of course, was we were able to award many of our farmers, many of our officials, and many of our agricultural workers, Madam President. Very, 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 very proud of that. Madam President, there's something called the 25 by 25. And I know some persons would have heard about that as well. It's an initiative by the CARICOM, and so Nevis and St. Kitts and Nevis very much on board, and so we are doing it as a partner, both St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis is on board, and this is all about cutting imports by 25% by the year 2025. Based on what I would have presented, Madam President, we are well on our way. We are doing well with egg production. We are doing well with lettuce production. We are doing well with many other crops. And once our broiler production comes on board, we are confident that the Nevis end, we will be able to cut our imports by 25% by the year 2025. Madam President, let me shift and go a little bit to training, because whatever we do, we try as much as possible to ensure that our farmers, our officials, our stakeholders are well trained. Because we want them to be as proficient as possible. We want them, when they're doing anything, they do things the right way. When they're bringing products to the market, they bring wholesome products to the market. And so we would have done quite a bit in terms of training, Madam President. And so we would have done training in pesticide use and safety, border protection, greenhouse technology, building climate resilience, poultry production, aquaculture, fish recognition, identifying corals, coral restoration and coral nurseries, squid and fad fishing. Madam President, training is an important component of any business. And we are trying our utmost to have our farmers and our officials and all stakeholders treat this as a business. And so we have to ensure that they are very well trained. Madam President, I also have to say that in the department and the Ministry of Agriculture, we are always forward-looking. We are always forward-looking, Madam President. And even in our revenue collection, we are forward-looking. Because of the fact that so many persons want local products. And because of the fact that we are normally inundated with requests. And we are inundated with persons coming to buy stuff. And some of our local people, some of them decided, well, listen, I want to use cards now. I don't want to use cash. Some people are becoming cashless. And so we took the bold initiative to start having card machines at 3 of our outlets. So if you come to the abattoir or the Lawrence and Parry Depot or the agro-processing center and you don't have any cash, pull out the card and we will facilitate you. Madam President, we are moving in the right direction. Yes. We have to move with the tide. We are modernizing, Madam President. That is what this administration is all about. Yeah? I love how nothing looks. I love it, Madam President. And so you don't have any fear, because sometimes you go to the ATM and you're trying to get some money and you can't get any money. And the bank line is full, so you can't get any money from the bank as well. But have no fear. Once you come to the Department of Agriculture, we'll facilitate you. Just make sure your card have on money. When you just make sure the card have on some cash, Madam President, and we will facilitate you. Madam President, for the past year, we have partnered with many departments, many organizations. And Madam President, I am proud to say that this is a department that fosters partnerships. We foster collaboration. And I don't know if there's any other department in government that partners do so many partnerships. Health, all right. We ain't gonna fight on that. So I just wanted to highlight some of the partnerships that we would have done over the past year. One of the important partnerships we forged, and the lady senator spoke about it this morning. Department of Social Services, they normally do food vouchers. And they decided, well, listen, we want to spend some of the money with the government as well. Rather than sending all the vouchers to the supermarkets, let us do things a little different. So let us spend some of the money within the government service. So they would have made the approach to the department, and the department obliged, of course. And so we now are able to fill voucher orders from government departments. And so persons who are vulnerable can now get some of their vouchers filled at the Department of Agriculture with local products, Madam President. Local products. We, of course, I would have mentioned earlier, we would have partnered with the Nevis Tourism Authority for the hosting of the Mango Festival. We know that is a big deal now. Remember, for Nevis too, that's a big deal now, the Mango Festival. Big deal now. And I was so proud when they decided, well, listen, we want to have one of the activities down at the fruit orchard at Indian Castle. Yes, one of the huge activities was hosted right down there at Indian Castle. I'm proud in my constituency. I feel good. I feel good, Madam President, that one of the activities for the Mango Festival was hosted in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture at the Indian Castle Fruit Orchard. Nothing looks very good, Madam President. Madam President, we would have also partnered with the Culturama Committee every year. For how many years now, I don't even know. Many years, we highlight our fruits. Because we know we have a lot of fruits on the island. Our fruits are very versatile, can be used for so many different things. And so we have partnered with the Culturama Committee every year. And we host, it is actually now a part of the calendar of activities for Culturama, the Fruit Festival. And so we are happy to continue to collaborate. We collaborate with the Ministry of Tourism for tree planting for Independence 40. We spoke about the Ministry of Education, the School Agro competition. We would have partnered with FAO, and we are happy that FAO is now practically, well, they never left us, but they were very dormant. But we are now seeing some activity from FAO as well. And this year we were able to get 10 farmers were able to benefit, I think it was 10, from some storage tanks donated by FAO and the government of Mexico. Madam President, we are moving in the right direction. And all of what they're doing, we are investing for growth, building the framework to support a resilient and a sustainable economy. We are moving in the right direction, Madam President. Madam President, I am going to go to a part here that I am extra proud of. And this little section here, you know what I dubbed it? Nevis, a beacon in the sub-region. Nevis, a beacon in the sub-region. And you know why we are a beacon, Madam President? Never mind people say that we now do not know Nevis. You know why we are beacon? Because people in the different islands in the region are looking at Nevis. They are looking what we are doing, Madam President. Best practices, Madam President. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, Nevis was bombarded. I have to say bombarded. One day we had a group of farmers from St. Kitts Farmers Consortium. And oh my gosh, Madam President, they were like, when they came to Nevis and saw what was going on, it like they saw heaven. Yes, it's like they saw heaven. And you know, I am not the one who have to say so, you know, Madam President, because there was a video that was going around. It made the rounds. It made the rounds. And the persons who came to Nevis from St. Kitts, they told the story. I don't have to tell the story. They told the story after they came and saw what we are doing. Madam President, out of St. Kitts as well, we had a 2-member delegation from Park Hyatt. We had the purchasing manager and the executive chef. They came to visit in October. And Madam President, they visited farmers, they visited the Department of Agriculture, and Madam President, they were impressed, just like the farmers were. And Madam President, they were not just impressed, you know, because within weeks, we started to get orders. Park Hyatt, yeah, within weeks, Park Hyatt, they were ordering burger patties, chicken, bacon, sausages, and they started to order stuff from the agro-processing center as well. Madam President, I have to say, and it's a little embarrassing because sometimes we can't even fill the orders. We couldn't even fill the orders. It's a good thing. We couldn't even fill the orders, Madam President. And, you know, after they came to Nevis and they started to order stuff, right? The stuff from the abattoir were averaging $4,400 of stuff weekly. From the agro-processing center, it was averaging $2,500 of stuff weekly, Madam President. Is weekly, I say no? Weekly. Madam President, during the same week that the consortium from St. Kitts came, the Farmers Consortium, we had a delegation of 5 or 6 persons from Anguilla. And Madam President, I have to state here, you know, we didn't invite them, you know. They came on their own. They came on their own. They came to Nevis. Here again, Madam President. The evidence is there again. The video is there again to show what these people thought of Nevis and what they thought of what we are doing. And it made me feel good when I hear the lady, the head of the delegation, say, when we go back to Anguilla, we're going to see how we can adopt some of those practices that are being done here in Nevis. Leadership. And then people have the audacity to tell Nevis people that nothing happened. The gall? Come on. Madam President, I think it's the same week or the following week, we had 3 persons here from Antigua. 3 persons from Antigua, from the Department of Agriculture in Antigua as well. And as I said, we didn't call them, they came. And they came because they're beginning to see a problem with the green vervet monkey in Antigua. And they know that we have the problem here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. So they wanted to come to see what we're doing, to see, here again, best practices. So they came to see what we're doing and to see how they can adopt, Madam President. And of course, the reviews from the delegation from Anguilla and the delegation from Antigua, outstanding, Madam President. We also had a delegation from Japan. We had several delegations from Japan, meeting with the member for Nevis 1, member for Nevis 2. I had another delegation that came and met with me as well. And they are interested in giving us some assistance for fisheries in particular. Madam President, we also had a delegation from Trinidad. 2 delegations, separate delegations from Trinidad. One from a company called Marketing Arm International Caribbean, who sells environmentally friendly chemicals. They came to Nevis. They know that we've been using the chemicals. They came to do some training. And then We also had a delegation from an institution called Cariri in Trinidad in terms of standards and what we are doing. And Madam President, I also have to say, because we are such a beacon in the sub-region, when the delegation came from Statia to our AgriFest, I was able to meet with the top officials from that delegation, and they are now not just only interested in coming for the open day and for the AgriFest, you know, apart from the fact that they say next year they want to come for the 2 days. They want to overnight next year. So you see more and more money going to be injected in the economy because they just don't want to just come and set it for 1 day. They have said next year we want to come for the 2 days. Tourism now. They have also said in the meeting they had with me that they want to sign a memorandum of understanding, an MAOU, with the Department and the Ministry of Agriculture, because they want to see how we can do some training for them. They can come here, do some internships here, because they see what we're doing is good, Madam President. And if it wasn't good, they wouldn't want to sign an MOU. And so we are open, and so we are willing, and so we are happy that this little island of Nevis and what we are doing in the Ministry and Department of Agriculture is on the radar. It's on the radar in the sub-region. And, you know, this is not the first time agriculture is on the radar, you know, Madam President. Long time. Because I remember when I was in Extension, many years ago, we had something called the Nevis model, where, of course, when Four Seasons came to Nevis, we developed this arrangement where we went. We asked them what they did, what they wanted, what their demands were, and we worked with the farmers, and the farmers did succession planting, and we were able to support what the hotel wanted. And almost every regional workshop that I attended, that Nevis model came up. And so Nevis ain't just gone on the radar. We are doing things and we are moving in the right direction, Madam President. Madam President, no time is going, so let me look forward. Let's just look forward to what we're going to be doing in 2024. Briefly, in agriculture. Madam President, we can look forward to more consistent production on our government estates. We're going to step up our production. I know there are times when we have a lull in production on the government estates. We're going to try as much as possible on all the government estates. We're going to try to have more consistent production on our estates because the demand is there for the local products. And it is evident now that people in Nevis now prefer the local products, you know. Nevis people now prefer local products than the foreign products. I remember the days when people preferred because the overseas stuff look a little glossier. They gravitated. Not anymore. People want local stuff now, Madam President. We will continue, of course. We spoke about the marketing of our crops, so our farmers. We're going to continue to facilitate the marketing of the crops. Of course, we've spoken so much about the Indian Castle Fruit Orchard, and we are seeking to expand that, Madam President. And I have to say here as well, that it's becoming a site for people to visit now, Madam President. Not only an agricultural area, but it's now becoming a site for people to visit. And everybody who goes to that fruit orchard in Indian Castle love it. The reviews are always there. Madam President, of course I spoke about the 25 by 25. That is something that this is 2023 ending here. Next year we're stepping over into 2024. And we have to ensure that we keep a pace and we increase our production so we can get to that magic of cutting our imports by 25% by the year 2025. I spoke about agriculture in schools, and that is something that we must, absolutely must continue to promote. And Minister of Education and Senator, we need to do some work in the high schools as well. Can't just leave it to the primary schools as well. I know when I was going to high school, Gingerland, we always had a school garden, did a lot of work, they're practical, and so we need to get the high schools involved as well in the schools, in agriculture in the schools. We, of course, we will continue to support and promote shade house technology. That, I believe, is the way to go. And as I said earlier on, with the scarcity of land now, that is the way to move. That is the direction in which we should move. Of course, we will continue to improve our quality and quantity of the products that we have at the abattoir and at our agro-processing center, bearing in mind that the demand has gone way above what we thought we would have, Madam President. And so we must continue to do work there in those two facilities. Madam President, we will continue to promote vigorously intensive agriculture for the livestock farmers in particular. When we have our Agri-Fest, when we have our open day previously, the biggest seller of meat is mutton. And we never have enough. It always runs out. And we normally have to import some of it from Statia. We want to get to the point where when we have our Agri-Fest, that we can say all of it is locally grown. We do have a lot of farmers who have a lot of animals. And I know when the member and the mover of the bill, the member for Nevis too spoke, he spoke about the need for our livestock farmers to develop a different approach to farming. And I want to encourage our livestock farmers as well to develop a different approach to livestock farming. There is money to be made. There is money to be made.
10 minutes, Minister.
Pardon me?
10 minutes.
Thank you. There's money to be made, Madam President, and so we want people to step up. And we're going to be promoting that intensive production. We're going to intensify our work in terms of the setting up of the broiler industry. We will continue with our capacity building and training, Madam President. And Madam President, I have to say here as well, our goal for next year and the years to come, well, for next year for now, we want to have at least 700 acres under production. No, I'm serious. However, Madam President, I have to give a word of caution to some of the persons who now rent land from the Department of Agriculture. Because ever since I was at the Department of Agriculture, we had this problem where persons rent and they're not doing anything with the land. We at the department, we now have to reassess what is happening because practically every month people are calling and say, I want land, I want to get involved in agriculture. And there are some persons who are holding on to the land and not utilizing it. And we want to change that. We want to change that. And so we want all of the lands that are leased or rented by the department to be under production. Madam President, something that is near and dear to me as well for 2024 and beyond, and I've already said that to the PS over and over and over again, and I'm going to stress it again here, that we in the department and the ministry, we must promote what we are doing more. You see all these things I've said here, I'm sure a lot of people didn't know. And we have the capability in the Department of Agriculture to promote what we are doing, and we need to do it. Because sometimes when people say that nothing is happening in Nevis, I mean, all of what I presented here this afternoon, Madam President, people need to be aware. And so we need to be more active, and not only in agriculture. Because, you know, sometimes when I listen to the member for Nevis too, and when he has his monthly press conference, and sometimes when I hear all the things happening, I'm a minister, and sometimes I don't even know myself. Because we are very bad at promoting what we do, all of us. We are guilty. So we need to change that next year. We need to change that. Madam President, for next year for fisheries, very quickly, we want to increase our awareness of aquaculture. I know that the member opposite raised that as well yesterday. We did some training in aquaculture this year. We want to continue that because we think there's an opportunity there as well for people to do fish farming. Maybe some of the ladies who were trained, who went to the workshop this morning, to get involved in aquaculture. And that is why we need to free up more of the land that is not being utilized, because people need to use the land for things like aquaculture as well. I know at one point in time we were very advanced in terms of CMOS production and byproducts. We need to get back there as well. Madam President, we need to continue in terms of protection and preservation of our marine management areas. We need to continue to increase fisher safety among our fishers. We'll be doing more training. We will continue to increase our registration. Some first fishermen are not registered, some vessels are not registered. Fishermen, it is important for you to be registered. And in that vein, we will also be trying to issue some ID cards for our fishermen as well. So we're going to be doing some more training, and we're going to continue to partner with our public and private sectors. We're going to do staff training as well, Madam President. And we know that we have a problem with sargassum seaweed, and we want to see what we can do in terms of sustainable sargassum management as well. So these are things that we are trying to do. We're also going to be trying to introduce biodegradable twine. Remember, we are trying to be sustainable as possible, Madam President, and we're going to continue with our activities for Fisheries Month. Let's turn quickly to culture, Madam President. And in January 2023, Madam President, the Intangible Cultural Heritage, or ICH desk, was established by the NCDF's Research and Documentation Unit. Main goal is to provide permanent support to communities with its ICH safeguarding initiatives and projects. And I would have to say strides have been made, Madam President, in cultural preservation through archiving and documentation of our cultural icons, our cultural history, and our cultural heritage. All very important to us, Madam President. Madam President, the NCDF, which is the corporation that runs for culture, they normally have a Black Arts production, which continues annually, showcased in Black History Month in 2023. And the Nevis Cultural Development Foundation, they would have turned 15 years on the 1st of April 2023. They normally have an Easter workshop that continued this year. And from initiatives like these, we're able to get persons to take part in the annual Culturama Festival. We normally have a Junior Street Parade that is run by the NCDF. And this year, for the first time, we had a steel pan competition. And Madam President, I have to pause here to say how proud I am of the strides we have made in steel pan here on Nevis. And we wanted to have a full-fledged competition. That didn't happen. We had what is called a Night of Steel, and we had what is called a five-a-side competition. That went very well, Madam President. And of course, as I would have mentioned earlier, the NCDF normally spearheads the Junior Street Parade. Madam President, of course, we have our NCDF also involved in our schools. We have a number of cultural art forms which are being taught to our students, both at the high school and the high and primary level. And for this season in particular, the NCDF was very instrumental in assisting our primary schools in particular in putting together their Christmas programs. Madam President, of course, we know we also have a Culturama Secretariat. And we had a hugely successful Culturama 49, which was hosted from the 27th of July to the 8th of August, Madam President. And I have to give kudos to all who have been involved, kudos to all of the winners, kudos to all the participants as we prepare for next year. Madam President, as we look forward to 2024 from culture, NCDF will initiate programs to create a greater awareness of our local heritage. We'll continue with our Easter workshop. We will continue with the Black Arts production during Black History Month. And of course, as I would have mentioned, and I would have mentioned here in the House more than once, Madam President, preparation has started. We're going to be vigorously promoting Culturama 50. Next year is the 50th anniversary of Culturama. And I know a lot of persons in the diaspora normally look at these sittings. And I want to remind persons in the diaspora that you need to start booking your vacation. You need to start booking your tickets. You need to start booking your accommodation. You need to start booking your transportation if you need transportation, because listen, I believe Nevis will sink about 2 to 3 inches next year. We are expecting a flood of Nevisians who are living overseas to be on Nevis for Culturama 50. And so we continue to promote. Right now, I think registration is open for persons who want to take part in the different pageants and so on, the different competitions. And that will be a big deal. I have to say as well, it will be a homecoming. And that is why I believe Nevis will sink a couple inches, because it will be a homecoming celebration. I think we had a homecoming for Culturama 40 or 45, 40, I think. And this will be another homecoming, but it will be one of a much bigger magnitude, Madam President. And so we can look forward to 2024. Madam President, quickly to housing. No, my time is almost up.
Less than a minute. Less than a minute. So
Less
if
than
you
a
need
minute.
additional time, you can
Okay.
request it.
I have to wait till that is over. Housing quickly, Madam President. And of course, Madam President, I would have said earlier on that we are revolutionizing housing. From all of what have been said here this afternoon, we realized that we have revolutionized agriculture. And now we are revolutionizing housing on the island of Nevis, Madam President. Madam President, in 2023, the Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation projected to construct 27 houses at a total cost of $6.6 million. Madam President, 9 have been fully completed at a cost of $2.3 million.
That's your time.
Madam President, thank you. May I humbly ask for an additional 30 minutes? May I humbly ask for an additional 30 minutes, Madam President?
Yes, the question is that the honourable member be given an additional 30 minutes to wrap up his presentation. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Yes, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, colleagues, for being so kind. And Madam President, I was speaking about housing. And so 9 have been completed, 18 are under construction at a total cost of $4.3 million. And we have houses being built now in 6 locations. First time in the history of Nevis. We have developments in 6 locations. Madden's Estate, or we call it Cedar View Housing Development, Phase 3. Hamilton Estate, call it Sugar Mill Residences Estate, or Craddock Road. Mountain Crest Residences. Low Ground Estate, Chimney Crescent. Rice's Village, Bayview Gardens. Spring Hill Estate, University Heights. And so we are proud of the work that we are doing in housing, Madam President. We have some customers who are very pleased with the work that we have done. And in terms of the housing, I just wanted to say as well quickly, because I know the member opposite, Madam President, did raise an issue about the houses and why we projected this number and only this number has been completed. There is actually a process. When you apply for a house, Madam President, you have to go to the bank. We give you an offer letter. We give you a certain number of months with that offer letter. You have to go to the bank, Madam President, and sometimes we know the banks take some time before your loan can be approved. And so even if we project we're going to do 50 houses this year, based on the fact that people have to get the offer letters have to run out. Some may get an approval, some may not get. You have to start another set of offer letters. And so it's important that you project, you make a projection. That doesn't mean you're going to get all 50 or all 27 done in the year. And so I'm going to say here now that the projection for next year is 50. And I also have to say that between 2013 and 2023, a total of 296 homes have been built at a cost of $69.5 million. Madam President, we are projecting 50 for next year. And of course, the projection is Madden's 26, Hamilton 5, Rice's 4, Ramsbury, Craddock Road 6, Low Ground 7, Spring Hill Estate 2. And so, Madam President, we continue to work hard. The homes are affordable, Madam President, and we work well with our homeowners. And we try as much as possible to get them satisfied. And I have to say here that the homes are heavily subsidized. I know some people complain and say that the cost is high, but if you do not go through the corporation and you do not do what is being required of you through the corporation, and you have to do it on your own, it's going to cost you maybe at least another 30% more of what it cost you, Madam President. Madam President, I know I would have asked for some additional time, so I'm going to try to start going to my wrap-up mode. I just want to say here that when the member opposite the member for number 4 spoke yesterday, she would have queried a few things in terms of agriculture. And one of the things she would have queried was the 25 by 25 initiative and whether or not we here on Nevis can control the monkey situation. Madam President, I have to say, yes, the monkeys are a concern to us. But I have to say that the department, we have devised numerous initiatives to control the monkeys. And I know that there are still a lot of monkeys out there. But the facts are at the department as well, Madam President, that we have controlled a lot. A lot of monkeys have been kept under control, Madam President. And it is a huge problem. We have to admit it is a huge problem, Madam President. It's no easy problem to get over. But I don't think it's accurate to say that many persons can't farm because monkeys are there. People are using the electric fence. We are doing our things to make sure that the population is kept under control. Some of the things we have to, of course, keep a little quiet. But we have done a lot, Madam President. Ever since I was there in the Department of Agriculture, we have done a lot in terms of the monkey control, and we are continuing to work assiduously to ensure that our farmers, our backyard gardeners, our homeowners can farm comfortably and coexist with the monkey problem. Madam President, yesterday the member for Nevis 4 also spoke about the mango processing, which I think was a good idea in terms of a facility specifically for mangoes. But I have to say that in the meantime, we have come a long way in terms of processing of our mangoes. I know, yes, there's a lot of mangoes that goes to waste, yes, and we need to try to do more. But in the meantime, we have done a lot. And the good thing is that our pulp production, the figures that were presented here, shows that we have been doing a lot where that is concerned. There was also a point raised about our farmers and getting enough water. Well, I can tell you, Madam President, and I can tell all who are here, that I've never heard any of our farmers complaining for water. The only thing they can complain about is that they got free water for 3 years. And I don't think they're going to complain about that. I don't think they're going to complain about that. But I have to commend the member for Nevis 1 because of the hard work of his department, the farmers get adequate water and people get water. And so I don't think water has ever been an issue for our farmers, Madam President. Madam President, you know, I have outlined quite a lot here this afternoon, Madam President, quite a lot. And, Madam President, I am normally disheartened, very disheartened, Madam President, when people who are born in Nevis and raised in Nevis and live in Nevis continue to say and continue to try to fool the people of Nevis and the people who are living in the diaspora that nothing is happening on the island of Nevis. If all of what I have outlined here this afternoon, if all of what the member for Nevis 1 have outlined in his presentation, if all of what the lady senator has outlined in her presentation, if all of what the gentleman senator has outlined in his presentation amounts to nothing, Madam President, something is wrong with some of us on the island of Nevis. And Madam President, if people, after hearing these presentations, and the move of the bill, he has to come back, you know, he still have things to say. But Madam President, if all of what we have been hearing in this honorable house for the past 2 days, and people can conclude that nothing is happening in Nevis, something is wrong with their mental faculty. It has to be. Because, Madam President, and as I said, what I normally do, I normally bring the facts to back up what I'm saying, you know. I just don't talk off of the top of my head. I have the figures and the facts to back up And Madam President, when we as Nevisians, when we try to say that nothing is happening and Nevis dead, you know, it is not an indictment against the government ministers alone, you know, Madam President. It's an indictment against everybody on the island of Nevis, including persons who are saying it. When you say that nothing happened on Nevis and Nevis dead, you're attacking my staff at the Department of Agriculture, you know. You're attacking my staff at the Department of Marine Resources, you know. You're attacking my staff at Nevis Housing and Land Development Corporation. You're attacking my staff at Culture because you're telling them that they're not doing nothing. You're telling them that they're not doing anything. And their work amounts to nothing. That is exactly what you are saying, Madam President. And we have some people who live on this island who are haters of Nevis. They are haters. Because if you can see things happening in your face and say nothing happen, you gotta be, you don't love your country, your island, man. Come on. Nobody who loves this island should be peddling this nonsense, this garbage. That, oh, Nevis dead. Nothing happened. So what is all of this? All of this outline, Madam President. Madam President, there should always be an opposition. But an opposition like the government should be responsible. But Madam President, we are witnessing an opposition in Nevis that is reckless. Utterly reckless. Very reckless, Madam President. Because this is an opposition that can't say nothing good is happening in Nevis. Nothing at all. Come on. Madam President, all these people who are coming from all the other islands to come to Nevis to work and live, why do you think they're coming to Nevis? Why are they coming to Nevis, Madam President? Is because things bad? This opposition paints a gloomy picture of this beautiful island, you know? Gloomy, gloomy picture, like we're in a ghetto, like we're behind God's back, and nothing happen. Everything they say is bad about Nevis, and you can't love Nevis, and you're doing that, Madam President. And you're right, and it costs anybody who says something good about the island. Madam President, I have been called many times by persons who are living here, who are not from here, but they have been residing here long enough to get a citizenship. And many requests to do letter of recommendation. They have been here for 14 years, Madam President. If things been so bad, they would have gone back home. They would have gone back home. I have one pending to do. Because, and when these people call, they're so excited. Why you think they want to stay in Nevis, Madam President? Because Nevis is so bad? Come on. Come on. Madam President, these persons who have now gotten to this stage of getting a citizenship have been residing here for 14 years. And you know what, Madam President, some of them are so excited that they asked for the recommendation letter before the 14 years, you know? Yes. I remember one young lady came and she said, I want a recommendation letter. I did the recommendation letter. The next year she came back and said, sorry, the 14 years hadn't gone yet, so you have to do a new one. Just do over the date. And so people are coming here and falling in love with this little island. When people who born here, now have nothing good to say about Nevis. I mean, Madam President, people from overseas who come here love off Nevis. Big time. Love off this little island. There's a couple from Austin, Texas, who have has a condo in St. Kitts. And Madam President, every time they come to St. Kitts, they call me, Eric, we coming to Nevis. We love Nevis too bad. About a month ago, she called me. She said, oh, we are coming. Please make some time for us. I have my daughter and I have my grandson. Come to Nevis. And whenever they come, they have their spots they want to go to. Dewdrops is their favorite restaurant. Sunshine is their favorite place to go and get a killer bee. And strange enough, when they came, Madam President, The grandson is only 13 years. And when they went down, when I took them down to Sunshines, Madam President, the mother of the young son, the young boy, 13 years, she said, my son has fallen in love with Nevis. The young lady said she has fallen in love with Nevis. The couple came back to Nevis earlier this week. And you know what the mother told me? She said, my daughter and my grandson, next year, they have a choice of going to either Paris or St. Kitts Nevis, and they have chosen St. Kitts and Nevis. St. Kitts Nevis over Paris, a 13-year-old. Could you imagine that? When the young lady went down to on Penny's Beach and she walked on the beach, she said, this looks like something I see in a brochure. This doesn't look real. And people here calling down Abilene Nevis. Only this morning when I stepped out there to speak to somebody from social services, several tourists were on the grounds there. One of the taxi drivers called me, introduced me to a lady from Scotland. She said, I was here 30 years ago and I've seen so much improvement. But nothing happened. Nothing happened, Madam President. I mean, come on. When the consultant was here for the poultry, say, want to retire in Nevis? First time come to Nevis? I met a doctor from Antigua in St. Kitts some time back. Say he and his wife were in St. Kitts on business. He told me, we can come in, is our anniversary, and we are coming to Nevis for our anniversary. I want to retire in Nevis. I'm going to say goodbye to Antigua when I retire. Everybody falling in love with Nevis. But people who live here have nothing good to say. Madam President, we need to stop that nonsense. We need to stop this dishonesty, Madam President. We need to stop being dishonest with ourselves, and we need to stop being dishonest with the people around us. And so I am calling on the opposition and all their supporters to stop this bashing of our Nevis. If you love your island, and Madam President, I also have to say that the member for Nevis 4 was living overseas and she came back home. So if Nevis was so bad, why would you come back home? Why would you come back home to reside in Nevis if things so bad? Come on. Oh. So I mean, Madam President, we got to get beyond the petty politics. We need to get beyond that as Nevisians and residents. And when something looks good, we must say it looks good, Madam President. Madam President, we are all Nevisians. It's a small island. And this divisiveness is not good. It's not good. But it's because of the dishonesty. And Madam President, today on this is the 7th day of December 2023. I am here in these hallowed walls of this house. And I'm going to call for a national day of prayer for the opposition. Yes, they need prayer. A lot of prayer too.
Tone it down, member. Please, tone it down.
We need prayer, Madam President.
We all need prayer. We all need prayer.
We all need prayer. But I want special prayer for the removal of the dishonesty and for the lack and for love for Nevis. That is what I want to pray most for. We want people to love the island. Love Nevis, because Nevis loves all of us. Nevis loves all of us, and we need to love our island. And don't bash it because of politics. No, it's not good, Madam President. It's not good at all. And Madam President, I'm going to wrap up in a bit, but I just want at this point to thank our allied agencies and our partners. I want to thank the Embassy of the Republic of China on Taiwan, the ICDF and the Taiwanese Technical Mission. I want to thank AICA. I want to thank CARDI, FAO, the Department of Agriculture on St. Kitts, the Department of Agriculture in Statia. They are really our partner now. And of course, all government ministries and departments, Madam President. I really want to say a big thank you to the staff at the Department of Agriculture. And I want to say a big thank you as well to the former minister who is in the gallery, because he would have done a lot of good work in agriculture. And we are now benefiting from some of the groundwork he would have laid. And so, Madam President, I want to say a hearty thank you to the entire team at the Ministry and the Department of Agriculture for making us all look good, for making me proud, for making yourselves proud. Because when I worked at agriculture, I always used to tell the staff, whatever you do, whatever good you do, it reflects back on you. And you are the beneficiaries as well, beneficiaries as well of the good you do. And so I really want to thank them for the hard work that they've been putting in over the years. And let us continue, because we are moving in the right direction. And we have to continue to move in that way. Let us continue to do what we're doing and do it even better. And we will get even more recognition from our neighbors. Madam President, I want to say in conclusion that in 2024 and beyond, this ministry that I am fortunate to lead, we will continue. We will continue to revolutionize agriculture. We will continue to revolutionize housing. We will, in the next couple of months, be vigorously promoting Culturama 50, because we are promising persons, not only in Nevis, but in the diaspora who come home, that they will be exposed to an experience like no other for the Caribbean's greatest summer lime. Madam President, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this opportunity, to thank my colleagues for bearing with me over the past year. And of course, Madam President, once again, I really want to say a big thank you to the staff at all of the departments who work so very, very well with me. I'm proud of the work that they have done, and I expect that to continue in 2024. Madam President, as I close, I want to just say that I am convinced, and I believe that I have convinced all who are here, including the member opposite, and those listening, that we in Nevis are moving in the right direction. And because we are moving in the right direction, we are investing for growth, building the framework to support a resilient and sustainable economy. I also want to say, Madam President, because we are moving in the right direction, there is absolutely no need to look back, no need to turn back. We have to continue to focus, and we have to continue to look forward. Madam President, we are moving in the direction because we have an astute leader, we have an excellent team here on this side, and we will continue to ensure that the people of Nevis are at the epicenter of everything we do, not only in my ministry, but all of the ministries, Madam President. And so, with these not so few words, I want to wish this bill safe passage through this honorable house. May it please you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you. Recognize the member for Nevis 2.
Madam President, I rise to conclude the debate on the bill that is shortly entitled Nevis Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023, and to try and pull the various strands together. I propose not to be unduly prolix, but certainly I think the debate thus far has been an excellent debate, and I would want to thank all the members on the government side whom, in my view, reported in a fulsome way on their ministries. I believe all except the Minister of Education asked for additional time, and so they were able to speak to the various matters for which they're responsible, and to give an update. And I think the update has been an excellent update. The good member for number 3 and Deputy Premier has just taken his seat. And I think it was a tour de force in terms of a report to us, in terms of the work that is being done, and the admonition to the opposition and to persons who continue to decry and call down this land that we all love. It is always a strange thing when we covet something, but our approach to that something is to degrade it. That's odd. We see a beautiful young lady that we like, but perhaps because she doesn't like us, we start to say what kind of man of evil about her. It is a curious human phenomenon. And just to add a half of a point to what the Honorable Member for number 3 said, I reflect that we had a famous black actress here called Nia Long. And Nia put on Instagram, "My heart belongs to Nevis." Imagine that. My heart belongs to Nevis. She has 4.4 million followers on Instagram. That's what she said to her followers. We couldn't afford to buy that level of publicity, Madam President. And when I reference that Nia who had come, seen, and was so moved by what she saw, none to do with the government. It's the people at Four Seasons where she stayed, the staff, people from Jessup and Barnesgut and Cotton Ground and Hanley's Road and Brownhill, who she interacted with, that drew her to the conclusion that she was willing to say to the world, her heart belongs to this little island. But who tell me say that Nia Long say so? I see some opposition people took to social media, Lord, when they were finished with poor Miss Long. You would think Miss Long, huh?
She called Miss Short.
She called Miss Tiny. They went after her in the worst way. What was her sin? What was her sin? She said her heart belongs to Nevis. And the opposition blew moderation Rex because somebody had something good to say about the island that they say they love and the island that they say they want to manage. Somebody came and said something good. That was their sin. The good senator and minister of health spoke to a young lady, called her name, Africa Wilkes, my good friend, and spoke about a program which is the assistance for parents and daycare. And it was the Honorable Member for number 1 and I who were in the Hamilton area doing a little bit of a listening tour, if you will. And Africa was very passionate. She spoke about the difficulty she had as a single mother with children who needed daycare, Madam President. And when she laid out the cost, because you know I out of the daycare business long time. So when she laid out the cost of daycare and she compared it to what she was earning, the gravity of the problem was immediately obvious. If you have 2 children in daycare and you're working minimum wage, you can't survive. And she made the case, and we made a commitment. In fact, it was in the manifesto that we published, that we would seek to do something in relation to daycare. When the cabinet was formed and the idea was thrown out, the good minister, young minister here, full of ideas, she and her team, an excellent team. We had one approach. She came back and she said she had a better approach. And the cabinet said, you know what? Indeed, that is a better approach. Because initially we were going to build a daycare facility and staff it and do all of those things. And the minister came back and she said, that will compete with the private daycares. So instead of doing that and creating yet another government department, why not identify the people that need assistance and provide a voucher for them? And that is exactly what we did. So when the program was launched, Young Africa, who I can say was the architect in a way, because it was her passionate plea and her explanation of the circumstances that led us to make the commitment. So she came and she spoke, and she had the audacity to say thank you, that it was a good idea. And oh my goodness, an answerness rise up. How dare this division, who came to a government with an idea and lived long enough to see that idea bear fruit, implemented for her benefit and not just for her. Because the thing that I marveled at Africa never once came and said, I want this for me. She spoke for all people who she thought needed that assistance. But Africa made the cardinal mistake of saying publicly, 28 people are now benefiting. You see, we get up-to-date reports, live. 28 people, 28 families are benefiting from this program. Africa made the mistake of saying thank you in public. And she called me, she messaged me, she said, Lord of mercy. Number of people cussing her. Why? Something good. We have this thing here happening in Nevis now, where you drive on a brand new road, but yet you say, nothing has happened. The good member for number 4 came in here, and she struggled. Everybody could see she was struggling. I believe the last time she was here, she spoke for about an hour. This time, I was of the view that she wanted to make up time. So she dithered and struggled and said a couple of things 3 and 4 times. One of the things she said, which I marveled at, she said to us, the honorable member said to us, that everything the private sector does, the government wants to take credit. She gave some story about some teller machine at Pinnett's. And I smiled when the good member said what she said. You know why I smiled, Madam President? One of the talking points in the opposition for years has been that we have no investors in Nevis. But they said the investors are out at sea. That's one of the talking points. So inherent in that talking point is certainly an appreciation by the members of the opposition that the government has a role to play in attracting investment. But that is governance 101. We don't need no degree to understand that. And what I find is interesting is when the investors do come and invest, the same people who say there are no investors and the government is not attracting them turns around and says the government shouldn't take no credit. Well, if you're going to beat up the government about the lack of investment, well, it follows that the government ought to get some credit when investors come. And what we have been describing, Madam President, is quite clear. That investors have come, investors continue to come, and the job numbers reflect it. They reflect it. I just want to go to the budget address briefly. We had a whole section, let me see if I can find it, that spoke about jobs and job creation. At 42, paragraph 42. It speaks to the fact. In fact, let me go back. Let me start at paragraph 39. It says, during the period December 2020 to July 2023, there has been a 28% increase in the average number of jobs on the island of Nevis. A significant portion of that growth is in the tourism sector, which moved from 661 jobs in 2020, naturally the COVID period, to 1,234 jobs at the close of fiscal year 2022. And we are already up to that level for the third quarter of 2023, and we know we're only now moving into the tourism season. The numbers from Social Security are clear that up to July 31st, 2023, we had 5,534 persons employed, which is already ahead of the 2020 and 2021 outcomes. The average number of jobs on Nevis at paragraph 41, as of July 2023, stood at 5,965. More jobs than we had in the whole of 2020. and more jobs than we had in the whole of 2021, and on par with what we saw in 2022. There was also this issue of surplus jobs, and I want to go back to it because I made the point, but I'm not certain, based on the response from the member for number 4, that she understood the point that was being made. If it is, Madam President, that Social Security statistics are saying that there are 6,000 jobs, just using numbers as a reference, but that at the same time there are only 5,500 employees registered. They are saying that there is a gap between the number of jobs and the number of workers. It's a good position to be in. And that gap, they're saying, has been filled because some workers decide they want to do more than one job. And the response that we have had from the member opposite, rather than looking at the figures and saying, well, this is a clear indication that the economy is growing and that we're moving in the right direction, the response is that, oh, well, people not making money, that is why they have to work 2 jobs, because if people were getting enough money from just one job, they would not work anymore. That might be the rationale and the thinking of the member opposite. But she cannot speak for everyone. People have the ambitions. Some people love to work. Madam President, I'm going to share a little story. There was a point when I had a little construction company. Don't ask me anything about construction, but I did have a company. And we had a particular job that we were doing. And the owner of the project said to us that if we were able to complete the project within a prescribed period, he would pay us a bonus. So we sat down and we worked out the math. And we said, you know what, we're going to work 7 days a week. 7. And we worked 7 days a week on that project. One chap, he wasn't from here, he was from Guyana. I said to him one day, I said, you know, after about 3 months of working 7 days per week, I said to him, I said, you know, come, I need to speak to you. I said, I'm concerned that you're not getting any break at all, and that 7 days a week for 3 months, you need to take a little time off. The fella looked at me, and he said to me, he said, Mr. Brantley, you know what my only regret is? When I asked him what, he said, my only regret is the week doesn't have 8 days. I want us to reflect on that. Where I am concerned, I'm telling him he should be taking a little time off. He's telling me his regret is that he can't work an extra day. He said his only regret is the week don't have 8 days because he come to make money. So this notion that, oh, if you can make whatever the job, that means you will not take another job. That is not the case for everybody. I went to a restaurant. But jobs are available. The statistics show that jobs are available. I was at a restaurant the other evening and I saw a particular young lady. And I said to her, and I had to, I said, well, how many jobs do you have? Because I had been to 2 other establishments during that week, and I saw her at both of those working. This was a 3rd establishment. I went to a place for dinner, and she was there. And I said, well, how many jobs you have? She started to laugh. And she said to me that she's just bought a house, she's bought a car, and she's trying to build a business. So she is going out there taking advantage of the economic opportunities on Nevis in order to build herself as quickly as she can. And I pursued the conversation with her. She's not from here. She comes from elsewhere. And she said to me, she said, you know, Mr. Brantley, Nevis is a blessed place. I said, why do you say that? And she said, she was actually in university back in her country. And she left university in order to travel to Nevis. And she said it's the best decision she has ever taken. And I said, how could that be? Why did you not finish school? She said, even with a university degree in her country of origin, she could not have achieved a quarter of what she has achieved in Nevis thus far. Imagine that. This place where them say so bad. Imagine that. And that, you see, Madam President, is the difference between some who say they love Nevis and people who genuinely love Nevis. And the point has been made, but I think it bears repetition. People are not rushing into any country or any territory which doesn't have opportunity. Can't happen. It will never happen. People move to where they see opportunity. I have some non-nationals in my constituency, and sometimes when I engage with them, is grandpa, grandma, uncle, cousin, children, grandchildren, everybody in their family is now here. And I said, well, how did that happen? They said, well, I came and realized the opportunity, so I sent, just the way we used to do it, you know, Madam President. Many of us left here, that so-called Windrush generation went to England. The men usually went first. Then they get a little money they sent for their wife. They sent for their children. People moved because they saw opportunity. That's why they moved. They saw opportunity. And then when I spoke to those members in my constituency, it turned out, you see, that it wasn't only their family, you know. I keep asking them the question, well, how come most of you are from the same area? And you know what they tell me? Well, when I don't bring my family, I send them and tell my neighbor. So if you were to do an analysis here, you find, for example, a lot of the people from the Dominican Republic, our brothers and sisters who have come home, they nearly all come from a place called San Pedro de Macorís. Nearly all of them come from that place. Because they say that's where our people went to cut cane back in the day. So talk to them. San Pedro, San Pedro, San Pedro. All of them are from San Pedro because they tell each other something good is happening in Nevis. You look at the Guyanese community that is here, and the large percentage of them come from Berbice. It's not an accident, you know. What happens with every pattern of migration anywhere in the world? People go, they find family, friends, people they went to school with, and then they develop a critical mass. That's how migration the world over works. And when we can see Nevis, King Miko did the song, he said Nevis nice. And I can't understand why anybody would be so intent on castigating this, the land of our birth. Because wherever I go, Nevis is me and I'm Nevis. And that is how it should be. Now I shall not try to address every single point that was raised by the honorable member opposite. She said, for example, that there was not enough emphasis, and I'm paraphrasing, on climate change. But again, when you look at the budget address, there's a whole section referring to our efforts in terms of renewable energy, which is a response on our part to climate change. She raised the issue of the pension for any workers, something that I believe is a signature and signal achievement of this government. You know why? Any workers, non-established workers, when they came to me and talked to me in the byways and highways, and they say, Madam President, Lord, I work for 40 years and I go home with my two long hands. That's what we met. This government, as constituted, didn't create that system. But there was nothing in place for them. And we put a committee in place, we did our analysis. And we are very proud that we are able to now offer them something. But again, there is no capacity in the opposition to say this is a good thing, it benefits people. So, the good member for number 4 comes to say that people are being forced to retire early. Well, what does that mean? What does that mean? The public service, for example, has a rule that you retire at 55. And then it says that you can get a maximum of 5 extensions, 1 year at a time. And then when the law was changed, it says now that you must retire at 62. So it increased the age to 60. That's the law. Truth be told. And we have heard about all the graduations that we've had. Well, if people are not leaving the system, well, how are people going to be added to the system? That is why you see, the public service, and you see it in the budget, the wage bill keeps getting larger and larger and larger because you keep adding people and people aren't leaving. It's a natural progression, Madam President. And it is not as if we're asking people to leave empty-handed anymore. When the cabinet considered this, the cabinet said, we will hold on requiring anybody to proceed to retirement until such time as the pension scheme is in place. So anybody now who is leaving this government has the capacity, once they qualify, to leave with something in their hand and the guarantee of something every month. This has nothing to do with Social Security, Madam President. Right. This is in addition to whatever they may be getting from Social Security. What in that can any person who loves people criticize? What is there to criticize about that? It is not contributory. So it means no money is being deducted from them to contribute to this. It is a government program designed to give people a greater level of comfort in the winter of their years. And we had some persons who were well into their 60s, some who were into their 70s. And they were holding on. You know why some of them were holding on? Because under the old system, they had nothing to look forward to. And so the little money that they made every week or every month was their sustenance. We are now telling them, listen, we are going to provide for your pension. And you're going to get something every month. And so you're not going away empty-handed anymore like the old days. That is something that opposition and government alike should celebrate. It is about helping people. And we are not picking out everybody. Even some of them who are the harshest critics of this government are benefiting the same. Everybody is benefiting. I asked for some statistics because I think it's important. And I'm told that thus far, we have had some 22 persons who have left since July of 2023, the end of July. And we have another 28 scheduled to leave as of December 2023, the end of December, the end of this month. And thus far, Madam President, I want to read into the record that we have paid out $959,864.94 as gratuity to these individuals. And thus far, we have paid a total of $124,304.11 in pension. We heard the suggestion that, some people couldn't get their money. These are real figures. And yes, there are some people who are still being processed. But the explanation that I've had is that, one, we said that people will be processed within 3 months. And two, some have been slow to provide the information. That is the situation. There is nothing sinister afoot. We are not a government that puts something in place to help people and then turn around and try and frustrate the same people. It's we put the program in place. So I just want to make that very clear. that so far, 22 and 28, how much that, 50? 50 persons. 22 already collecting. We've paid out $959,864.94 in gratuity, and thus far, $124,304.11 in pension. And I believe that that is an important fact, Madam President, for this honorable House. We know that there was a call center operated in Brownhill. And we also know that the call center closed down. It was a very cruel blow for us because I recall at the time Four Seasons was also closed. And I remember being in the office on a Friday and the call came that the call center was closing the same day. We were criticized because, of course, that is the nature of the politics. But we never relented in our efforts to find a replacement. We were very close. In fact, I've told a story that we had someone from Pennsylvania, I think, and that person was actually en route to Nevis. They were at Miami International Airport in transit to come to sign up for the call center operation in Brownhill. And the person called me from the airport and asked me if they should still come. The reason for that was that we were experiencing our first cases of COVID. This was back in March, if I recall, of 2020. And I told them it made no sense for them to come because we couldn't guarantee that they would get back out, or the borders were likely to be closed. And so the person went back. It was either Pennsylvania or Philadelphia, forgive me. I get confused sometimes, but one of those. The person went back to where they were coming from. When COVID was over, I called them up and they said they no longer had an interest because their business had changed so much during COVID, they no longer had an interest. That's the way it is sometimes. But we never gave up hope. I want to thank Tamika Lawrence at the Nevis Investment Promotion Agency, Prominent Secretary, Colin Doe, and the entire team. And why do I say that? It's because they actively went out and we have been actively seeking. They said investors out to sea, we out to sea too, trying to bring them in. And we found a company called Radius. Radius operates centers in Jamaica and I believe Panama. And Radius agreed to come and to occupy at Brownhill. The plan for them is to grow. And we have seen in the budget presentation that they expect to grow to, I believe they said 180 in the next 12 months. Employees, that is. Interestingly enough, we told them you have a lot of school leavers and people like those who no doubt are looking for some work. You won't have a problem. And then guess what happened? They had job free and they had all kind of things. They end up having a problem finding employees. So, we had jobs that were not being filled because companies could not find people. Whilst we were finalizing matters with Radius, another long-time visitor to Nevis came forward. Said they have a company called Telemed, and they want to provide a different type of call center operation, smaller. And they said to us, how can we partner with them? And we did. We offered tax concessions, we offered various fiscal incentives so that they can set up and they can operate, certainly in the immediate term, without any imposition of tax. Standard tools that any government uses to attract investment. And they've set up. Last we heard they had 14 workers and they think they're going to be up to 40 in another 12 months. 40 plus 180 in 12 months, that's 220 people working in that call center area. That is what we have been up to. When investors come, investors want to engage. And nobody invests, Madam President. None of us, locally, nobody internationally, unless they have a word. Another word is confidence. Confidence. If people come to Nevis and they say Nevis is unsafe, it is volatile, it is unstable, they don't have confidence. Nobody's going to invest any money here. The only people who invest in places of conflict is them who benefit from conflict. Investors want confidence. And so every investor that comes, large or small, every local person that invests, we celebrate them because we recognize that it is a statement by that investor that I have confidence in what I'm seeing happening on the island of Nevis. People open restaurants, call center, whatever it may be. In fact, when we look at the explosion in home construction, both for the NHLDC and what the Minister for Number One has described in terms of planning and the work that planning has been doing, we see that even our local people are saying we have confidence in the economy. We're going out to build a house. You know how much money it costs to build a house? It is the biggest single investment that most people ever make in their life. And when we look across the landscape and we see so many, particularly our young people, willing to invest, willing to take the plunge, we know that that is a demonstration of their confidence in what they're seeing happening locally. And if people are confident in Nevis, it must mean they're confident in the government. We're doing the right things. I'm hearing from the good member opposite that we are saying that we are paying 5% salary increase on the 1st of January 2024, and that is nothing to talk about. And I sat back and I marveled, because I say, where else in the region are people getting this kind of salary increase? The good member said, the people should have get it already. But I'm saying, on what basis is she saying that? I am not sure who directs the operations in the opposition. But Nevis has a government and we run Nevis. And where our public servants are concerned, we are the ones who employ them, and we must be the ones to determine what we can seek to do. So somebody in St. Kitts, for their own reason, jump up and say they're giving 10% salary increase retroactive, and then the opposition in Nevis, as usual, marching orders from across the Narrows, start to jump up. 10%, 10%. That's not the way things work. We are a government that manages the affairs of Nevis in a fiscally prudent way. So when we sat with our financial people, we said, what can we do? They said the best approach is an incremental approach. And instead of doing 10, we will do 15, but we'll spread it over the course of the 2 years. And that's what we did. We did 5 retroactive. Was this in 2022? Another 5 on the 1st of January 2023. And we will give, through the grace of God, the final 5 on the 1st of January 2024. Proper fiscal management of the affairs of the island, but ultimately benefiting our public servants. And you know, when the budget presentation was being prepared, I did not even remember, and I'm thankful to the member, Senator and Minister of Education, that this is the second pay increase this government is giving. Because in 2013, we gave a 10% salary increase spread over 3 years, 3, 3, and 4. And we have now come back to give a 15%, 5, 5, and 5. And remember, as the old people say, this is put upon put. So when public servants got the 10%, when now they get this 15, it is on top of the 10%. So if you're making $1,000 and the 10% took you to $1,100, this 15% now is, well, 5 and then 5 and then 5. So in reality, the impact of this is close to 30%. And that is why, going back to the budget, let me see if I can find it. it is important to note that in the budget address, Madam President, we spoke to a very significant factor at paragraph 43. There continues to be significant growth in average gross wages earned by the employees on Nevis. The average gross wages earned moved from 13.25 million at the end of 2020, that's per month, to 21.66 million as of July 31st, 2023. This indicates a growth rate in wages on the island of Nevis of 63% since 2020. When you compare it to just last year, average gross wages stood at $18.9 million per month. And for the first 7 months of 2023, it is already $21.66 million per month. It means that every single month on the island of Nevis, people are earning wages of $21.66 million. That's what's circulated. We are 14.6% over the pace of 2020, and the extra 5% not reached yet. That's going to come in January. So what it says is that our efforts in government in rewarding our public servants and making sure that they have a paycheck that reflects our own efforts at increases over the years. 25% pay increase since 2013, the past decade, which, as I said, the way it's calculated is probably closer to 30% in terms of its impact. And I make the point because I think it's worth making, that when we sit as a cabinet, we are not concerned about self, because the members in this cabinet determined that we will not get the increase. Sometimes I think that point is lost. That's true. We did not get an increase. It's not as if we sat down and we say, oh, I'm the premier, and the member for number 3 is the deputy premier, and oh, let us see how we could feather our own nest. That is not the CCM way. We gave a 15% increase to public servants while taking nothing for ourselves. That demonstrates, Madam President, a government that is putting people first. A government that is people-centric, a government that recognizes that our people matter most. That's what we keep talking about. Let me move to the broiler processing facility. The good member for number 4 pointed to the fact that on the cover of the budget address is a... And I don't know if she was trying to suggest that we were misleading people, because we see depictions all the time of what is to come, what is anticipated. But it is interesting because we said that we have commenced, that word is important, you know, commenced work on the broiler processing facility. We didn't say we had completed the work. And certainly work has been commenced. We have identified land. We have done plans. We have bought equipment. We have done training. We are ready to roll. We have engaged with people who are interested in investing in the sector, start small business operators. We are securing land, well advanced in relation to that. So absolutely we have commenced preparation. The good member opposite said to us that we must have a plan. But now we have a plan, she don't understand the plan. Because we are saying that we have commenced, we didn't say we've completed. Similarly, you know, I'm happy the member for number 3 clarified the position, because last budget we said we were going to do 27 homes. In the budget address this year, we said we have completed 9. And we have 16 under construction. So if you have 9 completed and 16 under construction, how much is that? 25. And we said we would do 27. But what is wrong with that record? A home is something that will take an average of 3 months, perhaps, to complete. Well, I'm here in 6 months. Well, all right. So the reality is that we are on track. It's not as if you're coming in here and trying to mislead the public, Madam President. We said we're going to do 27 homes. That is the estimate. We understand people take time to get their loan at the bank. We understand that there's a process. There's nothing to see there. And so I move on. The good member opposite spoke about projects that we proposed in the last budget which have not yet materialized. And again, I think it betrays a fundamental misunderstanding of the budgetary process. Capital projects depend, Madam President, on the government's ability to raise the funding to execute. You may well see in your time in this honorable House, Madam President, some projects that come year after year. Some because they take time, meaning that the life of the execution of that project may be 2 or 3 years. Others because we might propose a project in this budget, anticipating that we can raise the revenue to do it, and then that does not materialize. The COVID period was a good example. When we stood in this house in 2019, reading the budget for 2020, all of us were excited. We were on top of the world. Why? Because the projections were excellent for the island of Nevis. And then by March of 2020, it all fell apart. It all fell apart. And I'm going to show, when we start to look at the question of debt, that it is that period of COVID when we can see a marked change in our debt profile here on the island of Nevis. Because we had no choice. And when people go around and try to tell public servants that this government is somehow hostile to them, I remind our public servants that at the height of the COVID pandemic, this cabinet took a decision. Some took a cut in their pay, and I took no pay for 22 months. But beyond that, this cabinet took a decision that they will and must ensure that our public servants were paid on time and in full every single penny, lockdown or no lockdown. You know why? We understood, for example, that a wife working as a teacher may have a husband who's a taxi driver, may have a husband who works in stewarding at Four Seasons or at Montpelier. But because the hotels are closed, the borders are closed, one income has been removed, and we said, what would happen if the government could not pay our workers? It means that some households would have no income at all. And yes, we borrowed. And if I had to do it tomorrow again, I would borrow to make sure that the people of Nevis, Madam President, were able to survive. I am not going to apologize for it, because we were facing a crisis. And that was the response of a government that cared about people and that put our people first. Every single public worker. We never laid off one person. Never. We never used COVID as a pretext to say, let us get rid of Tom and let us get rid of Harry. We never laid off one person. We paid every single NE worker, every single established worker, on time and in full during COVID. They sometimes ask where the money gone. That's where the money went. Because if you have salaries to pay $10 million a month and nothing coming in, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Sometimes when I hear the debate in the country, I wonder if we're all deaf, if you're all blind, if you can't see and understand. We had some hard decisions to make in this government and in this cabinet. And I'm pleased that this team, we now have an added member to the team, but the core team is still here. We have lost one member of the team, but he's going to come back soon. The core team. And we sat down and our abiding concern was the people of Nevis and our public servants, and understanding that many households went from 2 and 3 income to 1, and we could not take that one away. That's what we have to deal with. So the process of budgeting is speaking to your plans, your programs, and it is sometimes not too different to our personal budget. Every January morning, some people say, oh, this year is the year I'm going to buy a car. But then guess what happened? Something happened. Your cousin gets sick. You meet an accident on the job. You get laid off from your job. Something happens. And you say, you know what, I have to defer that until I'm in a better position to do it. That's what the budgetary process is. There's no guarantee that because we say we will have the Simeon Daniel Community College, that it means it must happen in that budgetary cycle, because sometimes if the resources aren't there to do it, you defer it. But our commitment remains, Madam President. And perhaps an understanding of the process would assist in all of us, government and opposition, having a better grasp of what it is we're doing when we're here in this house. The good member mentioned derelict vehicles. And it's a good point that she made. It is true that we need to do more. We had an arrangement in place already, Madam President. And that arrangement, regrettably, the gentleman called Folsom, I think his name was, that at a different time, the government in Sinkis looked across, saw what was happening, and decided that they wanted Mr. Folsom in Sinkis. Well, just like MSR Media and others, they went. What I can say is that through the good graces of Mr. Andrew Hendrickson, my good friend Murray, we have re-engaged with Mr. Folsom. And we will be having some close conversations in the new year to see if we can resume. And all that was, Madam President, I'm not sure if you're aware of the plan that we had that was working, is that they would go around and pick up derelict vehicles, crush them. In fact, it was quite fascinating to see that a whole bus came down to a cube of metal. And then they would pack them into containers and export them. So I'd want to say to the member opposite that this was something that was already in place. It came to a halt, but we intend to restart it now that we're looking into the new year. So have no fear. This is something that we had thought about and that we will proceed to deal with in the new year. As I sat there and I listened to the member for number 4, and I said I won't respond to everything she said. But the member mentioned fair share, and I had to take my ear and shake it and clear it. Because I said fair share. We just had not one but 2 campaigns in Nevis last year. And only one party was making any noise about any share. In fact, if I understood the narrative coming from the opposition properly, they were saying we shouldn't be getting anything at all. Nevis, you should run your own affairs on your own. And Sinkis must keep all of our citizenship money over there. Well, why? Tell me how that could make sense. That was the argument to the electorate. That we needed to be more independent. And I don't even know why the question of independence has been raised. Because if my brother and I own a cow, then my brother and I own the milk. And if we sell the milk, my brother and I should share the money. It has nothing to do with independence. But that was the opposition message to the public. Nevis shouldn't get none of the money. So I don't understand today. The good member opposite, or was it yesterday? Yesterday. He's talking about fair share. And we're not hearing anything about fair share. Well, I wonder what she wants to hear. continue with the position that Nevis shouldn't get anything. Let us over here worry about engaging with the federal government. And that is why I think the people of Nevis gave us the mandate so that we can continue to engage. They said the same amount is reflected in the budget as coming from the federal government. I think it's identified in the budget as a share of CBI receipts. But that is only speaking to the amount that comes to the NIA. I want to be very clear and deliberate in my statements, Madam President. We have an amount that comes to the NIA by way of transfer. I think it is $5.5 million each month. But last year, in 2022, the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Terence Drew, decided that he would introduce something called a CBI dividend. And that was paid through Social Security, not to the NIA, but to those, including the people of Nevis, who were registered with Social Security and who qualified. Singers got it and Nevis got it.
That's right.
You see, some people don't seem to understand when we talk about fair share, what we mean, you know. We're talking about equal opportunity across the board for divisions and petitions. Our fair share of whatever is sharing. Because when bad come, we gonna get our share of the bad. So when good come, when our cow has milk and the milk is sold, we must get our share. But some seem to feel that you only get a share if it comes to the NIA. And I'm saying no. We are getting a share coming to the NIA, and we continue our discussions with the federal government to work out a fixed formula for that. But I'm saying just in the past year, we had the CBI dividend paid. Nevisians benefited from that. We then had a double salary paid. I believe it was in November. November, I recall last year. And I remember speaking to the Honorable Prime Minister. I said, well, if you're paying double salary, public servants in Nevis should get too. And they got their double salary in November last year. Then I believe this year rolled around, there was another dividend, CBI dividend. People benefited from that. Then they had some back to school vouchers. Minister, am I correct?
Yes.
Back to school vouchers. Again, I asked the Minister of Education, call your counterpart. CBI money paying for back to school voucher. Nevis have school children too. And Nevis benefited from the back to school voucher. Then the Prime Minister for Independence 40
Reset.
say he doing a reset and tout mon Saman Bagay gonna get $1,000. I said, Pierre, remember over here, people of Nevis, and the people of Nevis got theirs. So when we talk about what has happened to fair share, people should know me by now as a politician, as somebody who isn't afraid to stand up for the people of Nevis. But when I look, and I regret, Madam President, because I asked for the numbers because I wanted to come with some figures as to what the reset and what the dividend and all that translated into for the people of Nevis. But I was told by the Social Security office here in Nevis that they're not able to disaggregate the number. And we were not able to get a total number from the financial people on Sinkits in time for this budget, because we would have used the total number and extrapolated from that what we thought came to the island of Nevis. But I raised those because these are direct benefits, not coming to the NIA, but coming to the people of Nevis from the Citizenship by Investment Program. This has nothing to do with the PAP that is ongoing, with the STEP that is ongoing, with the peace program that is ongoing, all of which benefit the island of Nevis as well. So I'm saying in the round, we are in a position where I feel that more has been flowing to the people of Nevis than hitherto flowed. And I want to make that very clear. Madam President, I wasn't going to raise it, but since I'm here, I just would like to say, through you, to my honorable friend opposite, that this constant moaning about not getting the documents in time really needs to stop. This House has had rules long before I came here, long before you came here, Madam President, long before any of us came here. And those rules have been set for a very long time. In fact, in the old days when I started out, back in 2006, we only got the budget address after it had been delivered, you know. When the Minister of Finance, then the Honorable Joseph Parry, finished reading, we had to line up over there, and the people in finance had a box, and they will give you, and you had to run now to go through to see. Yeah. Now, the estimates are handed out, and I can see, because I recall looking at the honorable member opposite while I was reading, and she was making notes in the margins. And that's an easy way sometimes to respond. You make a note, then you go through. But the reality is, if you know the rules, you can't decide you want to become a cricketer and then say they're bowling too fast. Why is the spin bowler allowed to bowl googly? Every pursuit in life has rules. And if you're going to enter the arena, you equip yourself to do so. And I confess I was alarmed because the honorable member opposite has, what's the word I want to use? I want to say pack, but that might be unparliamentary. Has a group of people around her. Nobody could talk, multi-massy. They have an opinion on everything. So I would have thought that the honorable member would call out to her group and say, hey, come, budget time. Let's sit down, and instead of pontificating on radio, let us put something together to present to the people of Nevis. And I looked across at my member for number 4 and member opposite. And it was a forlorn figure because not a soul was in the gallery. None of the multi-massy on radio every day and night came to support. And so I tried not to scowl, so when she looked at me, she saw a pleasant face. Because I said she must feel so alone that nobody came. Not one member of the executive, member of the party came to support the honorable member. And not one contributed, because if they had done so, I don't believe it, I hear the constant refrain. The good member must have said it about 5 times. Lord, I didn't have enough time, you know. The time is too short. If I had more time, you know, I could have done this, you know. But those are the rules. If you're going to play football, you must know what football calls for. If you're going to play cricket, you must know what cricket calls for. I am going to sink this next week once I have strength. And Prime Minister Drew is going to present his budget. And I will respond the next day. That is the standard. In fact, you should be so in tune with what is happening on the island of Nevis and in the country that if you're asked to respond right away, you should be able to respond because you know what issues are. This is not rocket science. So if you're not prepared for this thing called politics and this thing called representative politics, then get yourself prepared. If you don't know, it's okay. All of us were at a point when we didn't know. But try your best to find out. Don't come in here and complain about what has always been the case. That doesn't make any sense. Now, I want to segue to a point. Because the good member opposite, I keep saying that the good member opposite is new to the House and new to the politics. But that is not an excuse for being uninformed or ill-informed. She used some hyperboles throughout her presentation, some expressions that clearly had no basis in fact. And eventually, when I challenged one of the statements, she said what she ought to have said, I retract. One of the things she said, and I made a note, she said the debt is now what it is. It was referenced $544.69 million. And the reference I made is this: 9 out of 10 people in Nevis say that they can see where this amount of debt has gone. 9 out of 10. I know, and I'm prepared to say not one soul spoke to the member opposite about any debt. That's what I'm prepared to wager. But if I were the member opposite, leading a party that has a record in government, there are certain topics I would not touch. And debt is one of the topics that I would not touch. But you see, it comes back. Do you know what you're getting yourself into? So it's an easy thing, you know, the government has records. So I asked, well, what was the situation in the NRP years from 2006 to 2013 in relation to debt? So, Madam President, let me read into the record. That in 2006, the Nevis Island had an overall debt. And let me explain. When I say overall debt, we have a debt for the central government, that's the NIA, and then we have a debt for NEVLEC and NASPA and NHLDC and those. Those are the statutory corporations. So we combine those two numbers to get the overall debt. So I'm only dealing at this point with the overall debt. In 2006, when the NRP took office in Nevis, they had an overall debt, the island had an overall debt of $230.8 million. 230.8. In 2007, that went to 240.6. In 2008, that went to 280.1. In 2009, that went to 319.45. In 2010, it went to 350.71. In 2011, it went to 430.36. And then in 2012, it dropped to $402,640,000. And I asked the question of the financial people, well, how was the NRP able, having shown an increase every single year, to shave off $28,000, $28 million, forgive me, from the overall debt? And I smiled when the response came. You know what the response was? The land for debt. So, the IMF arrangement. When the IMF arrangement came, people were forced to take a haircut. Local creditors and overseas. And they had the land for debt situation. And that is what reduced the debt. So it wasn't in fact any management, so to speak, or any reduction in spending. It was the fact that through the IMF program, the debt went down some $28 million. By 2013, when we got back into office, that debt was at $389.71 million. If we look at the period that the NRP was in office, it shows that we added a total of $158.91 million in new debt. And that is excluding the land for debt and the IMF arrangements and the haircut to people. $158.91 million of new debt in 6 years. Put differently, the NRP administration was accumulating debt at a rate of $26.5 million per year. Now, I believe that that is important, because if we were to exclude the IMF intervention, that number would jump appreciably. So even with IMF intervention, even with land for debt, even with haircuts to people, even the church get haircut, we still had new debt of $158.91 million in 6 years. You want to talk about debt? Let us talk about debt. There was no COVID during that period. There was no global pandemic during that period. We had a financial crisis in 2008. That is certain. But during this period under review, the world never shut down for 2 years. COVID shut down the world for 2 years under this government. Let us now look at the CCM record. We got back into office in 2013. We met a debt when we got in. Well, by the end of 2013, I'm going to discount 2013 and go to 2014. $363.69 million is what the debt was in 2014. By 2023, October, that debt is $544.69 million. In that 10-year period, we have added $181 million in new debt at a rate of $18.1 million per year. For purposes of comparison, for those who like to do the clips, the NRP in 6 years added debt of $158.91 million at a rate of $26.5 million a year. The CCM added $181 million in new debt in 10 years at a rate of $18.1 million per year. And when we look at the numbers, Madam President, and I'd be delighted to provide the House with the numbers, we realize that the COVID years did considerable damage to our debt position. Because of that $181 million, we added $62.5 million just in the period 2020-2021. That's when, going back to what I said, we took a decision that we had to pay our public servants. We had to do what we needed to do at the hospital. We had to buy ventilators. We had to do construction work over at the airport. All the testing, COVID testing. Some of these labs and the lab owners became multi-millionaires out of COVID testing. Yep. We had to do it. And the numbers bear that out, because the numbers jumped in 2020 and 2021. The numbers are there. There's nothing for us to resile from. But a point was made by the Minister with responsibility for infrastructure. Good member for number one. And he was talking about budget deficits and what deficits can sometimes be used for. And you know what the good thing is? The Island Main Road is now done. It doesn't need to be done again, we hope, for another 20 years. The Brownhill Road is now done. The Bath Road is now done. The Butlers Road, the Hanleys Road, the Braziers Road, the Shaws Road, the Bypass Road. We are hopeful they do not need to be done for another 20, 25 years. It means, therefore, that we would have done some capital expenditure now that we are hopeful we do not have to repeat for the next 2 decades. And so the investment now, we are hopeful, will pay dividends down the road. Going back to the same investors. When people come, they want to know, what is your water infrastructure like? What is your road infrastructure like? What is your electricity infrastructure like? Is the island an island that is developed enough? What is your internet connectivity? What is your crime? All of these are the questions they're going to ask you. And so we would have invested, Madam President, in the future sustainability, since a lot of people like that word, of this island. And the figures are there. What I will say to the public is that I don't like debt. And as much as we have had to run up debt, I don't like it. And I've said to my colleagues, I said, listen, we had to take some difficult measures in this budget because we need to reduce the debt. I've said so. And my colleagues have agreed. So I am not here trying to paint some panacea or say that the debt position should continue to increase. No. I'm saying that we need to reduce the debt. But I'm making the explanation as to why we are where we are, and making the comparison to say that it doesn't lie in the mouth of the member opposite to tell this government anything about them. Not the party that she leads. Reckless when they were in government, insofar as the public purse is concerned. Now, I'm going to go to something I don't mean to be controversial, and I promise not to be, Madam President. But my colleague spoke to a point, and I think I want to spend a few minutes on the point. And the point is, you see this document? Audit report. When I too heard the member opposite talking about audit report, and saying the audit report says this and the audit report says that, I said, praise be to God, that we finally have a government that understands the constitutional necessity of having an audit report in this House. You see this document here, Madam President? This is an audit report laid by my predecessor, the late Premier, Honorable Vance Amory. It's dated November 9th, 2015. The date is important. And it says on its face, report of the Director of Audit on the accounts of the Nevis Island Administration for the years ended December 31st, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011. Let me open it. Let me open it. This was presented signed by one Wesley Galloway, Director of Audit, and dated November 9th, 2015. Now, it says this, reporting mandate. The audit report on the accounts of the Nevis Island Administration is submitted to the Minister of Finance to be laid before the Nevis Island Assembly as required. Those words are important. As required by Section 76(4) and 108(2) of the St. Christopher Nevis Constitution, 1983, and Section 8 of the Audit Act, number 8 of 1990. The legislation requires the Director of Audit to submit his report within a period of 9 months after the close of each financial year. The report is in respect of audit work on the accounts of the administration covering the 5-year period, 2007 to 2011. What that means in simple, ordinary language, when the NRP was in government, they never produced any audited reports. When the constitution of the land, the highest law of the land, Madam President, based on the training I know you have, you know the constitution is the highest law of the land. So one must now really raise the question, was the government of Nevis between 2006 and 2013 operating in a constitutional way in relation to the finances of this island? And the answer must be no. No. Because year after year, so when I hear the talk about openness, transparency, good governance, and I said to myself, not one soul had any understanding of what the expenditure of the NRP government was like, because the auditor, independent office of the auditor is who provides the check and balance. There was no check, no balance. The Constitution was breached each and every single year. I don't even know why we didn't take them to court. I can't remember now. They come in here and pontificating, but the audit report says this, the audit report says that, when for 6 years, not once did they bring an audit report to this House as required by law. And not just by any law, by the Constitution of St. Kitts and Nevis. Not once. So, during that period, Nevis was flying blind. Nobody had any idea what the finances of the island were like, because there was no report to this honorable House. I look at this report, tabled in 2005, covering all those years. of bad government. Hear what it says at paragraph 3.1. The accounts of the Nevis Island Administration for the year ended December 31st, 2006. Remember there was something that happened in 2006? Government change. CCM lost the government in 2006, NRP took over. Here's what the audit report says. The accounts of the Nevis Island Administration for the year ended December 31st, 2006, along with the audit report thereon, were forwarded to the Honorable Premier on April 28, 2008. Those accounts and the audit report were tabled in the Assembly on December 9th, 2008. So the only report that the NRP ever tabled in this House from the auditor was the report from 2006. Since then, they've not passed back. Only report. So, wait, I want to say this too. The Audit Office is also aware that accounts for the years 2012 and 2013 are complete and ready for submission to the Audit Office, but they're waiting on documents and anticipate those for 2014 and 2015. Now, Madam President, I'm not going to go into, because that is now history, what the data showed. But the data showed same thing, runaway debt, runaway deficits. That was the position. I use this only to show that there was constitutional impropriety in this House and on this island from the period 2006 until 2013. Constitutional impropriety. And I would go further, because if it contravenes the Constitution, it is illegality, not just impropriety. No audit report. I am pleased, Madam President, and I can raise my hand in this honorable House and say that this CCM government has ensured that the audit report is presented on time and each year. And we not only have updated the accounts to bring us up to speed, we have now ensured that each year, and that is why I was so pleased at the start of this budget debate to lay on the table of the Honorable House the audit report for 2022. That is what good government is about. That is what good governments do, Madam President. And what I find about the audit report, since I now have it in my hand, I now refer to our audit report, 2022. Well, that one was ours too, but the one for 2022. What I find is interesting is how the good member opposite tried to cherry pick. Try to cherry pick. Now, my point is this. Do not use the audit report to paint a particular picture that is inaccurate when the report is viewed as a whole. And so I went through the report. I decided to read it in full over the luncheon period. I haven't looked at it prior, but I read it and this time made some notes. At page 7, Madam President, overview of public accounts, performance summary. Madam President, there's a copy on the table if you didn't have a copy. Page 7. The public accounts, and I quote, I read, the public accounts for the year ended December 31st, 2022, disclose an overall surplus of $6.29 million. This is a significant improvement from the $17.71 million deficit result in 2021. It can be noted that in the recent times, the Nevis Island Administration has made an overall surplus in 2020 of $11.63 million and 2015, $4.08 million. But that's good news. Because the independent auditor is telling us that for the period ended December 31st, 2022, the last accounting period, that the account showed an overall surplus of $6.29 million. When you consider that the year before we had a deficit of $17.71 million. Are you mean, that's a lot of making up. You have to take off that 17.71, you know, before you get into positive territory. So the turnaround is more like $24 million. And as my good friend here from number one is whispering to me, the year before, 2020, was a COVID year. COVID year. So what the overview is saying is that we have turned things around in terms of our fiscal position. When we go to the middle of the next paragraph, it said at the end of the fiscal year, the statement of revenue and expenditure shows actual revenue collection total $234.33 million, comprising recurrent revenue of $136,517,998 and capital revenue of $97,811,557. The actual expenditure totaled $228.04 million, comprising recurrent expenditure of $177,342,710 million and the capital expenditure of $50,692,736, which resulted in the surplus mentioned of $6.29 million. I like the sound of that. We go over to page 11, and there's a nice looking graph. What do they call this? Pie chart? No, this is not a pie chart. This is, what do you call it? Graph. This is a graph? Yeah. It's not a graph, it's a bar graph. Bar graph. We're testing all my first one. Bar graph. So there's a bar graph here. And what the bar graph is showing is that in 2020, COVID year, but we were able to manage a surplus of $11.63 million. 2021, we fell back badly to a deficit of 17.71, but we have recovered in 2022 to a surplus of $6.29 million. And so the fortunes have ebbed and flowed, but we are currently in better territory. At the bottom of paragraph, page 11, the historical data shows several years of deficits and only 3 years of surplus results. The surpluses are shown in 2015 of $4.08 million, $11.63 million in 2020, $6.29 million in 2022. The remaining 7-year period in the chart accumulated a total grand deficit of $105.86 million, with the highest being in 2019 of $26.78 million. Good and bad, but let us tell our people the full story. Not some of the story, the full story. Let me go over. This is the current audit report. I go to page 24. This is what the auditor says. During the 2022 financial year, all program heads kept their spending on the current account well within the budgeted amounts provided. Let me say that again, because I think that is commendable. During the 2022 financial year, all program heads kept their spending on the current account well within the budgeted amounts provided. The following table shows some of the savings on the budget allocation for ministries with budgeted figures over $5 million for 2022. The first ministry, remember the good member opposite, jump on the Premier's office and say how we had overspending. But you see, the Premier's office is responsible for a lot of different departments, a lot of different heads, passport, police, Governor General, a lot of different things fall to us, magistrate. So, you can't cherry pick aspects of the Premier's office and say, oh, you overspent here, without again giving the full picture. Now, here's what the Director of Audit is saying. That these ministries, the Premier's ministry, had a budget of $5.6 million. We only spent $5.4 in 2022. We had a savings of $166,727. The Ministry of Works had a budget of $15.4 million. They only spent $14.015, a saving of $1.4 million. Ministry of Agriculture had a budget of 7.1 million, they spent 6.5, a saving of 626,000. The Ministry of Health had a budget of 22.8 million, they spent 20.5 million for a saving of 2.2 million. And the Ministry of Education and Library Services had a budget of 28 million, and they spent 26 for a saving of 1.6 million. I believe all the members here should take a vote.
Yes.
Because it means that they had the ministries and the spending under control.
Prudent.
That's what the audit report shows. I have dealt with the office of the Premier. I don't need to belabor that. But I thought I would make that point. Now I want to go quickly because the Honourable Member for number 4 said, and she read, that the audit report, this was the part she read, she chose to read. The audit report identifies a weakness in the ordering process, where the quantities of items requested are not specified in the orders. This deficiency poses a potential risk for fraudulent activities. The Ministry of Finance should prioritize raising awareness among both new and existing staff members about the significance of accountability for government funds in the accounting system. She read that out. You all remember?
Yes.
Read that out. But what she didn't bother to tell the House or the public is that that was the second paragraph of a conclusion that had a first paragraph. You see, when I say when you set out to mislead, that was an observation. I'm not resilient from that. But here's what the auditor, director of audit, said. From the detailed statements of expenditure for 2022, it can be concluded that significant effort was made to control expenditure for the year. From the detailed statements of expenditure for 2022, it can be concluded that significant effort was made to control expenditure for the year. The fact that only 2 of the expenditure heads on the recurrent account exceeded its budgeted allocation is commendable. Hence, the resulting net savings on the budget in the amount of 3.54 million. Then they went on to say, we must focus on a few things. But the overarching conclusion is a commendation to the government from the Director of Audit. But somehow the member for number 4 missed that. Missed that. So he didn't have enough time? Oh. Missed that and jumped only to an observation that was made. But missed the fact that the result was a commendation, Madam President. And I feel that that is important. I want to just take a brief moment because the member opposite made a statement which I thought was curious. And she made this statement with such aplomb, such vim, vigor, and vitality that she surprised me as well. And she prefaced her statement by saying, to you, Madam President, that you may not know. Now, we have said in the budget address that we have a problem at the supply office. The problem we have at the supply office is that the cost of the goods sold there have kept climbing. And the cost of shipping globally has kept climbing. The result of that is that the cost to us of the products sold there has gone higher and higher with each shipment, but we have not increased the price. Now, Madam President, we indicated, because that is how we do things as a government, that we will have to look at the pricing at the supply office. And we said so in the budget. The Honourable Member for number 4 came and said, to you, Madam President, you may not know, but poor people shop at the supply office for their food. She said, like the Prime Minister said, when you can't afford the brand name cornflakes, they go to supply office. Well, I get so frightened, I jump on my phone right away and I message the PS. I said, PS, since when we start sell cornflakes and food at the supply office? PS said no, because sometimes things happen and we might not know. So I wanted to be sure. So I just want to say, Madam President, I'm not surprised that you wouldn't know. Because it appears the member for number 4 doesn't know what happens at the supply office. The supply office sells dog food, animal feed, toilet paper, flour to the bakeries, rice wholesale, and it also sells molasses to the farmers. I don't know who poor person going down supply office to shop for grocery. I don't know. So I'm not surprised that you don't know, because we don't know either. But the point that was being made with such vim, vigor, and vitality is that, oh, where are the poor people going to shop for the groceries if you all increase the price down at supply office? When supply office doesn't cater for that. So I just think, to the extent that the public might have been misled, the supply office sells flour wholesale to our bakers, we sell rice wholesale, we sell toilet paper, we sell animal feed, we sell dog food, and we sell molasses. The molasses is really for the farmers.
Yes.
But we will engage elsewhere on who buying the most molasses and what they're doing with it. You said they buy molasses daily? Who buying the most and what they're doing with it? But the point I'm making is that it demonstrates the extent to which the good member is out of touch. Out of touch in terms of what is going on Nevis. So, when I heard the member for number 3 say that there's this constant refrain from the member opposite and others that there's nothing happening, it may well be it is because they're not aware of what is happening. Because to be so bold as to say to the Honorable President, you may not know, but this is what is happening at the supply office. When nothing tall goes so, supply office has nothing to do with people and their shopping. So it really begs the question as to how informed our people are. Now, I want to just quickly look at some land acquisition, because we mentioned that we were acquiring lands by purchase for various public purposes. And the member raised opposite that we did not perhaps specify. So I just want to point out to the House and to the public that we are in negotiations to purchase some lands at Webb's Estate. We are in negotiations to purchase some land at Garner's Estate. And we are in negotiations to purchase some lands at Bath Estate. Those are the 3 parcels that I'm aware of at this point. And of course, if we are to acquire any lands, we'll certainly be advising and informing the House and the people of Nevis. But those lands are being acquired: Webb's Estate for purposes of our poultry industry, Garner's for purposes of housing stock, and the fact that the NHLDC finds itself now not having sufficient land to execute its mandate, and Bath Estate because we're looking to create a home for NTV and to create a proper first-class television studio for NTV. So that is where we are at this point, Madam President, and so I wanted to make that clear, that it was not an effort to hide anything. We just did not specify in the budget debate. Now, Madam President, I wanted to say a word, because the Honourable Member, she's now left, but the Honourable Member seemed throughout to have had a fixation on the fact that the Honourable Alexis Jeffers has been engaged by this government to function, to bring the various stakeholders together for the airport project. And she kept coming back time and time again. She asked about NASPA. What is NASPA's role? We had one public consultation so far, and I'll be the first to say it did not go as well as we would have liked. We had a lot of technical issues. But it was not intended to be a selling of the project. It was intended to be information for the public. And the question was asked then of Mr. Jeffers, who chaired the meeting, the Honorable Alexis Jeffers, what is your role? And he explained what his role was. He has been hired by the administration to bring the stakeholders together. The question was asked of him, well, where's NASPA? And he explained, NASPA has been consulted every step of the way. In fact, we're going to put together a committee comprising NASPA, Customs, Immigration, Fire, in order to execute the project when we get to that stage. All that was explained publicly at the town hall meeting we had on Monday, if I recall. The good member for number 4 was there. She was the one asking some of the questions. So she had the answers from there. And I just wondered sometimes again, why we go down certain roads. Because it seems to me that the opposition and the member herself, because I've heard various public utterances, that they seem to have a problem that the Honorable Alexis Jeffers was given an assignment by this government. But Madam President, I'm not going to apologize for hiring the Honorable Alexis Jeffers because I know his competence. I have worked with him in government, I've worked with him outside government, and I know what he's capable of delivering. We heard the good member for number 3 talking about Indian Castle Fruit Orchard, talking about the strides in agriculture, the preparatory steps for the poultry industry, all of this ground, and I was so happy when he gave kudos to the Honorable Alexis Jeffers for what he had done, the foundation he had built. So if I have competent people available, but by the process of democracy, Mr. Jeffers falls short by 8 votes, and therefore is no longer in this honorable house. I am supposed to just discard somebody who has something to offer in terms of the talents that he brings. I'm not going to do it, and I'm not going to apologize for not doing it. And I believe that the NRP should leave these matters alone. The member opposite. You know why I say that, Madam President? Everybody in this house is old enough to know that on the 3rd of July 2014, it was a Thursday, a gentleman called Hensley Daniel, then Deputy Premier of Nevis, was declared null and void by a court of law. The election that he purported to have won was declared null and void by a court of law. That was Thursday, the 3rd of July 2014. Friday morning, the 4th of July, Hensley Daniel was back at work. 2014. No, it wasn't 2014, 2012. Forgive me. 2012. July 3rd, 2012. The following day, the man declared the day before by the court to have benefited from all his fraudulent activity at the polls was back at work in the Nevis Island administration. I don't remember what they call him, advisor. I don't know the terminology. But I know he did not miss 1 hour of work. Alexis Jeffers was not declared null and void by any court. He contested an election, he fell short. But if the government feels that he has value and there's something that he can bring to the table and that he can pull this project together as he has been doing, then I don't understand the constant attacks. This thing isn't as simple as it sounds, you know, Madam President, because I find myself now embroiled in a lawsuit. Every week they sue me. Every week they sue me. I don't know why. But I'm embroiled currently in a lawsuit. I know I can't get into the details of it. But what I will say is that the fact that Mr. Jeffers has been employed by this government has found its way into the lawsuit. That is how rabid this opposition is behaving. But Hensley, who was declared null and void, came back the next day. And that was fine. I think that we need to sometimes take a step back and not use personal problems with people as a basis for shaping political views on a matter. We're not going to all like each other. That's human nature. Some people don't like their family. So we're not going to all like each other. But when we come in here and we enter public life, we must be able to put those matters aside and function, Madam President, for the best interest of the people that we serve. That's what we must seek to do. One of the big issues they're raising on the airport project, they vex that Zook get a job, but they're now raising this issue, saying that there was no tendering for the consultants. The consultants have been working around this project for some time, because I know that as far back as 2015, we had preliminary discussions with them. They did some preliminary work. On the basis of the preliminary work that they did, we decided to engage them on the basis of their track record. They had finished Argyle International Airport in St. Vincent. We decided they have done some 11 airports around the world. We decided, all right, we have confidence that they can deliver a project for the people of Nevis. Our job was to select someone who was competent and in whom we had confidence. And that's what we've done. Now, some may argue you should have gone to tender, you should have had bids, you should have done this, you should have done that. And whilst I respect those arguments, Madam President, it is within the capacity of any government, and certainly within our capacity as a cabinet, to select a competent contractor in whom we have confidence to advise as consultant on this project. And that is what we have done. We have looked again, because sometimes when the NRP speaks, they forget they were in government. So I asked the question rhetorically and say, the NRP in government built 3 community centers: Jessops, Barnesgut, Cotton Grove. They built the road to Paradise, to Barnesgut, and parts of Jessops. They built out a portion of the Island Main Road. They built the NEPAC building. They built roads in Nugent Heights and Pinnies. They had a company that they gave the quarry to that was operating in, what's up there? You call that Gingerland? The quarry? New River. They gave the geothermal project to a company called West Indies Power. Any of you ever hear that any of these projects went out for tender? No. That there was any process of tendering in relation to them? In fact, one company got nearly all of these projects. So I am not going to get too caught up with those who are now trying to pontificate and play holier than thou in relation to how government is managed, because they have a track record of when they were there and what they did during that time. None of these projects, as far as I'm aware, went out to any tender, but the projects were done. And as I mentioned, geothermal, I want, Madam President, to just remind us all that the geothermal project in Nevis started in 2004. It was something called a GeoCarib project, which was funded by the OS, the Organization of American States. We had a change of government in Nevis in 2006. The NRP took over. And I remember it was one junior minister called Powell, who became Mr. Geothermal. I'm sure you all remember. And without any tender, any bidding, any consultation of any kind, we heard that they had abandoned the Geocaribbean project and they were now in bed with a company called West Indies Power. West Indies Power came. I'm sure you all remember the name Kerry MacDonald. And there was naturally an issue as to who was involved with West Indies Power. I'm not going to get into all of that. But we know that these transactions were not arm's length. Now, Madam President, the NRP engaged West Indies Power, no bidding, no tendering, nothing. Geothermal was handed to them. And then West Indies Power started, and I believe all of us recall, I'm sure the member for number one recall, because there was a huge party right there by D.R. Walwyn Square. Whole of town block off, pom-pom girls, balloons, and they said geothermal. They had a big christening party. It's the first time in the history of Nevis that a baby christened before it born was geothermal. Big party right there. Those of us remember that afternoon. Pickup truck, fresh tune, painted up, geothermal. All appeared to have been going well, but guess what happened, Madam President? The same NRP sued West Indies Power. You know why they sued West Indies Power? They sued West Indies Power to get out of the contract that they had made. And so when the government changed in 2013, Madam President, and the CCM-led administration went back into government, the very first thing that we had to do was fight a legal case in the court with West Indies Power. We fought the case at the High Court. West Indies Power appealed to the Court of Appeal, and we won the case, and we were so able to get rid of West Indies Power. We did not sue them. NRP sued them. Sometimes when they're telling the story about geothermal, they like to miss certain critical parts of it. We had to waste time with litigation, and then we got some consultants through the U.S. State Department, and we went through a bidding process, and we selected a company, NREI, Nevis Renewable Energy International, I think they were called. Turns out that they could not raise the money to do the project. And so we eventually exited the contract because we had exit clauses, performance clauses and exit clauses. So we exited the contract. And in looking around, we then sought to access funding from the CDB, Caribbean Development Bank. And I reported to the House already that last year, the CDB approved $17 million US. And we are now still seeking, Madam President, to get us over the line. That's where we are. And I'll come back and report in due course. But I just wanted to remind the House and the public of the history of geothermal energy. Because from 2006 until 2013, NRP was in bed with West Indies Power until they fall out and had big litigation that we, when we got into government, a brand new government, had to go in court to fight with West Indies Power. That is the legacy of geothermal in relation to them. Madam President, I wanted to make reference to the scandalous statement that somehow we were putting people's health at risk up at the hospital, but I don't need to, because the good minister dealt with it adequately. All I would like to say is that the health system in Nevis right now is the strongest that it has ever been. Because we have invested, Madam President, not only in equipment, diagnostic tools, new ambulances, but we have also invested in personnel. We didn't just buy CT scan and mammogram, and we call it PACS system. We also hired a radiologist. We have internists. We have obstetrics and gynecology. We have orthopedic surgeons. And as the minister said, for the first time that we are aware of, we have 3 surgeons available to us at the Alexandra Hospital. How I could forget this one, Madam President. As all of us on this side get older, might be something that we would need to look at. But we also have plastic surgery available. All of this that we now have, pediatricians available. We now have obstetrics and gynecology in the clinics. Never used to have that before. You don't have to come to town now if you're pregnant. You go to the clinic.
Indulgence number. Member, you may proceed.
Sorry?
You may proceed.
Oh, Madam President, I only need another 2 minutes because I am wrapping up. But I wanted to speak as we talk about the economy and the economic recovery. I wanted to speak for just a moment on the phenomenal performance of the Nevis Tourism Authority and the returns that they've had. And I want to say, Madam President, that we are certainly back to pre-pandemic levels in relation to our tourism, and I'm grateful for that. I want to commend the board at the NTA, the CEO, Mr. Devon Liebert, and his entire team. And I give some figures for purposes, Madam President, of the House and the public, that you will be aware that there's a tourism levy, a 2%, tourism and development levy it's called. And that 2% is added to hotel bills, restaurant bills. And that tourism levy for 2019, which was pre-COVID, yielded $2.3 million, 2%. That was the money. And that 2% goes directly to the Nevis Tourism Authority because it is the budget that they use to promote the island. In 2022, that 2% yielded $2.5 million. I'm rounding off the figures. So in 2019, pre-COVID, it was 2.3 million. In 2022, the first year post-COVID, it was 2.5 million, which represented a 5.8% growth. And in 2023, up to November, I just got the figures while I was here, we have so far collected $3.018 million, a growth, Madam President, since over last year of 19.8%. Of note, Madam President, is that twice so far this year, the NTA from that 2% has collected over $500,000 in a single month, January and April. We have never in the history of tourism in Nevis collected $500,000 in a single month before. And we did it twice this year. That tax of 2% yielded, therefore, thus far for the year, $3,018,127. And it tells us when we look at the sector, bearing in mind that that is 2% of hotel and restaurant, that the sector has had reported sales up to November of over $150 million. And I believe, Madam President, that that is significant, and I wanted to read it into the record because when we have good people doing good work, we need to celebrate them. I should say that the NTA, like every other agency, was forced into debt because of COVID. Naturally, if they make their money from 2% on hotel and restaurants, and the hotel and restaurants were closed during COVID, they weren't making anything. So they went into debt. But they've roared back, and I'm hopeful, and I've said to them, I want them to do even better in 2024. So I commend them. Let me end by saying a word of farewell to Permanent Secretary Edson Elliott. Mr. Elliott would have served long in the public service. He was principal at the Charleston Secondary School and distinguished himself there. And then we invited him to be permanent secretary at the Ministry of Human Resources. Mr. Elliott took the decision that he would go into retirement, and I want to use this rostrum to say thank you to him for his sterling service over the years and to wish him well in his retirement. Let me also join the Honorable Member, the Honorable Senator, and Minister of Education in thanking Permanent Secretary Kevin Barrett for his excellent performance as our Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education over these years. He too was elevated by this government to that position, and he performed well. We asked him, and he agreed to cross over to Human Resources to help us there now that P.S. Elliott has retired. And we wish him well in his new role and hope that he'll continue with the same zeal and enthusiasm with which he managed the Ministry of Education. And let me lastly, Madam President, congratulate Zanella Claxton, a young woman, a formidable young woman, who has been elevated to the position of Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education. She was hitherto our Principal Education Officer. And I want to commend her because I know her passion for education. I know the level of work and the work ethic that she brings, the expertise that she brings. And I believe that we are going to see great things from Ms. Claxton. And so I wanted to join the Minister of Education and record my congratulations to her and wish her well in this new role. And it would not be me if I didn't say that we are seeing in Nevis gender equality at work. We're not just talking about it, we're seeing it at work. And when we see the number of females, and not just females, but young females, who are being elevated into positions, decision makers for this government, it means, Madam President, that we are indeed moving in the right direction. And we are seeking to building out the framework to support a resilient and sustainable economy, understanding that the underpinning of any economy, the underpinning of any country is its people. And we are saying to other public servants out there that there are opportunities for advancement in the service, that this government is open and attuned to possibilities as they arise, and that we are intending to reward those who show the necessary aptitude and who have prepared themselves for the position. And so they can look at our actions, look at our appointments, and realize that we are working in the best interest of the public service and in the best interest of the people of Nevis. Madam President, with those words, I would ask respectfully that this bill, which is shortly entitled trying now to find my bill. No? The bill. I found a copy. No? Shortly entitled, the Nevis Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023, that the bill be read a second time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It was seconded. It was seconded earlier, yes. Members, the question is that the bill shortly entitled the Nevis Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023 be read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of the island of Nevis for the financial year commencing on the 1st day of January 2024 and ending on the 31st day of December 2024.
The bill has been read a second time. Before we move into committee stage, we will suspend the House for 15 minutes and resume at 7:45. House is suspended. you. You may be seated. House resumes. We will move into committee stage.
Schedule, Part 1, Current Expenditure. Ministry number 01, Ministry name, Deputy Governor General, amount 664,000.
The question is that the amount of 664,000 under the head Deputy Governor General forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 2, Ministry name, Legislature, amount $952,900.
The question is that the amount of $952,900 under the head Legislature form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 3, Ministry name, Nevis Audit Office, amount $547,400.
The question is that the amount of $547,400 under the head Nevis Audit Office forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 04, Ministry name, Legal Services, amount $1,304,900.
The question is that the amount of $1,304,900 under the head Legal Services forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 5, Ministry name, Premier's Ministry, amount $8,125,800.
The question is that the amount of $8,125,800 under the head Premier's Ministry forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 06, Ministry name, Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning, amount $92,910,200.
The question is that the amount of $92,910,200 under the head Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 7, Ministry name, Ministry of Communications, Public Works, Water Services, Post, Physical Planning, Environment, Labor and Disaster Management, amount $16,596,900.
The question is that the amount of $16,596,900 under the head Ministry of Communications, Public Works, Water Services, Posts, Physical Planning, Environment, Labor and Disaster Management forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 08, Ministry name, Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Natural Resources, Cooperatives, Marine Resources, Culture and Housing, amount $9,679,000.
The question is that the amount of $9,679,000 under the head Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Natural Resources, Cooperatives, Marine Resources, Culture and Housing forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 09, Ministry name, Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment, amount $33,942,300.
The question is that the amount of $33,942,300 under the head Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 10, Ministry name, Ministry of Tourism, amount $5,280,500.
The question is that the amount of $5,280,500 under the head Ministry of Tourism forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 11, ministry name, Ministry of Education, Library Services, Information Technology, Youth and Sports, $36,873,000.
The question is that the amount of $36,873,000 under the head Ministry of Education, Library Services, Information Technology, Youth and Sports forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 12, ministry name, Ministry of Human Resources, amount $1,595,000.
The question is that the amount of $1,595,000 under the head Ministry of Human Resources forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Total current expenditure, $208,471,900.
The question is that total recurrent expenditure in the amount of $208,471,900 forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Part 2, capital expenditure. Ministry number 05, ministry name, Premier's Ministry, amount $3,950,000.
The question is that the amount of $3,950,000 under the head Premier's Ministry forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 06, ministry name, Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning, amount $6,950,000.
The question is that the amount of $6,950,000 under the head Ministry of Finance, Statistics and Economic Planning forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 07, ministry name, Ministry of Communications, Posts, Ministry of Communications, Public Works, Water Services, Posts, Physical Planning, Environment, Labor and Disaster Management, amount $24,475,000.
The question is that the amount of $24,475,000 under the head Ministry of Communications, Public Works, Water Services, Posts, Physical Planning, Environment, Labor and Disaster Management forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 08, ministry name, Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Natural Resources, Cooperatives, Marine Resources, Culture and Housing, amount $9,750,000.
The question is that the amount of $9,750,000 under the head Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Natural Resources, Cooperatives, Marine Resources, Culture and Housing forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 09, ministry name, Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment, amount $14,310,000.
The question is that the amount of $14,310,000 under the head Ministry of Health, Gender and Social Empowerment forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 10, ministry name, Ministry of Tourism, amount $5,800,000.
The question is that the amount of $5,800,000 under the head Ministry of Tourism forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Ministry number 11, ministry name, Ministry of Education, Library Services, Information Technology, Youth and Sports, amount $9 million.
The question is that the amount of $9 million under the head Ministry of Education, Library Services, Information Technology, Youth and Sports forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Total capital expenditure, $74,235,000.
The question is that the amount of $74,235,000 under the head. Sorry. total capital expenditure forms part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Total expenditure 2024, $282,706,900.
The question is that the amount of $282,706,900 as the total expenditure for 2024 form part of the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Clauses 1 to 4.
The question is that clauses 1 to 4 form part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause forms part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Title.
The question is that the title forms part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. That is the extent of the bill. The question is that the bill be reported to the National Assembly. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House will resume its sitting.
Madam President, I am pleased to report that the bill entitled the Nevis Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023 has passed through committee stage without amendment. I therefore move that the standing orders 57 be suspended. It's 57.
74, I think, in this case, for an appropriation bill. Let me give you
Be
the
read a third time.
74.
74.
Yes.
And that the bill be read a third time and passed. And noting, Madam President, that the fiat from the Honorable Deputy Governor General has been received, as you have indicated to the House at the start of this debate.
No need for a seconder. The question is that Standing Order 74 be suspended and the bill shortly entitled the Nevis Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023 be read a third time and passed into law. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of the island of Nevis for the financial year commencing on the 1st day of January 2024 and ending on the 31st day of December 2024.
The bill, shortly entitled Nevis Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023, has been read a third time and passed into law.
Resolutions.
I recognize the member for Nevis 2.
Madam President, I rise to move a resolution number 6 of 2023, which speaks as follows. Whereas the Cabinet of Ministers of the Nevis Island Administration in its meeting on the 22nd of November 2023 passed, adopted, and consented to the following recitals and resolution. And whereas the administration acting through its Ministry of Finance is desirous of renewing its overdraft facility at the St. Kitts Nevis Angola National Bank Limited, the bank with a limit not exceeding 5 million Eastern Caribbean dollars, the facility for the period 1st January to 31st December 2024. And whereas the bank has requested a resolution from the administration signifying the agreement of the administration to renew the facility, and whereas the facility will be secured by 86.50 acres of land situated at Pinny's Estate, St. Thomas's Parish, St. Thomas's Parish in the island of Nevis, registered in Book 5240-269 of the Register of Titles in the Nevis Circuit. And whereas the name and specimen signatures in the schedule listed are those of the persons authorized to sign on the facility, now therefore be it resolved that the Cabinet of Ministers of the Administration approves, adopts, ratifies, and confirms the renewal of the facility approved by the Nevis Island Assembly this hopefully 7th today's the 7th, yes? 7th of December 2023. Madam President, this is a resolution that is customary. It does not signify any new borrowing. It is merely required by our bankers that each year we have a new resolution to support borrowing that already exists. So we already have this loan of $5 million. It is already secured, but the bank has asked in the usual form for us to have a resolution presented to them for the start of the fiscal year. And so I move that this resolution be adopted.
Recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to second the resolution.
The question is that resolution number 6 of 2023 be adopted and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those
Madam
against?
President, can I just ask that this James see the resolution be struck? Can I ask that James, it says 86.50 acres of land situated at Queen's Estate, St. Thomas Parish, James. Can I ask that the James be struck? It's just a
Yes,
typo.
yes, member. So the question is that resolution number 6 of 2023 as amended be adopted and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Recognize the member for Nevis 2.
Madam President, I rise again in relation to number 7, resolution number 7 of 2023, which says, whereas it is provided for by Part 8, section 48 to 49 of the Finance Administration Act, number 13 of 2007, and the Nevis Treasury Bills Ordinance number 5 of 1989, the Cabinet Ministers of the Nevis Island Administration, the Administration, in its meeting on the 22nd day of November 2023, passed, adopted, and consented to the following recitals and resolution. And whereas the Administration, acting through its Ministry of Finance, is desirous of renewing the following Treasury bills. 1. 91-day Treasury bills issue over the counter with a limit of $140,725,000 East Caribbean dollars for the period 1st January to 31st December 2024. And 2. 365-day Treasury bills issue over the counter with a limit of $5,275,000 East Caribbean dollars for the period 1st January to 31st December 2024. And whereas the names and specimen signatures in the schedule listed are those of the persons authorized to sign on these Treasury bill facilities, now therefore be it resolved that the Cabinet of Ministers of the Administration approves, adopts, ratifies, and confirms the renewal of the facility approved by the Nevis Island Assembly this 7th day of December 2023. Again, Madam President, this is a resolution simply as is required as a matter of form to support existing borrowing by way of Treasury bills, 91-day Treasury bills and 365-day Treasury bills as set out in the resolution. I move that this resolution be adopted by this Honourable House.
Recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to second the resolution.
The motion. The question is that resolution number 7 of 2023 be adopted and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I recognize the member for Nevis 2.
Madam President, I rise again in relation to resolution number 8 of 2023 to move that this resolution be adopted by this Honourable House. It says, whereas the Cabinet Ministers of the Nevis Island Administration, the Administration, in its meeting on the 22nd of November 2023, passed, adopted, and consented to the following recitals and resolutions. And whereas the Administration, acting through its Ministry of Finance, is desirous of renewing its overdraft facility at the CIBC First Caribbean International Bank, Barbados Limited, the bank, with a limit not exceeding $2 million East Caribbean dollars, the facility, for the period 1st January to 31st December 2024. And whereas the bank has requested a resolution from the Administration signifying the agreement of the Administration to renew the facility, and whereas the names and specimen signatures in the schedule listed are those of the persons authorized to sign on the facility, now therefore be it resolved that the Cabinet of Ministers of the Administration approves, adopts, ratifies, and confirms the renewal of the facility approved by the Nevis Island Assembly this 7th day of December 2023. As before, Madam President, this is merely a requirement for loan that already exists, a facility that already exists. So it does not at all entail any new borrowing by the administration.
Thank you. Member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that Resolution 8 of 2023 be adopted and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Member for Nevis 2.
Madam President, I rise yet again in relation to resolution number 9 of 2023 to move that this resolution be adopted by this Honorable House. The resolution reads, whereas the Cabinet of Ministers of the Nevis Island Administration, in its meeting on the 22nd of November 2023, passed, adopted, and consented to the following recitals and resolution. And whereas the administration, acting through its Ministry of Finance, is desirous of renewing its overdraft facility to the Bank of Nevis Limited, the bank, with the limit not exceeding 30 million East Caribbean dollars for the period 1st August 2023 to 31st July 2024. And whereas the bank has requested a resolution from the administration signifying the agreement of the administration to renew this facility, and whereas the facility will be secured by 150 acres of land situated at New River Estate in the parish of St. James in the island of Nevis, registered in Book 49, Folio 108 of the Register of Titles in the Nevis Circuit. And whereas the names and specimen signatures in the schedule listed are those of the persons authorized to sign on the facility, now therefore be it resolved that the Cabinet of Ministers of the Administration approves, adopts, ratifies, and confirms the renewal of the facility approved by the Nevis Island Assembly this 7th day of December 2023. Again, Madam President, this is simply to secure an existing facility with the Bank of Nevis.
Thank you. Member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that resolution number 9 of 2023 be adopted and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Member for Nevis 2.
Madam President, I rise in relation to resolution number 10 of 2023 to move a motion that this resolution be adopted by this Honorable House. It reads, whereas the Cabinet of Ministers of the Nevis Island Administration, in its meeting on the 22nd of November 2023, passed, adopted, and consented to the following recitals and resolution. And whereas the administration, acting through its Ministry of Finance, is desirous of obtaining a loan at the Bank of Nevis Limited, the bank, of $3,200,000 East Caribbean dollars, to be repaid over a period of 4 years at the rate of 5% per annum. And whereas the bank has requested a resolution from the administration signifying the agreement of the administration to obtain this facility, and whereas the facility will be secured by 150 acres of land situated at New River Estate in the parish of St. James in the island of Nevis, registered in Book 49, Folio 108 of the Register of Titles in the Nevis Circuit. And whereas the names and specimen signatures in the schedule listed are those of the persons authorized to sign on the facility, now therefore be it resolved that the Cabinet of Ministers of the Administration approves, adopts, ratifies, and confirms the new facility approved by the Nevis Island Assembly the 7th day of December 2023. Madam President, by way of explanation, this loan of $3,200,000 was a facility extended by the Bank of Nevis for the construction of the bypass road that we have it's just about completed. I think all that is left is some markings and some nominal work. And so this does represent new borrowing, not new in the sense that it will be borrowed next year, new in the sense that it was not existing in the previous, in 2022. And so this would have been incurred in 2023 for purposes of construction of that road. And so that is why we're now coming to the House to ask, as required by our bankers, that this resolution be adopted to better secure that loan facility for $3.2 million which was used for the construction of the bypass road.
Member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that resolution number 10 of 2023 be adopted and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Adjournment.
Recognize the member for Nevis 3.
Madam President, I rise to move the adjournment of the House sine die, and while I'm here, just wanted to take this opportunity on the adjournment to just wish all my constituents and all the people of Nevis and all of us in this honorable House the very best for Christmas 2023 and a very prosperous and healthy 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? I recognize the member for Nevis 1.
Madam President, I rise to second the adjournment, but very quickly to use this opportunity to say thanks to a number of persons who would have retired from the Ministry of Communication and Works and the Nevis Water Department. And with your permission, Madam President, it's about 15, 16 names, if I can run through them very quickly. Mr. O'Neill Paris, Eustace Hall, Stuart Lawrence, Patrick Daniel, Samuel James, Glennis David from the Public Works Department. From the Nevis Water Department, we have Burnett Brown, Curtly Claxton, Spirenel Griffin, hope I got that name correct, Brian Jeffers, Ellery Jeffers, Elroy Kelly, David Smitten, Llewellyn Wilshire, Leighton Herbert, and Stedroy Sutton from the Nevis Water Department, and Don Lawrence from the Post Office. I want to place on record, Madam President, our sincere thanks and gratitude to these individuals. And when I did a calculation of the amount of years that they would have spent in the service, I think I get over 150 years, Madam President, of service to this country. I believe that it was important for me, Madam President, to place on record my sincere thanks, and I believe by extension, this cabinet and this government and the people of Nevis for the hard work that they would have put in to build Nevis over the years, Madam President. I also want to take this opportunity to wish all those who are under the sound of my voice compliments of the season, and certainly my colleagues on this side and member opposite, all the very best for the Christmas season and for the New Year. With those words, Madam President, I also want to wish you and your family, the clerk of the house, the sergeant of arms, and everyone who would have made our presence here and the work that we do here, Madam President, NTV staff, all the very best. Good health and all the very best for 2024, Madam President. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Madam President, I rise on the adjournment to extend season's greetings to you, Madam President, and your family, to extend season's greetings to Clerk and her family, to the Sergeant at Arms, and to the officers who are here with us, to those from NTV who have persevered with us over the past few days, to my colleagues who are here, and certainly the colleagues opposite. I also want to remember the member for number 5, who, as we know, is unwell, and to wish her a speedy recovery and a good Christmas. Let me also use the opportunity to thank our Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Doe, and his team for the excellent work that they would have done, Madam President, in preparing the budget documents and bringing us to this point. It is, I believe, from my tally, the 7th budget that I would have presented in this House, and I'm quite pleased that we were able to present a budget which offers some hope for the people of Nevis. Let me say to my constituents, the good people of St. John's, that I wish them a very, very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I undertake to be around and about during the Christmas season in the community, So I anticipate being able to see them and to thank them and to wish them happy season's greetings as and when I see them. So, Madam President, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for your patience throughout this House. We have gone into the late night, but certainly I think that we have come to an end the budget presentations this year, and for that I'm truly grateful. Thank you, Merry Christmas, and God bless you.
Thank you. And members, I would just like to say thank you all for your contribution towards the budget debate and the discussions on the annual financial statement. I'm grateful to the members of the public who came and appreciating the significance of this part of the legislative process. And on behalf of the entire Assembly, all members, I would want to wish the general public an enjoyable holiday season and a healthy and prosperous new year. Thank you, and on that note, I'll put the question that the House be adjourned. Signed aye. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned.